come to order. The clerk call the roll.
Chair Guillen,
Here.
Vice Chair Johnson,
Here.
Representative Bowers, Representative Burrows, Representative Canales,
Here.
Representative Durazio, Representative Goodwin, Representative Harless,
Here.
Representative Holland,
Here.
Representative King, Representative Landgraf, Representative Moody, Representative Troxclair.
The quorum is present. Okay, I want to remind everyone that committee hearing rooms fall under the same decorum rules as the House gallery. Please restrict any outbursts or demonstrations in the audience. The House sergeants have the responsibility to maintain order of the rooms of the House and will take appropriate action if necessary. Due to the number of witnesses who have registered and to accommodate all who wish to testify, there will be a limit of 2 minutes per witness during the public testimony period. Okay. Ready? Yep. Go on. Chair now lays out House Bill 3534 and recognizes Representative Morales Shaw to explain the bill. Representative Goodwin offers a committee substitute. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Chair recognizes Morales Shaw.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Gann, Vice Chairman Johnson, and committee members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to lay out 3534. I'm going to make this quick because this is an important bill, but I know there's more important business that you have pending and families that have been waiting all day long. This is simply a suicide prevention bill. Again, it's a suicide prevention bill. The majority of gun deaths are suicides, and the statistics suggest that people would benefit from awareness and reduce firearm suicide if they had that information. 3534 creates firearm violence and suicide prevention online information to be made available at no cost to the public and to firearm retailers. In other words, these are things that are going to be online, downloadable, printable for those who want to be able to distribute this information. The oversight is with the Texas Department of Public Safety and Health and Human Services Commission. The online information would include helpful information like preventative statistics, warning signs, suicide prevention, state agencies that provide mental health and suicide prevention services, and a crisis hotline. Why is 3534 so important? Well, in 2019, there were 2,237 firearm suicides just in Texas alone, 24,000 nationwide. 85% of suicide attempts with a firearm result in death, so that means most of the time it's successful, unfortunately. And in the drafting of this bill, we worked with the NRA to ensure that there was no duplication and there is no opposition on the final committee substitute. If there's any questions, I want to leave it at that because, again, I don't want to take a lot of time out of the committee because I know there are people who have been waiting here all day long. I'm open to any questions, and I reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions? All right, we'll call you back up in
Thank you,
a few
Chairman.
minutes. Let the record reflect that Representative Troxclair is present. Is that it? Yeah. All right. Chair now calls Michael Belsick. We have you down as Michael Belsick, representing yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
I understand the desire, and I'm not a psychologist, but I just wonder why anyone would think that this would really work. I mean, a gun owner typically knows his firearm, knows normal safety precautions, so I don't see that a brochure is really going to, oh, I didn't know I could commit suicide with a firearm. I mean, that takes a light approach of the issue. I just don't see it making a difference. Suicide is a terrible thing, and the firearm is just a tool. There are other ways they can do it, but the firearm is just a tool, and I don't think that a brochure is going to convince anyone that not to take their own life. There are many other ways. So with that, thank you.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you, sir. Chair now calls Michelle Mostert. Give me the,
Wasn't a card, I had to write it this morning.
Michelle Mostert.
Okay, well, we'll wait for her to get here, and then we'll call the next one. Hannah Gill.
Start calling them 3 at a time, tell them.
We have her down as Michelle Mostert, representing herself, testifying against the bill. And if she doesn't come in soon, we'll just put her down as did not testify. Chair now calls Hannah Gill. And we're going to go from Hannah Gill, by the way, just for those that are in the overflow room. From there, we're going to go to Tara Micha. Hannah Gill. We have Hannah Gill registered to testify, or registered representing NAMI, Texas, in favor of the bill, but we're switching her to did not testify. Chair now calls Tara Micha.
Chairman, I think she's in the overflow room.
Yeah, the problem with it is the overflow room's on the other side of the building.
Okay.
It was the only room open.
All right, Tara Micha.
She's here.
We have you registered as Tara Micha, representing the National Rifle Association, testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please
Tara
proceed.
Mitcha, National Rifle Association. I'll keep it short. Just wanted to thank Representative Morales-Shaw for working with us on this suicide prevention bill, and just we appreciate the dialogue that we were able to have with her on it.
All right. Members, any questions? All right, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3534? There being none, Chair recognizes Representative Morales-Shaw to close.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Guillen, again, and members. I would just like to add that the guy who came up earlier and thought that this was a comical matter, it's not. If we do our job and save one life, we've done a good job. And I think you're going to be convinced of that when you hear the testimony in a not long from people who have lost loved ones. So I close. If there are no further questions, I ask for favorable consideration. And if everyone agrees with this bill, which I hope you will, and I don't see why you wouldn't, that it be referred to local and consent.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
The committee substitute to House Bill 3534 is withdrawn, and at this time, House Bill 3534 is left pending. Chair now lays out House Bill 533 and recognizes Representative Wu to explain the measure.
Thank you, Chairman and members. This is a really, really simple bill. There already exists in the law an ability for officers to confiscate weapons from people who are having a mental health crisis. We wrote this into the law a little while back. The issue comes up when officers are dealing with someone and they have a weapon that is, like, let's say, sitting next to them on the seat of their car, or someone, has a gun on the side table or something like that. And common sense and just general good precautions means that the officers will say, hey, we can't just leave a weapon just laying on the seat of the car while we take this person in for a mental health check. So all we're doing here is clarifying the law to essentially allow officers to do what they already do under the law, which is basically seize weapons that belong to the person who is having a mental health crisis, as long as it's within their reach. And all the bill says, in addition to what is already existing law, is saying that if it is found in plain sight and readily accessible to the person, found in plain sight meaning that like it's not locked up in a box. If it's locked up in a box somewhere, we don't have to worry about it. And then easily accessible. That's sort of like the people have come up with like sort of like the gun show scenario. Is like, what if they're having a mental health crisis at the gun show and everything's within reach? Well, it's not really accessible to them, so it wouldn't matter, right? And so this is really meant for a lot of times the person who's having a mental health crisis is a lot of times in their vehicle, and the weapon is like laying in the seat or laying somewhere in the car that's easily accessible. We just want to make sure that officers are able to do their jobs and protect public safety without worrying that they're breaking the law, because the law, as we already have put into the books, intends for them to protect the public and protect the life of the person that they're trying to assist. That's it.
Members, any questions? All right, we'll get you back up here in a little bit. Now, we're going to, for those of you that are in the overflow room, we're going to go in this order. Lori Haas will go first. Michael Belsick, Tara Micha, Wesley Verdell, CJ Grisham, and Michelle Mostert, and then Jason Hester. So again, Lori Haas, Michael Belsick, Tara Micha, Wesley Verdell, CJ Grisham, Michelle Mostert, Jason Hester. Chair now calls Lori Haas. Lori Haas. We have Lori Haas registered to testify, representing herself in favor of the bill, but we're switching her to did not testify. Chair now calls Michael Belsick. We have you registered as Michael Belsick, representing yourself against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
I must admit that I'm somewhat mixed opinions on this. I fully believe that the officer needs to take whatever steps is necessary to protect the officer's life. And if someone is truly having a mental issue and the gun is right there, I could see that doing whatever is needed to ensure the safety of the officer. I'm fine with that. What worries me, why I was against it, is the term confiscate. That's not necessarily a temporary term to use because of the situation. It has a longevity to it, in my opinion. I don't know how it plays out, but that's why I have sort of mixed opinions on this.
Any questions, members? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Tara Micha. We have you down as Tara Micha, representing the National Rifle Association, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Mr.
Please
Chairman.
proceed.
Yes, NRA is opposed to House Bill 533. A peace officer who takes a person into custody under Chapter 573.001, subsection H, may seize firearms found in the possession of the person, but the law does not state whether the person's possession of the firearm must be actual or constructive possession. Imagine a scenario where police enter a home to take somebody or decide they need to take somebody under warrantless apprehension that's exhibiting mental illness. The person doesn't own any firearms. They don't have any firearms in their actual possession, but in the house there is a gun cabinet with a glass case. It could be argued that those firearms are in plain sight and theoretically accessible to the person that the law enforcement officer is taking into custody. Under this bill, it would allow law enforcement to take firearms of somebody they are not taking into custody. So we have an issue with this bill. We were actually involved in writing the original legislation that appears in code now. It was Senate Bill, I think, 1189 back in the 2011 session. This language was negotiated out between NRA and law enforcement, specifically HPD and Friendswood police officers at the time, and we think the law is working as it is intended and are not interested in seeing it expanded.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Wesley Verdell. We have you registered as Wesley Verdell, representing the Gun Owners of America against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Please proceed.
So my name is Wes Friedel. I represent Gun Owners of America. We have roughly 2 million members here in the United States, and a lot of them are in Texas. For the sake of time, just going to voice that we are in opposition to this bill for reasons already stated. Thank you for your time.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Chair now calls C.J. Grisham. We have you registered as C.J. Grisham, representing yourself in Open Carry, Texas, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
I'll just echo what's already been said. Additionally, C.J. Grisham, president and founder of Open Carry Texas, testifying in opposition of HB 533. So in addition to what's already been brought up, our main issue is really what's being added in here, or found in plain sight and readily accessible to the person. Literally anybody that is carrying a firearm, even if it's holstered on their side, would fall under this if a police officer wanted to, because the gun's in plain sight. It's readily accessible. What does that mean? And so what this does is it allows, or at least opens up people who are not even potentially related or involved with the individual having the mental breakdown from having their gun seized. And for that reason, we oppose this bill.
Questions, members? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Michelle Mostert. We have you registered as Michelle Mostert, representing yourself against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you for listening to me. I'm agreeing with the previous speakers, and I just feel like there can be this gray area, and as they explained, it's not clarified enough, and I think I'm just against the bill for that reason.
Members, any questions?
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Chair now calls Jason Hester. We have you registered as Jason Hester, representing the Texas Department of Public Safety on the bill as a resource witness. Members, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Any questions of the resource witness members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 533? There being none, Chair recognizes Representative Wu to close.
So thank you very much. Let me just address a few things quickly. If you have a gun that's on your person and the police are taking you in because of mental health crisis, the existing law already allows that. It's already in law. So I'm not sure what to say about that. Again, the scenario that this is after, and this is why there's so much law enforcement that's signed up for this legislation, is if that the witnesses all kept talking about there's an ambiguity, there's a gray area. The point of this is to deal with the gray area, right? The gray area is if you have a weapon that is close by you, so the question is do you mean constructive possession or do you mean actual possession? Actual possession, it's tucked in your holster, it's on your person, it's in your hands. Constructive possession, it's like it's around you, it belongs to you, right? And the situation that we're concerned about is, again, somebody's having a mental health crisis in their vehicle, the gun is laying down in the seat next to them, the police are taking this person away. The police are taking this person to the hospital because they're having a mental health crisis. What do they do with a loose weapon? And again, the ability, I know confiscate and everything's really scary, but that's already in the law. That's not something that I'm adding to the law. That's already in the law. The question for law enforcement is, they're basically saying, can we deal with this loose weapon that's near this person but was not on their person. Now, I'm telling you that law enforcement already is taking it. They're just saying, hey, can we have some cover here? And that's why there's so much law enforcement signed up for this legislation, because they want legal cover to do what they feel is already necessary and are already permitted by the law to protect the public. That's it.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
House Bill 533 is left pending. Chair now lays out House Bill 3435 and recognizes Representative Reynolds to explain the measure. Let's see, Vice Chair Johnson offers up a committee substitute. There are objections? Chair hears none. Committee substitute is laid out, and Chair recognizes Representative Reynolds to explain the measure.
Thank you, Chairman Guillen and Vice Chair Johnson and members. House Bill 3435 is a bill that creates the criminal offense of making a firearm accessible to a detained person. This bill aims to ensure that individuals who are detained in mental health facilities or hospitals do not gain access to firearms, which can cause harm to themselves or others. It is a common sense measure that is necessary to promote public safety and prevent tragic incidents. Under this bill, a person who with criminal negligence fails to secure a firearm or leaves it in a place where a detained person can gain access to it will be committing an offense. This offense will be a Class A misdemeanor, except in cases where the detained person discharges the firearm, causing bodily injury or death, in which case it will be a state jail felony or a felony of the third or second degree. To ensure that the bill is effective, it defines key terms such as detained person, readily discharge firearms, and secure. These definitions will help law enforcement officials and courts to apply the law consistently and fairly. In conclusion, I urge the committee to support this bill, which will promote public safety by preventing firearms from falling into the hands of detained individuals. I'm certainly prepared to answer any questions, but we have District Attorney Brian Middleton, who really gave me the language for this bill to address some problems that he had experienced. So with that, I close, and I reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions? All right, we'll get you back up here in a little bit. Chair calls. Okay. We're going to go with, for those of you in the overflow room, this is going to be the order. Mandana Mahmoudi will go first, and then Brian Middleton, and then Tara Micha, and then Michelle Mostert. So first up is Mandana Mahmoudi. We have you registered as Mandana Mahmoudi, Fort Bend County District Attorney for the bill.
I am.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed.
My name is Mandana Mahmoudi. I am a prosecutor in Fort Bend County. I'm chief of the Mental Health Division, and I'm here in support of the bill. When we contemplated this first, we contemplated a bill that would address the access of a firearm to someone who has been released from a psychiatric hospital, because that is when, people tend to have access. They're in those early stages of stability, if they are stable. We were concerned about violence that they might cause on themselves and in the community. As the bill is currently written, it pertains only to that very narrow moment in time where the person is in the psychiatric facility. And so obviously the bill can be tweaked a little bit so that it can pertain to the things that really cause us concern. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair now calls Brian Middleton. We have you registered as Brian Middleton, representing the Fort Bend County District Attorney in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairman. Ms. Mahmoudi is an assistant district attorney in my office. She's the chief of the Mental Health Division. As Representative Reynolds indicated, I requested this legislation because of a specific occurrence. I was contacted by an officer with DPS who was dealing with a situation with a dangerous individual who was suffering mental illness. When the subject was initially arrested, the arresting officer did not confiscate the weapons. There was a concern when the person was released from the mental hospital that then he would then have access to the weapon. And so we were tasked at trying to find solutions and realize that, look, the statute needs some clarification. We need greater protections. As you're aware, mental illness and firearms are not a good mix. I support responsible gun ownership in the Second Amendment, but we need to protect our community from suicides and homicides, and this is only a mild restriction on gun ownership. I disagree with the gentleman earlier. Confiscation is temporary. It can be easily remedied. They can file a motion to return the property, so this is not a permanent deprivation of property.
Any questions, members? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Tara Mecha. Tara Mecha. We have Tara Mecha down representing the National Rifle Association testifying against the bill, but we're going to switch her to did not testify. Chair now calls Michelle Mostert. Michelle Mostert. We have her down as Michelle Mostert representing herself, testifying against the bill. But we're going to go ahead and switch her to did not testify. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against the committee's substitute to House Bill 3435? There being none, Chair recognizes Representative Reynolds to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I appreciate District Attorney Brian Middleton for bringing this important public safety bill forward. I ask for your favorable consideration, and I close.
Any questions, members? All right, the committee substitute to House Bill 3435 is withdrawn, and House Bill 3435 is left pending. Chair now lays out House Bill 3271, recognizes Representative Reynolds to explain the measure.
Thank you, Chairman Guillen. And
Hold on, let's see, Representative Goodwin offers up committee substitute. There are objections, Chair hears none. Chair recognizes Representative Reynolds
Thank
to
you.
Explain the measure.
Thank you, Chairman Guillen and Vice Chair Johnson and members. I appreciate the opportunity to lay out House Bill 3271. I would like to discuss the importance of ensuring the safety of our communities by addressing the seizure of firearms during the emergency detention of individuals who may have a mental illness. Under current law, peace officers who take individuals into custody for emergency detention may seize any firearm found in possession of the individual, but is currently discretionary, and the key word is discretionary. My proposed amendment to Section 573.001H of the Health and Safety Code would make it mandatory for peace officers to immediately seize any firearms found in possession of a detained person. This is a critical step to ensuring the safety of our communities, as individuals who are experiencing a mental health crisis are at a higher risk of harming themselves or others with a firearm. By mandating the seizure of firearms during emergency detentions, we can help prevent potential tragedies and ensure the safety of our communities. It is important to note that my proposed bill to this amendment would also require peace officers to comply with the requirement of Article 18.191 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, which outlines the process for storing and returning seized firearms. Again, this is a bill that was brought to me by Fort Bend County District Attorney Brian Middleton regarding a specific situation that happened in Fort Bend County, and I urge this committee to pass this important public safety bill. We do have him as a resource witness, and I would respectfully reserve the right to close.
All right, members, any questions? We'll get you back up here in a little bit. This is going to be the order for those of you that are in the overflow room. We're going to start with Lori Haas, and then we're going to go to Mandana Mahmoudi, and then we're going to Brian Middleton, and then Richard Hayes, then Michael Belsick, then Tara Mecha, then CJ Grisham, then Kimberly Moyers, then Michelle Mostert. One more time. Lori Haas will start. Mandana Mahmoudi, Brian Middleton, Richard Hayes, Michael Belsick, Tara Micha, CJ Grisham, Kimberly Moyers, Michelle Mostert. So chair now calls Lori Haas. Lori Haas. We have Lori Haas registered, representing herself in favor of the bill, but we're switching her to did not testify. Chair now calls Mandana Mahmoudi. We have you registered as Mandana Mahmoudi, representing the Fort Bend County District Attorney's Office in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
As Mr. Middleton stated, there was an incident in our county where we were notified about a traffic stop. The person actually encountered law enforcement voluntarily. The law enforcement officer believed that the person was having a mental health crisis and directed that individual to an actual physical agency. So that person got back in his car, drove his car to a police department, and then at that police department, he was evaluated for possible emergency detention order. What they learned later was that this particular individual had a cache of firearms in his car. Those firearms weren't seized. They were not seized even though he was in possession of them, and they were not seized because the statute provides discretion. When I contacted local law enforcement in our area, they indicated to me that discretion is something that they use quite often because the officers who are responding to these types of calls for service are such that they are trained in crisis intervention. They're not the same officers who investigate crimes in most instances, and so their concern is to get that person into care as quickly as possible. And as much as they want to safeguard our communities, they don't have the time to take all of the weapons that might be at a particular location and safeguard them. As Mr. Reynolds has indicated, there is a provision under the law for return of the firearms. So this isn't a permanent removal of the firearms, and this would safeguard our communities.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you. Representative Goodwin.
So I'm just curious, in that situation, were the guns visible? Were they in plain sight? Would this law have worked, in other words?
They were in the car, and they would have been visible. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Let the record reflect that Representative DeRazio is present. Any other questions, members? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Brian Middleton. We have you registered as Brian Middleton, as the District Attorney of Fort Bend County, in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairman.
Proceed.
As Ms. Mahmoudi indicated, and what I want to bring the committee's attention to is when you have a law enforcement officer engaged in this type of situation, you have someone that's in crisis who's exhibited mental illness. And just as Ms. Mahmoudi indicated, when you have crisis intervention officers present in dealing with the situation, their focus is different. It's not necessarily on law enforcement, it's in getting this person help. And is what happened in this situation, I had an officer who was so concerned that he reached out to me, the elected DA, for assistance because he was so very concerned about this person being released from their mental commitment and having access to these firearms. There was a great sense of responsibility in trying to keep the community safe. I think this legislation is good law, good policy, does not have an undue impact on the Second Amendment. And as alluded to earlier, if there is some misjudgment, there is a vehicle to return the firearm back to the gun owner. But I think this is the least that we can do to prevent homicides, mass shootings, and suicides.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Richard Hayes. We have you registered as Richard Hayes, representing yourself against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Richard Hayes, I'm an attorney and partner with the law firm of Walker & Taylor in Houston, Texas. So the seizure under 573, the general procedure is if somebody gets evaluated, they're not diagnosed, they get released. There's kind of an automatic process where the firearm makes it back to the person. The scenario that I envision coming up is when the person is committed, okay? Because when they are committed, the case gets filed into a probate court, and then their lawyers have to get involved if we're going to talk about getting firearms back. So by removing the officer discretion, basically we're changing one word here from may, taking the discretion away from officers, saying shall, they shall take their firearms. There are scenarios, and I've had clients where maybe they have, joint marital property. We have, husband in crisis. They have one family gun. The gun is then seized. But that gun equally belongs to the wife. Maybe she loses her ability to protect herself. And then say he is committed, she would have to hire a lawyer and file into a case in order to get her property back as well. So that's my concern with the bill.
Fletcher Johnson.
Is the gun registered?
We don't have a gun registry in Texas.
But so when I go buy it, do I know who has the gun? Because you were saying who's the owner of the gun, so we don't know who the owner is. It could be anybody's gun. He could borrow it. So when you say it's possession of a gun, who is the legal owner? How do you make the distinction on who the legal owner of the gun is?
Sure, but if you had a wife saying, hey, that's my gun, he took, I'm not going to have an ability to protect myself, and the officer says, sorry, the law says I shall take it from you.
So if the nephew comes and says, it's my gun, and if everybody just starts saying, it's my gun, it's my gun, it's my gun, how do we assign ownership to the gun?
You would assign, you would give it the discretion to the officer, obviously.
Discretion, thank you.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Michael Belsick. We have you registered as Michael Belsick, representing yourself against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go ahead.
And as the previous testimony of mine, I understand the intent. I respect officers and generally trust them. I'm just worried about what may happen with something along this line. I can't pinpoint it. I can't prove it. It just worries me about where this could lead to in the future.
Any questions, members?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Tara Mecha. We have you registered as Tara Mecha, representing the National Rifle Association against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Please proceed.
My testimony on the previous bill stands here. Listening to the scenario that the sponsor and his witnesses outlined, I don't see how the officer couldn't have made a decision to seize those firearms in that case, even with the law being discretionary. As I mentioned, we were involved in writing the original law, Senate Bill 189, back in 2011. I don't think it's necessary, for all the reasons that Mr. Hayes outlined prior to my testimony, to change this from a may to a shall. We think giving the officer discretion in these cases is the proper approach. So we don't support changing the language in the current law.
Any questions, members? Thank you. Chair now calls C.J. Grisham. We have you registered as C.J. Grisham, representing yourself in Open Carry, Texas, against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. C.J. Grisham, representing Open Carry, Texas. Apparently, I need to start getting here before Tara Mecha, and in the interest of saving y'all's time, I'm just going to adopt her testimony. Thank you.
All right. Members, any questions? All right. Chair now calls Kimberly Moyers. We have you registered as Kimberly Moyers, representing yourself against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
My name is Kimberly Tyka Moyers. I'm a United States Navy veteran, disabled veteran. What I have problems with is that the Department of Veteran Affairs actually can call people on this mental illness in extreme situations of suicide prevention. However, it's not necessarily a doctor calling. It could be a janitor. It could just be someone who doesn't like you calling, and they contact the police officer and they say, hey, the veteran is in mental crisis. And at that point, a county or local law enforcement show up and they come after the veteran. You can't tell me that this is good for veterans. I know our President of the United States sat there and said it's 17 suicide a day. However, Duke University and the University of Alabama actually contradicted that. It's 44 a day. So you can't really say it's actually good for veterans. So I strongly stand against this bill, considering that the patient record flag manual within Veteran Affairs, which is red flag law, is nothing but a gun grab. Has nothing to do with veteran health care. And if a janitor can sit there and call police saying a veteran is under mental duress and not a doctor and someone that they don't know, this is absolutely outrageous to the veteran community. So I actually request that you vote no for this.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Michelle Mostert. Michelle Mostert. We have Michelle Mostert registered to represent herself, testifying against the bill, but did not testify. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3271, or the committee substitute to House Bill 3271? Chair hears none. Recognizes Representative Reynolds to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be brief. I really appreciate District Attorney and one of the Assistant District Attorneys from Fort Bend County coming here to testify and bringing this bill before me. It's simply to help alleviate people that have been identified with a mental crisis from having immediate access to the gun. This is a situation that can help save not only the individual's lives, but other lives as well. And I ask for the members' favorable consideration for the public health and safety. And with that, I close.
You know,
Mr. Johnson.
Representative Reynolds, of all the school shootings and the mass shootings that the United States have seen and been, had to have endured over the last few years, have you heard the notion that it's a mental illness problem?
Absolutely. That's one of the most consistent things I've heard from, specifically from the right. The conservatives more or less say mental health is the reason. We need to address mental health, mental health, mental health. I have heard that very frequently.
So it's not, they often say it's not the gun, but the mental illness that's killing.
Correct.
And your bill is trying to take guns out of those who are in mental crisis.
Absolutely.
Not just a citizen that just somebody called and said, the janitor called and said, hey, he crazy.
No, absolutely
They get
not.
to take your gun. So you are trying to take the guns out of that small group of mentally ill people that have caused destruction and chaos and heartbreak for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Americans every year?
Absolutely. Representative Johnson, I think you're absolutely correct. One of the most consistent things that I've heard of how do we reduce gun violence is addressing mental illness. And this bill specifically addresses taking the gun away from those who are in a mental illness, a mental crisis, a mental episode. So this is the very bill by definition that's limited. It doesn't address, other issues that I would like to address, like raising the age or red flag laws or closing the gun show loophole. None of that. This is a very specific bill. You've heard our district attorney, our top law enforcement official in Fort Bend County, said this was a situation that actually happened. An officer actually dealt with this. And because of the vagueness of the law, they didn't do what was maybe necessary. So this bill is a step in the right direction to address one aspect of gun reform, is to address it, dealing with mental health, and I think you're spot on.
Well, I appreciate you hearing the message.
Yes, sir.
That the those that are gun advocates have said the problem was, and I appreciate you addressing that issue and doing exactly what they said they wanted to do, and that
Yeah.
was address the mental illness issue. So I'm glad you're doing that. Unfortunately, I really hate that those that said it was a mental health problem have now said it's not a mental health problem.
You can't
It's
have it
gun
both
only.
ways, Representative Johnson.
you.
In fact, it's quite unfortunate that we have the NRA, the National Rifle Association, testifying against the bill when they've been one of the biggest proponents talking about, mental health and not addressing other issues. So that's unfortunate. They didn't visit with me, so I didn't have a chance to talk to them about what their specific concerns were. But I think we all then agree that mental health is one aspect to making sure that we reduce gun violence. And this bill specifically does that in the least intrusive way. There's a provision in there that returns the gun, so this isn't permanent, it's temporary. But why on God's earth would we want people have access to a gun, a firearm, a lethal weapon, when they're in a mental health crisis? That makes absolutely, unequivocally no sense at all.
Members, any other questions? All right.
Thank you. And I ask for your favorable consideration, and I close.
The committee substitute to House Bill 3271 is withdrawn, and House Bill 3271 is left pending. Chair now lays out House Bill 4472, recognizes Chairman Dutton to explain the measure. Vice Chair Johnson offers up committee substitute. Their objection? Chair hears none. Chair recognizes Chairman Dutton to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. The committee subs is really just the Legislative Council draft of the original introduced bill. One of the things this bill does primarily is tries to address the problem of children who access guns and use them, and it almost always results in another child getting hurt or killed. What this bill simply does is ask the Safety Department and the School Safe Department and the Texas Department of Public Safety to distribute resources and information on safe firearm storage to parents of public school children and charter school children. That's all it does. There are some districts that actually do this already, but I thought it would be a great idea to put this in the law, and so that's what this bill does.
Members, any questions? All right, we'll get you back up here in a little bit. So this is going to be the order, members, for those of y'all in the overflow room. We're going to go with Tara Micha, Michael Belsick, Michelle Mostert, Elizabeth Hanks, Ramya Swamy, Jenny Olson, Elizabeth Wyatt, Lori Haas, David Dunn, Heather Kennedy, Lauren Gamble, Robert Ledecky, Megan McDonald, Sarah West, and Michelle Harskowitz. Chair now calls Tara Micha. We have you down as Tara Micha, representing the National Rifle Association, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
So the reason we're testifying against the bill is we see a growing number of bills that are requiring DPS to develop, adopt, or implement programming ranging from firearm safety to suicide prevention. Both very laudable goals. The committee heard a bill tonight that requires DPS to develop a brochure on suicide prevention and make that available on their website. Last session, or 2 sessions ago, I believe, DPS was budgeted $500,000. I think we're now up to $1 million to implement a firearm safety awareness program statewide. We've got DPS doing a lot. We agree with the goal of firearm safety, as I think Representative Dutton is trying to implement. But he also mentioned that several local school districts are already doing this. And I think doing this on the local level is probably preferable so that people can pay attention to how their school district is delivering this message of safety about firearms. Some parents might agree with it, some parents might not. I think anytime you have schools implementing a broad concept like that, it should be up to parents at the local level to ensure that it is being delivered in a manner that is consistent with how they want to see things like this presented to their kids. So we agree with the goal. I think the method of delivery, we would prefer to see it be local.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Michael Belsick. We have you down as Michael Belsick representing yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
As before, every gun owner gets lots of information on gun storage, gun safety, and I firmly believe in all of that. As I've heard all these bills coming up, I'm just wondering what happens next. Is next session there going to be a bill that says we should distribute this type of information at HEB at every checkout? How much is enough? Now, I understand there's a concern, but it's still, when is enough for what's already known? And thank you.
Members, any questions? Representative Goodwin.
When is enough in terms of how many people die from gun violence?
Oh, if I may respond, I am a firm believer in gun safety and preventing gun deaths, especially on school grounds. I'm a firm believer in that. I just don't think this will do the job.
So DPS currently has a safe storage program and literature to go with it. So really, it sounds like this is just making sure it gets into the schools, some of which already have it. So this would just make sure it gets statewide. I don't see how anyone can object to that, but.
Yeah, well, like I said, that was my opinion of where it leads to, and then leads to, and then leads to. But I firmly believe in gun safety and proper gun ownership and all that.
Members,
Thank
any
you.
other questions? Thank you. The chair advises our guests that the rules of the House strictly prohibit demonstrations or outbursts from visitors in the audience. Chair now calls Michelle Michelle Mostert. Michelle Mostert. Okay, we have her down as Michelle Mostert representing herself, testifying against the bill, but we are moving her to did not testify. Chair now calls Elizabeth Hanks. We have you down as Elizabeth Hanks representing yourself and Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
My name is Liz Hanks. I'm here today representing the Texas chapter of Moms Demand Action and myself in support of HB 4472. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live in Houston and I have 2 young girls in elementary school. As parents, we're constantly bombarded with information on how to keep our kids safe. There's car seat checks, stranger danger, plenty of other things I could remind you of. The one thing nobody seems to talk about enough is the secure storage of firearms. Firearms are the leading cause of death for children and teens under 18 in America. We need to do everything we can to educate parents and gun owners on how to keep our children safe. Responsible gun ownership is not controversial. Here's some data from the Be Smart for Kids Secure Gun Storage Education Program. 4.6 million children in the U.S. live in a household with at least one loaded, unlocked gun. Every year, 350 children under the age of 18 in America gain access to a firearm and unintentionally shoot themselves or someone else. More than 700 children living in America die by gun suicide every year. 3/4 of school shooters acquired their firearm from the home of a parent or close relative, like the shooter in Santa Fe. Secure storage can play a crucial role in preventing these tragedies. Outreach on this issue through schools, as proposed by this bill, is important because of the broad reach such an effort would have, and also because parents must be informed about the role they play in preventing school gun violence. Superintendents, principals, and other administrators cannot control what a child has access to outside of school. As adults, we need to be able to discuss gun safety bravely, knowing that children are depending on us to keep them safe. Child gun deaths are not inevitable, and this bill is a crucial step in helping prevent them. I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Ramya Swamy. We have you registered as Ramya Swamy, representing the Brady Campaign to Prevent Gun Violence in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ramya Swamy, and I'm the State Policy Manager for the Brady Campaign to Prevent Gun Violence. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this bill. Brady has been a longtime advocate for safe storage and child access prevention laws. These laws promote responsible gun owning practices by requiring gun owners to keep their firearms out of the reach of others who could use the weapon to deadly effect. They help to prevent tragedies due to unintentional discharges, suicide, and gun theft before they happen by ensuring that firearms can only be accessed and used by their rightful owners. Nearly 70% of student shooters gained access to a lawfully purchased gun from their residence or that of a relative, and 87% of kids know where their parents' guns are kept, and 60% have handled them. Over 80% of teens who commit suicide with a gun used one that belonged to someone in their home, and guns are the third leading cause of death for kids. Unfortunately, COVID-19 pandemic has only exacerbated this problem. Passing comprehensive standards for safety devices and storage of firearms is extremely important. However, we're missing a crucial step when we don't take the time to educate the public, and in particular parents, about the safe storage of firearms. Safe storage education programs have been shown to lead to behavioral changes in the storage practices of parents who have firearms in their homes. This bill would establish a low-cost and efficient way for Texas to take action and save lives by educating parents and guardians about the safe storage and secure storage of firearms. For the reasons stated above, Brady supports this bill. Thank you.
Let the record reflect that Chairman Landgraf is present and Chairman Moody is present. And members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Jenny Olson. We have you registered as Jenny Olson, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thanks. My name is Jenny Olson, and I am here today representing myself in support of HB 4472. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live in San Antonio, and my daughter is a public school teacher in San Antonio as well. This bill would be an important step towards protecting everyone on school campuses. Children in Texas are accessing guns and bringing them to school with alarming frequency. The following is a list of 17 schools in San Antonio and South Texas and their respective school districts that were publicly reported to have had a gun brought on campus by a minor in the current school year of 2022-23. Southside High School, Southside ISD. Churchill High School, Northeast ISD. Schertz Elementary School, Schertz Cibolo Universal City ISD. Bandera Middle School, Bandera ISD. Legacy of Educational Excellence High School, Northeast ISD. Roosevelt High School, Northeast ISD. Callison Elementary School, Northeast ISD. Brennan High School, Northside ISD. Burbank High School, San Antonio ISD. Moody High School, Corpus Christi ISD. Los Encinos Elementary School, Corpus Christi ISD. John F. Kennedy Elementary School, West Oso ISD. Cal Allen High School, Cal Allen ISD. Hamlin Middle School, Corpus Christi ISD. Todd Middle School, Donna ISD. Rio Hondo High School, Rio Hondo ISD. Rio Grande City High School, Rio Grande City Consolidated ISD. Please support this bill to raise awareness about secure firearm storage so that in 2 years I don't have to return to read another long list like this one. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Elizabeth Wyatt. We have you registered as Elizabeth Wyatt, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Please.
That's correct. Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Wyatt, and I am representing myself in support of HB 4472. I'm a mom to two wonderful kiddos who attend public elementary school, and I worry about them every day. The shooting in Uvalde caused me to wake up and get involved in gun violence prevention. Through volunteering and surrounding myself with people who are committed to this work, I realized just how much worse the problem was than I knew. I started hearing about case after case of schools across Texas going on lockdown because a student had a gun. These weren't active shooter situations, rather, they were firearms in backpacks and in waistbands, on buses and in cars in the parking lot. From 4-year-olds to 18-year-olds, kids are bringing guns to school. I wondered, how is this not making the news? How is no one talking about this? So I started to track them. The spreadsheet I've provided to you contains 65 instances where a child has brought a gun onto school grounds so far this school year. It starts on August 15th, the first day of classes for many schools across Texas. On that day, at Moody High School in Corpus Christi, 2 students brought guns to school. They were apprehended by police and the firearms confiscated. What follows are 64 additional incidents occurring in just 36 weeks of school. According to Everytown, in incidents of gunfire on school grounds, up to 80% of shooters under 18 obtained the guns they used from their home or the homes of relatives or friends. Educating people on secure gun storage is a critical component to keeping guns out of the hands of children. Thank you for your time.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Yep, Chairman Moody.
Okay, the data that you provided to us, these will be instances in which a weapon was actually located, not just reported.
That's exactly right. So the weapon was actually found on a child's body or in a backpack or in a car.
And so we can, and obviously, an enormous amount more where maybe there's reported or something else that creates, can create a similar lockdown on a campus, but then we don't actually, the facts don't bear that out. But these are limited to the ones where we actually have the weapon found located on a student or someone else that's their former student. That's what you've given us here today. Is that right?
That's exactly right. And what I have seen from my research is that oftentimes it's a parent or a guardian who receives notification from the school, just letting parents know, this has occurred on our campus today. And it's a parent turning that notification into a news outlet, and that's what makes it hit the news. So I've only been able to find those instances. I know of other cases that I've heard from friends, of course, where it's never made the news, but these are just the ones that you can find using Google.
Verifiable, that you've been able to track down this
That's right.
year.
All the sources are linked here.
Thank you for doing that.
Sure.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Lori Haas. Lori Haas. We have Lori Haas registered testifying, representing herself in favor of the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls David Dunn. We have you registered as David Dunn, representing Texas Gun Sense in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Excuse me. Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name's David Dunn. I'm on the board of Texas Gun Sense. I'm a gun owner. I'm also the president of the Wayside School Board, which is a small charter school network here in Austin. We believe in Texas Gun Sense, again, we are in favor of HB 4472. We want to thank Chairman Dutton for bringing this important legislation. And it's critical that safe gun storage information gets in the hands of parents. You've heard some of the statistics. I won't repeat that. To Ms. Godwin's point, earlier, DPS is already providing this information. They've already developed this information. This legislation would simply require that they provide that to schools and charter schools so we can get that in the hands of parents. It's important to note that parents, the most effective way to provide information to parents, the most trusted source is their school. That's where their child goes to school every day. It's, they establish a trusting relationship, and so we think it's important that the schools participate in providing this information. Someone mentioned the Santa Fe shooter accessed guns from family. Just this year, a 6-year-old in Virginia accessed his mother's gun and shot his teacher. So we think this is critical legislation, and Texas Gun Sense strongly supports.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Turnout calls Heather Kennedy. We have you registered as Heather Kennedy, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Heather Kennedy. I'm here representing myself in support of HB 4472. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I live in Dripping Springs and have 2 teenage boys in private school. I'm concerned for their safety because of the frequency with which children in Texas are accessing guns and bringing them to school. The following is a list of 17 schools in North Texas and their respective school districts that were publicly reported to have had a gun brought on campus by a minor in the current school year 2022-23. Tyler High School, Tyler ISD. Gunn Junior High, Arlington ISD. Timber Creek High School, Keller ISD. At a football game between Berkner and Lake Highlands High Schools in Richardson ISD. Lucille Collins Middle School, Lake Worth ISD. Rowlett High School, Garland ISD. Hughes Spring High School, Hughes Springs ISD. William Monning Middle School, Fort Worth ISD. Twice. Haltom High School, Birdville ISD. Jefferson High School, Jefferson ISD. Bowie High School, Arlington ISD. Corsicana High School, Corsicana ISD, Texas Middle School, Texarkana ISD, Timberview High School, Mansfield ISD, John W. Carpenter Elementary School, Dallas ISD. A student brought a gun to school and was showing it to other students in the cafeteria when it unintentionally discharged. Lamar High School, Arlington ISD. 1 student was killed and another injured when a fellow student opened fire in the school parking lot. Thomas Jefferson High School, Dallas ISD. A student was shot and injured in the school parking lot. The shot was fired from a vehicle with 2 people in it, one of whom is believed to be a student. Please support this bill to raise awareness about secure firearm storage and help prevent tragedies like these. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Turnout calls Lauren Gamble. We have you registered as Lauren Gamble, representing yourself and Texas Pediatric Society in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Please continue.
Chair Gillen, Vice Chair Johnson, committee members, my name is Dr. Lauren Gamble. I'm a pediatrician here in Austin. I'm testifying today on behalf of the more than 4,800 pediatrician members of the Texas Pediatric Society. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you, Representative Dunton, for authoring this bill. As a pediatrician, all of my work is based on science and evidence-based practice. I do not recommend a treatment or an intervention that is not based on science and evidence. Addressing gun violence is no different. We know that gun violence is the leading cause of death of children in the United States. And we also know that firearm policy saves lives. Safe storage is one of the most important ways that we can protect children from gun violence. 1/3 of all American children live in homes with firearms, and of those households, 43% contain at least one unlocked firearm. In 13% of the households with guns, that gun is stored both unlocked and loaded. We have ample evidence that shows when guns are not stored safely, there is increased risk of suicide, homicide, and unintentional injury for all household members. The fact that so many guns remain improperly stored, despite this data, demonstrates a continued need for education on safe firearm storage. House Bill 4472 is an important step to address this need. We know that education on safe firearm storage changes parental behavior when it comes to gun safety practices. Like counseling on seatbelts or pool safety, counseling on firearm ownership and safe storage practices can help mitigate the risk of death and injury to children. This education can not only be by healthcare providers, this bill would allow another avenue to reach families and potentially save countless lives.
Thank you, Ms. Gamble. Members, are there any questions? Chair now calls Robert Ledecky.
Representing himself.
We show you registered as Robert Ledecky, representing yourself
Texas Doctors
and Texas Doctors.
for social responsibility.
Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility.
Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility, and yourself registered for the bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Proceed.
So I'm a gun owner and a physician. And being a gun owner doesn't stop me from wanting to keep guns away from dangerous people, people that are dangerous to either my family or your family. And to me, this is a very, very good example of exactly that. The one previous testimony, and I have to respectfully disagree. What if I'm the only parent in a school that wants this information, and all the other parents raise hell with the school board, and they don't distribute this information? Well, are you going to deprive me of getting that information because the other people don't want it? I mean, they can throw it away if they want to. Nobody's forcing anybody to read it. So I'd like to close with, life is sacred. Please vote for gun safety.
Thank you, Mr. Ledecky. Members, are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Megan McDonald. We show you registered as Megan McDonald on behalf of yourself, representing yourself and for the bill. Is that correct, Ms. McDonald?
Correct. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Good evening, committee members. Thank you for having us here today. My testimony is going to be short, sweet, and to the point because the folks before me have said what I would like to say about this, about House Bill 4472. So I just want to say that I support expanding education for safe gun storage. I am from Uvalde, Texas, born and raised. I participated in hunter safety education whenever I was 8 years old. I have known how to store a gun safely since I was 8 years old. It makes absolutely no sense to me that there is not a broader requirement for safe gun education in the state of Texas. If half the state has access to the education, why doesn't the other half have access to the education? It's just critical in preventing gun violence. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
McDonald. Does anybody have any questions? Members? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Maggie.
Chair now calls Sarah West. We have you registered as Sarah West, representing Moms Demand Action and yourself. Is that correct?
Yes.
In favor of the bill?
Yes.
Thank you. You may proceed, Sarah.
My name is Sarah West, and I am here today representing myself in support of HB 4472. I live in Austin, and I have 2 children in AISD. On my 9th grader's first day of school last year, the report after the first day of school was, "There's a boy obsessed with guns." I'm deeply concerned about the frequency with which children in Texas are accessing guns and bringing them to school. The following is a list of 10 schools in Central and West Texas and their respective school districts that were publicly reported to have had a gun brought on campus by a minor in the current school year 2022 to 23. This might sound like a repeat. We're covering the whole state. Navarro Early College High School, Austin ISD. Manor Early College High School, Manor ISD. Waco High School, Waco ISD. Caprock High School, Amarillo ISD. On a School Bus in Perryton ISD. Eastwood High School in Isleta ISD. Lubbock Cooper Middle School in Lubbock Cooper ISD. Legacy High School, Midland ISD. Twice. Avondale Elementary School in Amarillo ISD. Several juveniles were fighting at the school park when one pulled out a gun. A 15-year-old boy was shot multiple times and taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. Dalhart Senior High School in Dalhart ISD. 3 students and a child not enrolled in the district were in a vehicle in the school parking lot when a gun was unintentionally discharged. We're not trying to shame the school districts, but we want school administrators, students, and teachers who need all of us to help to create safe school environments. Please support this bill. And thank you for your time. I'm sorry I went
Thank
over.
you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions? Thank you. Chair now calls Michelle Herskowitz. Michelle Herskowitz, we show you registered representing yourself and for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Herskowitz, and I'm here today representing myself in support of HB 4472. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live in Houston, where I raised 2 children in public schools, so I'm deeply concerned about the frequency in which children in Texas are accessing guns and bringing them to school. The following is a list of 18 schools in and around Houston or East Texas and their respective school districts that were publicly reported to have had a gun brought on campus by a minor in the current school year, 2022 to 2023. Kingwood Park High School, Humble ISD. Davila Middle School, Bryan ISD. Crosby High School, Crosby ISD, twice. Cypress Park High School, Cypress Fairbanks ISD. Mission West Elementary School, Fort Bend ISD, Ball High School, Galveston ISD, Palestine Junior High, Palestine ISD, Clear Lake High School, Clear Creek ISD, Navasota Junior High, Navasota ISD, Piney Woods Community Academy, Charter Campus in Lufkin, Texas, Bel Air High School, Houston ISD, Sterling High School, Houston ISD, Leon Sablatura Middle School, Pearland ISD, Spring High School, Spring ISD, Humble Middle School, Humble ISD, Grand Oaks High School, Conroe ISD, Cypress Woods High School, Cypress Fairbanks ISD, Chavez High School, Houston ISD. Please support the bill to raise awareness about secure firearm storage and help make school safety an effort that all adults in the community take part in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herskowitz. Members, are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4472? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Dutton to close on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, thank you and the members for hearing this bill. Let me just, the people who testified against it, one of them said it should be a local issue, and the other one said, well, he didn't know where this would lead. To respond to those, I just want to say this, that a local issue, it would be like us trying to pass a bill that wearing seatbelts was a local issue. So that, you know, if you're in Waco or in El Paso, you could wear a seatbelt, but other places you might not have to do that. And there's one of my friends always says that makes about as much sense as having a section in the pool you can pee in. And when it forms the question of where does it lead, I hope it leads to fewer children getting harmed. Guns are like backpacks that come from parents. And I'll leave you with this. One of the things, as a long-term legislator, you will learn to appreciate is that when we pass a bill during the session and it becomes law, and yet nothing happens, and you spend all that time hearing it and trying to get it passed, and you got it passed, you got it signed by the governor, nothing happened. But in this case, it's just the opposite. If you do nothing on this bill, I hope when you read the paper that some child has used their parents' gun and caused harm to themselves or other people, you'll ask yourself, why didn't we pass House Bill 4472? And I'll leave it with you on that.
Members, are there any questions of Chairman Dutton? Thank you, Chairman. Committee substitute for House Bill 4472 is withdrawn, and at this time, House Bill 4472 will be left pending.
The chair lays out HB 106 and recognizes Representative Bernal to explain the bill. Representative Goodwin will offer a committee substitute. Are there any objections? Chair hears none. Representative Bernal, you may proceed.
Thank you, Committee Chair. The committee sub is just a ledge council draft. I know there's a lot of people waiting to testify on other bills with lots of witnesses, so I'll go very quickly. But I appreciate the opportunity. I also recognize that this bill, and you will see later that this bill is very similar to one by one of your committee members, and I take a lot of pride in thinking the same way as Chairman Moody. This is it. Right now, if someone buys a handgun, the seller, the licensee, sends a notice. If someone buys a handgun and another handgun, or if two or more handguns are bought within 5 business days of each other, a notice is sent to the ATF and to local law enforcement. That's the law now. If more than one rifle is bought within 5 business days of each other, a notice is sent to the ATF, but not to local law enforcement. All this bill does is add local law enforcement. It is a goose and gander bill. Again, very quickly, 2 handguns or more bought within 5 business days of each other, already there is a notice sent to the ATF and to local law enforcement. If 2 rifles or more are bought within 5 business days of each other, there's a notice sent to the ATF, but not local law enforcement. All the bill aims to do, at its core, is add that notice. That is it. I tried to think of something that would not tear us up, would not cause some sort of culture war argument, but I do think would make a point. And I hesitate to say this, but it's true. As you guys know, I represent the urban core of San Antonio. It's very close to Uvalde. They are our neighbors. They wear Spurs caps. And we ask ourselves all the time, and one of the arguments that we use is whether or not our proposed legislation would stop whatever the tragedy of the moment was at the time. We've been having these conversations forever. I am not saying, nor do I know, that this bill would have stopped what happened in Uvalde, but the fact pattern does fit. The Uvalde fact pattern does fit. 2 rifles within 5 business days of each other from the same seller. No notice to local law enforcement. We'd already had previous knowledge of the perpetrator. I'd like you to think on that. Happy to take any questions. Reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions? All right, well, thank you. We'll call you back up.
Okay, we got the order for the people in the,
Oh, okay.
the order we're gonna go in is Richard Hayes, Rick Reiner.
All right, so we have, in this order, we're going to have Richard Hayes, Rick Reinert, Lori,
Michael Belsic,
Tara Mecha,
Stephen Williford,
Wesley Friedel, Darren Lasort, CJ Grisham, Michelle Mostert,
John Lott,
and John Lott.
and then we'll do Elizabeth Hanks.
So who was the first one? And so you are Richard Hayes. You have registered on behalf of yourself, and you're registered against the bill?
That's correct. Thank you, Honorable Chairman, Honorable Committee members. I do believe that this is covered by the ATF Form 3310.4, that is the reporting of multiple firearm sales. We have this also in 27 CFR 487.126A. We have the Congress has specifically said that we're going to clue in the chief law enforcement officer. Sometimes that's the county sheriff, sometimes that's the local police department. They have expanded that for rifles for our border states, so I believe it is covered. My primary concern with this is if it is not flowing through the federal government, they do have kind of strict requirements on how the information is treated after a certain period of time. My concern with this bill is we don't say how our law enforcement is going to be treating this information, and I believe that could be used to facilitate some sort of registry. I don't think that's the author's intent, but that's my concern.
Members, are there any questions? When officers come to a scene of a crime and they ask everyone to see their ID, what do they do with that information?
I mean,
When somebody
if a
comes
police
in-
officer is requesting to see a person's identification,
Well, just when they're doing a report. Police officers have come, there's been something, they're just taking a report, and then they ask to see your ID, or they ask what your name is, so forth and so on. And I'm just curious, what do they do with that information?
I mean, it's going to depend on the circumstances. I mean, police officers can ask all kinds of questions.
Just witnesses.
Oh, just a witness? I mean, it's to identify a witness.
Do they put it in some kind of registry, or do they use that as a means would that come up later against the witness?
In many counties, yes.
It comes up later?
Yes, yeah. We use a Tyler Odyssey system where you can link people. You know, we've had an interaction with this person, they're associated with this case. So, I mean, some counties do that, yes.
Is that a bad thing or a good thing?
It depends.
It depends. All right, thank you.
All right.
Next, we're going to call Rick Reinhardt. We have you registered as Rick Reinhardt on behalf of yourself, and you are registered against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Very good. You may proceed.
First of all, I don't understand the purpose of this bill. I just don't. I'm sorry. But the other thing that concerns me is that how are you going to enforce this? I am an FFL. Okay, this would require me to do more work. It's much easier for me to sell 2 guns or 3 guns at intervals other than 5 days. So I just don't see the purpose of this. Thank you.
Members, any questions? I mean, please. We have to ask questions. We have to do our jobs. We're at work. No questions? Thank you, sir. We'll next call Michael Belsick. We have you registered as Michael Belsick, representing yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
I'd like to start with a rhetorical question. Is it against the law to own more than one firearm? No. What is law enforcement going to do with the information that, oh, this person just bought 2 firearms at a good sale at Bass Pro? What are they going to do with it? So basically, I don't think there's a reason for this. I don't think it solves any problems. That's just day-to-day stuff. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you. We now have, Chair calls Tara Micha. Tara Micha. We had a registered Tara Micha on behalf of the National Rifle Association against the bill, and we will have her listed as testifying against the bill, but not able to testify. Next, we'll call Stephen Williford. Stephen Williford. We had Stephen Williford registered on behalf of himself and Gun Owners of America. He registered against the bill. Well, there he is. All right. Stephen Williford, we have you listed as on behalf of yourself and Gun Owners of America, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
I am against this bill totally.
Thank you.
Why in the world would law enforcement need to know when I bought something that is totally legal? Whether I buy 1 or 2 or 5 for that matter. Right now, I can tell you I have 2 on order. When they come in, I will purchase them. There's no reason that law enforcement should be coming, knocking at my door, checking or putting me on a list for doing something that is totally legal to do. They don't check you up when you buy 5 cars. They don't check you when you do other things that are totally legal. To buy 5 pens to exercise your freedom of speech. Why are they checking my right that is protected by the Second Amendment? Thank you.
Members, any questions? Representative Goodwin?
Sir, I'm curious if you are familiar with the phrase connecting the dots.
I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with the phrase connecting the dots?
Connecting dots is fine, but I'm going to tell you, like I say, are you connecting dots with me? I stopped the shooting at Sutherland Springs, Texas. When a mass shooter came into a church and started murdering people, I used my AR-15 to confront and take a shooter out. Am I a threat?
So I was thinking more in line of an 18-year-old working in a fast food place and telling people that he might shoot somebody, and then buying 2 semi-automatic rifles within days of his 18th birthday. Maybe law enforcement could connect some dots there and ask more questions.
18-year-olds for the very first time that buy guns may have been saving to buy guns for good purposes. We have 18-year-olds to 20-year-olds that are serving in our United States military that are responsible, that we could not have freedom in this country if it weren't for 18 to 20-year-olds.
So the question is simply, it might allow law enforcement to connect some dots and to ask further questions to stop mass shootings.
So then we're guilty until proven innocent? Is that what it is now, that we are to be persecuted because we bought something that's legal? Because we're connecting dots and we've got to be persecuting somebody doing something legal?
So you understand that this information is currently reported to ATF. The only thing that would change is adding rifles. Right now, handguns are reported.
Well, so ATF, the way that yellow form works out is that you fill it out, they do a background check, that stays with the FFL dealer. This is where you're talking about is an illegal registration.
So it's currently done for handguns. The only thing he's changing is adding rifles.
All of them are the same way.
All right, thank you.
Members, are there any other questions? Thank you. Chair now calls Wesley Verdell. We have you registered as Wesley Verdell, representing Gun Owners of America, and we have you registered against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
So my name is Wes Friedel, and I do represent Gun Owners of America. In HB 106, it doesn't make a lot of sense to basically track. Let's say you're an FFL, and now you're told that if somebody buys a rifle from you within a 5-day period, are you going to keep track of every customer that came in on day 1 and then have a track record of that to day 5? Excuse me. You're now asking that FFL to keep a record of everybody that came in, bought from him, and then also have to figure out, did somebody buy that within 5 days? So you're asking for more legwork on him. I do apologize for that. We know it's not uncommon for people to buy more than one firearm at a time, as Mr. Stephen Williford just said. What's going to happen with this is, I have questions, is this going to have to create a new division in the DPS to keep records of these and to monitor them and then to decide who is going to be targeted, I guess, that it is potential suspect. And then we also have concern that this creates a registry. The DPS now would have a registry of everyone that bought more than one firearm at a time. We don't believe that them creating a registry is their right to do so, and we believe that it's our business of what we buy and not the government's. And I'll end with that. Any questions?
Members, any questions?
Roger that. Thank you. We are against the bill, for the record.
Chair now calls Darren Losorti. Have you registered as a part of the National Shooting Sports Foundation? Have you registered against the bill? Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members, I'm Darren Lasort with the National Shooting Sports Foundation. And one theme you are hearing commonly here is, what will law enforcement do with the information? I'm a supporter of law enforcement, always have been, have family members who are in law enforcement. But I'll give you an example of where law enforcement could not be trusted with information they wanted. I lobbied in Wisconsin for concealed carry, and the chiefs of police wanted to have a link to a license plate. So if you had a concealed carry permit, Mr. Chairman, they wanted to have that permit somehow linked in a computer system to your license plate. We did not want them to have that information, and it's because we'd heard certain things. But in this meeting, where there were multiple witnesses, the chiefs of police said two things. They wanted the information because they wanted to have their officers stop a traffic citation, traffic violation, as a felony stop. That's at gunpoint, dragging people out of the car. That can be dangerous. That's just for being a law-abiding concealed carry permit holder. And the other thing they said they wanted the information for is, if there was a shooting in a neighborhood, they wanted to know where to start the investigation. That is an example of abuse of information. And there will be abuses if they have this. So that is a concern. And finally, we as the FFLs, as the gun dealers, are at the front line of trying to stop gun trafficking and straw purchases. We have a partnership with the ATF, and it's called Don't Lie for the Other Guy. We identify where straw purchases are occurring, where gun trafficking might be happening, and we have countless times gone to law enforcement first and notified them of concerns we've had that have ultimately led to investigations and convictions. With that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls C.J. Grisham. Have you registered as C.J. Grisham of Open Carry, Texas, and on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill? Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Yeah, my name is CJ Grisham. I represent Open Carry, Texas. We are against House Bill 106. Quite frankly, it's none of your business. It's none of your business how many guns I own. It's none of the police's business how many guns I buy. It's no one's business. Whether I buy one, whether I buy four, whether I buy 10. It's just none of your business. The federal government already tracks multiple firearm purchases, whether it's a rifle or a pistol. Not just pistols, rifles, or pistols. So this has already been done, and you know, some would say, well, hey, this has already been done at the federal government. You know, why should you care it's happening in Texas? Well, I care it's happening at the federal government too, because it's none of their business either. It is no one's business how many guns I buy for lawful purposes. Period, point blank. I oppose this bill. Open Carry Texas opposes this bill. Let it die a noble death.
Representative Goodwin, you have a connect the dots question again? No? Okay. Okay. I know. Chairman Hollis.
Thank you. So what would you say to the families of Uvalde when you say it's nobody's business who buys and how many guns people buy?
We're not talking about buying guns. We're talking about what they use those guns for. So it's nobody's business who buys a gun. What it's their business for is what those guns are used for.
So you don't think that nobody should have known about an 18-year-old buying two guns?
A legal purchase is a legal purchase. No, nobody knows what anyone's going to use a gun for. What's the point of this? Because this bill, it sends this information to law enforcement. It doesn't tell them what they're supposed to do with it. What are they supposed to do with it? And then, and what good does it do reporting this information after the fact, going back and finding out? I mean, they murdered people. That person murdered those children at that school. How did knowing how many guns he had change the fact that people were murdered. The murder already happened. So going back and just saying, oh, well, hey, we already knew he bought 2 guns, 3 guns, 4 guns, that's not the problem. The problem is the murder.
Well, I understand that, but there was also an indication that he had made some posts before or prior. And my question to you is, if law enforcement would have known he had bought those 2 guns, maybe they could have stopped him before so many people's lives were affected.
So it sounds like a failure of law enforcement not knowing how many guns he bought.
Well, exactly. Isn't that what this bill does? I'm just asking.
I can't believe people think it's funny that murder is something to laugh about.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I've met some of the families from Uvalde,
As have I.
and I have a picture of one of the young boys in my office still. I look at it every day when I turn my computer on, and I am a gun lover, and I don't think anything's funny about it at all.
Thank you. I don't either, sir.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you. The chair now calls Michelle Mostert. We have you as Michelle Mostert representing yourself, and you are against the bill, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me. I'm in agreement with Wes Verdell and Stephen Weatherford with what they testified. And it just, it's just another way of trying to have a gun registry. And I don't think it's any of their business. And then it just leads down the path of if they want to confiscate our guns, they know who has them. So I'm not in agreement with this bill.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, too.
The chair now calls John Lott. We have you registered as John Lott, Crime Prevention, on behalf of Crime Prevention Research Center, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate Representative D'Orazio for inviting me. I'm not going to make any arguments about creating a registry or people having a right to do something. To me, it's simply a fact of what works. I was senior advisor for research and statistics in the Department of Justice. I've been chief economist for the U.S. Sentencing Commission, and I've had academic positions at Stanford, Yale, University of Chicago, and the Wharton Business School. And the point is that this bill adds nothing useful to the process. It's true the ATF gets these notices now, but from my understanding, working in the Department of Justice, they've done absolutely nothing with that information that they've received. They can go and check whether or not somebody legally bought the gun or not, and that's where the process ends. If you have somebody in Uvalde who's making threats, there's rules already in place to go and deal with that. You can have civil commitment if somebody's making threats. If you think that they have mental illness, making threats to kill people is in itself a crime, and you can go and deal with that. That's where you should deal with it directly. Dealing with this ex post adds nothing to what we already have for the 4473s. You already would be able to go back, find the person who bought the gun. There'd be evidence there at the gun store whether they bought multiple guns or not. But the whole point is it's ex post, and that's the only thing that's done with these forms. It's the only thing that the ATF currently does with the forms that are there. And that's all that would happen, as far as I can tell, with the way this bill is written up. The original motivation for the rule, of course, was during the Obama administration, and it had to do with the claim that Mexico was getting a lot of its guns from the United States, which was false. What most people don't know when they're saying that maybe 90% of the guns that were traced, Mexico didn't even try to trace even half the guns that they had. And the ATF only traced half of those. And so what it is it was 90% of the half that was...
Would you wrap it up, please?
And so, basically you're talking about 17% of the Mexican guns were obtained from the United States, not 90%. And that includes guns which are decades old. And they get 13,000 grenades over a 10-year period of time. They're not buying those from U.S. gun stores. Thank you.
Members, any questions? None. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The chair now calls Elizabeth Hanks. We have you registered as Elizabeth Hanks on behalf of Mothers Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, and on behalf of yourself.
Yeah, moms
You-
demand action, but I'll take mothers too.
Moms, sorry,
That's okay.
sorry. Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America, and on behalf of yourself, and you're registered for the bill, is that correct?
That's correct. I'm testifying on behalf of myself for this one.
And yourself, yes, thank you.
In support of HB 106. I just wanted to acknowledge that we're once again talking about a very reasonable bill here that would do a little bit to potentially save some lives in the state of Texas. And we are hearing argument after argument poking sort of the most ridiculous holes in what could possibly go wrong with it. And it's just so frustrating to be a parent sitting in this room and not understand why we can't get some reasonable gun regulations in this state. Since 2015, over 19,000 people have been shot and wounded or killed in a mass shooting in America. In 2022 alone, over 600 people were killed, 90 of them in Texas. Over 2,700 were wounded, 200 of those in Texas. Of course, those are just numbers, but they represent real people. Grandparents, mothers, fathers, children. Tragically, the 19 children and 2 teachers shot at Robb Elementary School are part of these statistics. We've heard already there are people in this room who want to ignore those deaths and these injuries. But decent human beings cannot ignore this level of bloodshed, and we don't have to accept it to be free. Other countries certainly do not. The key thing to stress about this bill is that it in no way infringes on anyone's rights and abilities to buy any legal weapon they choose in whatever quantity they choose. If a person is legally able to buy 10 AR-15s and has $19,000 to spare, they can still go out and legally buy them all at once, even if this bill becomes law. Opponents of this bill are parroting decades-old paranoid refrains that this will create a gun registry. Well, guess what? The federal government has been receiving information on instances of multiple handgun purchases to combat gun trafficking for at least 37 years. There's no gun registry. Information on purchases of multiple rifles could help prevent mass shootings. The Uvalde shooter had dealings with local law enforcement months before the shooting, though he had never been arrested.
Ms. Hanks, if you could.
I'll wrap it up. I urge you to pass HB 106. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you. The chair now call Lori Haas. Lori Haas. Okay. We had Lori Haas registered on behalf of herself.
In favor of the bill.
And she was in favor of the bill, but we'll show her that not testifying. Next, we'll call Lola Estes. Lola Estes. Lola Estes, we have you registered on behalf of Queens of South. Austin.
They asked for my title. I said I'm the Queen of South Austin.
Okay, all right, okay. We'll have you registered on behalf of yourself.
Yes.
And you're for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think that we need to do something to change the way things are happening in this state. And what we're asking for here is very simple and straightforward. It's not going to change anybody's right to buy the guns. It just wants the local officers to be aware if someone has bought 2 within a week. I think that's quite reasonable. I'm not going to repeat what everybody else has said. I'm just here to say that I support keeping track of who's out there buying guns and let the cops know about it so people can keep an eye on the 18-year-old kid who has threatened to harm people.
While you said you're not going to repeat what everybody else said, I do want you, if you could, repeat what you said about what the bill does. You said it's going to do what?
Well,
It's just going to
I think it's
tell
going to
who bought the guns? Or,
to the local officers. Just let the officers know that
but it
some.
doesn't do what? It doesn't stop
It
them
doesn't
from buying?
stop anybody from purchasing 20 guns if they want to. Just asking that the officers are aware that someone locally has done that within a 5-day period, what the law calls for. I support the law.
Okay, thank you. Members, any questions? Okay, thank you. The chair now call Robert Ludecki. I hope I said that right. Dr. Robert Ludecki, we have you registered on behalf of Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility and yourself, and you're registered for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Thank you. You may proceed.
What I wanted to say is that we're spending a huge amount of time debating very small details as a reason for turning down something that is a very reasonable suggestion. If one of my grandkids goes out and buys 2 guns within this amount of time, I want their parents to know. And just notifying ATF isn't going to let their parents know, but if the local law enforcement knows, they're going to call the parents and say, did you know Johnny bought 2 guns last week? And so I don't see any reason for objecting to this, especially when most of it's already being done according to the law, and the only thing that is done in addition on this bill is to notify local law enforcement. I think it is a major mistake not to notify local law enforcement.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you, Dr. Ludecki.
Thank you.
The chair now calls Kelsey Simmons. We have you listed as Kelsey Simmons on behalf of yourself. Yes. And you are registered for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. You may proceed.
I just wanted to make sure I had the chance to speak tonight, so I signed up for several of these. But this is definitely one, along with others that will come later, that I support. So I'm just going to quickly share my story. My name's Kelsey Simmons. My husband and I live outside of Austin. We are gun owners. I am for this bill and several of the other ones coming up. I'm a mother to a 1- and 3-year-old. Being their mom is the greatest joy of my life. I'm going to quickly share a glimpse of how gun violence in our state is affecting me on a daily basis. This morning, before deciding to cancel my clients for the day and do this instead because nothing is more important, I placed a bow on my daughter's head and a Best Brother Ever t-shirt on my 1-year-old to send them off to school. My kids attend a daycare within a local elementary school. I smiled and waved goodbye, and then darkness crept in, and I thought, what if today is the day that senseless gun violence comes knocking on our door? What if today is the day that a person, evil, full of vengeance or misplaced hate, mentally ill, whatever it may be, decides to walk their hallways with a gun more powerful than the responding police are carrying, or any gun for that matter? That person could do so much damage, and the morbid thought of having to identify my baby boy in his Best Brother Ever t-shirt makes me sick with anxiety. This may sound dramatic, but this is the reality and the horrors that parents are facing in today's society. I cannot feel carefree. Every beautiful moment is a little tainted by our current brutal reality. This was the reality for people in Uvalde, Sutherland Springs, Santa Fe, El Paso, and as you know, the list goes on. Parades, movie theaters, schools, churches, grocery stores, birthday parties, no place of innocence is untouched by senseless gun violence. We must do everything we can to prevent further tragedy. Gun violence is preventable. We do not have to accept it as inevitable. Why are we allowing this to continue to shatter lives and rob our joy? We must do anything and everything in our power to pass common sense gun laws like this, like raising the age to buy AR-15, strengthening background checks, and enhancing waiting period protocols. The laws are common sense. Please do this for our precious children. We have to try. To the parents who have lost their children this way, many who are here in this room, still fighting and pleading with you all, we are here with you, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Members, are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
We show Chairman Burrows present. Chair now calls Jason Hester as a resource witness. Members, are there any questions? We have you registered as Jason Hester on behalf of Texas Department of Public Safety, and you're registered on the bill.
Yes, sir. Jason Hester, Assistant Chief, Texas DPS, here as a resource if you have any questions.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair now calls, is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against HB 106? Have you?
Yeah, it's just a standard operating line.
Okay. All right. The chair recognizes Representative Bernal to close on the bill.
Thank you.
Hold on one second, Representative Bernal.
Sure.
We do have your Tara Micha. We do have you registered. I'm sorry, Representative Bernal. She's now here.
Why don't we sit next to each other?
Absolutely. We have you registered as Tara Micha. We have you registered on behalf of the National Rifle Association, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize. I was on delay on my phone, so I missed my earlier window of opportunity to testify. But I did want to answer Representative Harless's question about, or you had a question about 18-year-olds purchasing multiple firearms. Under the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which passed last year in Congress, anytime an 18, 19, or 20-year-old purchases even one firearm, local law enforcement is notified. I believe it's the law enforcement in the jurisdiction where the person, the 18, 19, or 20-year-old lives, or where the purchase took place, or perhaps both. But local law enforcement is notified in all those cases as a result of that act. Our concerns with House Bill 106, requiring firearm retailers to compile and provide firearm transaction data on multiple purchases to state or local law enforcement. The bill outlines no stated purpose for this data collection. The legislation provides few limitations on what the government may do with this data. It contains no penalties for the misuse or release of the data, and it does not require destruction of the data in a timely manner. As a point of comparison, federal authorities must destroy any records involved in a lawful transaction that is run through the National Instant Check System within 24 hours of the purchase taking place. You may not know this, under the NICS Denial Notification Act of 2022, the Attorney General is required to report all background check denials. These are people that are not allowed to purchase a firearm, with identifying information about the denied purchaser to state authorities, and FBI reports that information on denials to local authorities. At least it could be argued that if somebody unlawfully attempts to purchase a firearm, there could be some nexus to a criminal investigation. On the other hand, it's difficult to identify a legitimate criminal investigation purpose in requiring data on lawful purchasers to be reported.
Members, are any questions? Chairman Harless?
Can you give me that date again when that was made to where they got to report the 18, 19, and 20-year-olds?
That was passed as part of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act in the summer of 2022.
Okay.
So I believe that provision went into effect immediately. Thank you. I apologize.
Did we do,
Yeah.
is there anybody else wishing to testify? No. Sure we did? All right, Chair recognizes Representative Bernal to close.
Thank you, Chair, members. Thank you for your time and patience. Again, we already do this for handguns. This is not new. And we already do this, we already send the information to the ATF for rifles. The only thing we don't do is a notice to local law enforcement for rifles. I don't know what is so special about rifles relative to handguns. I'm happy to talk about what local law enforcement does with the data, how it's kept, whether it's secure, with anyone who's willing to talk to me before today, which has at this point been no one. So we can do that. I will say this, though. I have a daughter who's a kindergartner in San Antonio, and she's already being taught how to hide and where to go and what to listen for and who she should and shouldn't let into the classroom and which parts of the classroom are safe and not safe. And I think that her right to live a freer, less anxiety-inducing life is just as important as someone's right to bear arms, which I recognize and support. I don't think, though, that we can look at that instance, which pales in comparison to the experience of many of the people sitting behind me, and literally do nothing. It is unacceptable for us not to try. And here we have something that is literally a goose and gander provision. We already do all of this for handguns. All I am saying is we should do this for rifles as well. We do half of it for rifles. We're just closing that small gap, closing that small loophole. That's all this is. And honestly, I am embarrassed at how soft this bill is. It is not an aggressive bill at all. It is not the bill I wanted to file. It is the bill I filed because I thought maybe it had an inkling of a chance. And I really appreciate the fact that we had a hearing on all of these, on both sides. It's important to have this conversation in the daylight. Chairman, happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions?
All right, I close.
Thank you. All right. Committee substitute to House Bill 106 is withdrawn, and House Bill 106 is left pending. Chair now lays out House Bill 3138 and recognizes Representative Isaac to explain the measure. Chairman Burrows offers up committee substitute. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Chair recognizes Representative Isaac to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Chairman, members. I have a committee, oh, you said the committee sub, okay, sorry. House Bill 3138 provides that Texas will recognize any valid license to carry for any other state. Allows the governor to enter into a reciprocal agreement with another state in order to recognize Texas' license in the state. Requires DPS to continuously update their website with information about which state recognizes Texas' license. A few facts: Texas already recognizes 34 other states carry license. 20 states currently provide universal recognition of all other states carry license and is being proposed here in the committee substitute, House Bill 3138. Texas allows non-residents to carry handguns in Texas without a license under the permitless carry statute. So House Bill 3138 would just grant the same ability to license holders from other states. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a witness, and who I know will be brief, and I would like to reserve the right to close.
Members, any questions? We'll get you back up when we're done. Chair now calls, let's see, and so for y'all to be getting ready. Okay, we're going to start with Ramya Swamy, and then we're going to go with Lori Haas, and then Jake Wilson, Richard Hayes, Rick Reinhardt, Michael Belsick, Tara Micha, Wesley Verdell, C.J. Grisham, Michelle Mostert. And so going back, Chair now calls Ramya Swamy. Ramya Swamy. Okay, we have Ramya Swamy, registered representing Brady Campaign to Prevent Gun Violence, testifying against the bill. but did not testify, is what we're going to switch it to here. Okay, chair now calls Lori Haas. Lori Haas. We have Lori Haas representing herself, testifying against the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Jake Wilson. We have you down as Jake Wilson representing yourself for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Please proceed.
Chairman Guillen, thank you so much for hosting these hearings on all these bills. We're going to have a great discussion tonight. Later on, if I'm able to testify, I may say some things that neither side fully agrees with, but starting out on a positive note, I support this bill, House Bill 3138. It's important for law-abiding, responsible adults to be able to own weapons necessary for self-defense. And this bill just keeps the background check requirement for that in place, and it just cuts through it just removes a requirement for negotiation. And I support this bill. Thank you very much.
Any questions, members? All right. Chair now calls Richard Hayes. We have you down as Richard Hayes, representing yourself in favor of the bill.
That's correct. Thank you, Honorable Chairman, committee members. Richard Hayes, attorney and partner at Walker and Taylor, Houston, Texas. For HB 3138, this doesn't just benefit out-of-staters. This does benefit Texans. We have kind of rapidly developing gun laws in the United States in the wake of the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association v. Bruin case. And as a result, I think it's going to create somewhat of a burden on the DPS to keep up with this and decide who we're going to recognize and not recognize. So I think this removes that burden. The other thing that, and where it benefits Texans primarily, is we have a handful of states that will only, that Texas, they won't recognize a Texas license unless we recognize their license. So by saying, hey, we're going to recognize everybody, universal recognition of, like we heard, 27 states already do that, we avoid that problem and we get the Texas license recognized more widely. And that's all I have.
Members, any questions? All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Chair now calls.
I think.
Well, I'm going to
author
the bill.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Chair now calls Rick Reinhardt. We have you down as Rick Reinhardt, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
First of all, I am an LTC licensed carrier in 2 states, Arizona and Texas. And I think it goes without question that LTC individuals are some of the safest, most responsible gun owners that there are. They all go through extensive background checks. They, all of them fill out this form from the Department of Justice. They have a background check. They are fingerprinted in all states, and they have to give, in most cases, not in all states, but in most cases, you have to have a certified photograph of yourself too. So for that reason, I support this bill because it's good for Texas. And these are very responsible, law-abiding individuals.
All right. Members, any questions? Yes, Vice Chair Johnson.
So let me get this straight. Are you saying that everybody should be a LTC, should have an LTC?
No, I didn't say that at all.
I thought that's what you said. They're the most.
No.
You said they're the most responsible gun owners.
Yes.
That are out there.
Yes.
So those that don't have the license are not that.
I'm not saying that either.
Okay, I'm just trying to clear it up. You said.
No, what I said was that this group, I'm not talking about any other group, this law is about this group. And this group of gun owners are some of the most responsible gun owners available.
You said it again.
What?
Nothing.
Okay.
Members, any other questions? All right, Representative Goodwin.
Yes.
So they are the most responsible, but can you tell me what percent of LTC holders are the most responsible? What percent?
Percentage? I can't tell you a percentage of those gun holders. I'm just telling you, as a group, they are some of the most responsible gun owners there are. And statistics will back that up. I can get that for you. I don't have it with me.
Well, would it surprise you to know that there are roughly 6,000 of them who've had their LTCs revoked or suspended because of a criminal charge?
That is a small percentage. I said that group as a whole are extremely responsible.
6,000 people isn't that small when it comes to one person in a mass shooting can kill quite a few at one time.
6,000 out of hundreds of thousands is a very small percentage.
Thank you.
Any other questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Michael Belsick. Hey, and members, just for scheduling purposes, after this bill, we've got a few more witnesses on this one, and then we're going to go to the Tracy King bill, and then the Kane, Moody, and Goodwin bills after the Tracy King bill. We have you down as Michael Belsick, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please.
I am all for reciprocity with other states. I'd also like to take a moment to address some things that we've been discussing. Due to the actions of many, gun safety has become a very emotional topic. I understand that. I'm a grandfather, and when my kids go to school, I want to be concerned about them. But I'd also like to connect some dots for you. That I grew up in the 50s and 60s. Guns back then, basically the same as today. You know, revolvers, semi-automatics, no significant difference. The number of guns per capita was about the same as today. And here again, not a big difference. But we see a lot of gun violence today that did not exist way back in the 50s and 60s. So I asked the question of connecting dots, why? What is different if guns and number of guns is not different? It's people. That's the only thing that's left. People have changed. And as we try to focus on this gun, that gun, we're not dealing at all with the people that are causing the problem. And that's all I am asking you to consider in the scheme of things, because I suspect that potentially if you passed everything that I am against today, I bet you next session there will be more bills out there trying to solve a problem, because we're not going after the root cause. And with that, thank you.
Members, any questions?
I have a comment.
Yep. Chairman King.
Thank you, Mr. Belsick, for coming once again. You're absolutely right. I believe people have changed. The world changes, and policies need to change to reflect those changes.
Okay.
And there's a lot of ways we work on it. We work on trying to make people better people, but we also have to recognize the real world we live in, or else we're just sticking our head in the sand. So that's my comment. Thank you.
I just haven't heard any bills that is actually going after what I consider the root cause, or the people. We go after the instruments, and that's all.
Well, if you go to the Public Health Committee or some of those other committees, you will hear those sort of bills ad nauseum.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Let the record reflect that Representative Bowers is present. Vice Chair Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Did you register against
The
the mental health bill?
I'm for.
You registered against the mental health bill? You said...
No.
You registered against the mental health bill?
No, which bill was that? I mean...
House Bill 3271, it dealt with mental health and having guns taken. You registered against House
yes.
Bill 236.
Only 'cause-
236, House Bill 533. You registered against.
Yes.
Okay. You registered against, but you said the problem was the people. And when we were trying to address the people, you registered against the bill that tried to deal with the people who you said have the problem with the guns. So I'm confused. What is the problem with these people who are killing our children and our families?
My concern was, and if I recall my correct words, I was concerned about potential overreach. In trying to go after some, you go after many. Many people who are going to be innocent that have no desire to commit violence like that. So I'm for going after the people that are committing the violence and doing that. I'm worried about the overreach where you're going after a broad class of people.
If a police officer pulled you over and asked to search you and you have nothing to hide, would you allow him to search you?
Yes.
If you had something to hide, would you allow him to search you?
Well, I'm an
So if
honest
you're
person,
trying
so
to, when you say the law goes after these small groups of people that are committing the chaos and the death and the destruction, that's exactly what the law is doing. So if you are a law-abiding, gun-toting, legally, doing everything you're supposed to do, this law does not apply to you. It applies to those individuals who seek to hurt people. And the problem is that when people come, they confuse everyone else because they started saying, you're going to take our guns. We're not taking anyone's guns. We're trying to keep guns from the hands of those mental, unstable individuals that can do the harm. But you come up here and then you say, but I'm against the bill to take guns from mentally ill people. And now, so you got me all over the place, man. I'm just trying to get an understanding of what's happening because you have to be consistent so that we as legislators can legislate properly in the right way. But you can't keep going back and flip-flop.
I'm trying to be consistent, sir. My direction is that I was worried about overreach. I'm fine with going after the people that are going to cause problems, but so many things we see today it's an excuse to open a door and go against law-abiding citizens. That is my main concern. And I've admitted that in my previous testimonies.
Members, any other questions? Yes, Representative Troxclair.
Michael, I appreciate you being here. You're my constituent. You are very well versed on these issues. You attend every single one of these committee hearings, and you have always provided feedback in an extremely respectful manner.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your right to do that, as well as everybody else who's here in this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Tara Mecha. Tara Mecha. We have you down as Tara Mecha, representing the National Rifle Association in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
proceed.
NRA supports House Bill 3138 and the committee substitute. Texas already recognizes 43 other state licenses. 20 other states currently provide for universal recognition of other state carry licenses, as is being proposed in House Bill 3138. Texas already allows non-residents to carry here under the authority of the permitless carry law. So this would just bring the carry license reciprocity provisions into line with the permitless carry law that we passed last year. So.
Any questions, members? Thank you. Chair now calls Wesley Verdell. We have you registered as Wesley Verdell, representing the Gun Owners of America in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Continue.
I'd like to thank Representative Isaac for filing this bill. We appreciate it. With what's already been mentioned, for the sake of time, I'll just say that we do support the bill. And we know that those who have a license to carry have a significant lower statistical history of committing a crime, and we don't see a problem that this should be of any concern accepting this, and I hope that you all pass it. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Chair now calls C.J. Grisham. We have you registered as C.J. Grisham, representing yourself in Open Carry, Texas, in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Please continue. CJ Grisham, President Founder of Open Carry Texas, in favor of this bill. Just to reiterate, I just looked up last year's, because I want to make sure I had the right number, from DPS. Every year, DPS publishes a concealed license report, and the conviction rate for a license holder is 0.49%, which is actually down from the year prior, which was 0.61%. The issue with trying to, there was testimony about 6,000 licenses being suspended or revoked. It's a very convenient way to add those two numbers to make a point, because what happens is when someone is just accused of a Class B misdemeanor or higher, it doesn't matter if that Class B misdemeanor is failing to vaccinate your pet or littering more than 5 pounds. If you are arrested and accused of a Class B misdemeanor, your license is suspended. So you have to subtract. I personally have had my license suspended 4 times because I've been falsely arrested 4 times. And then those charges are dropped and I get my license back. So this idea that there's 6,000 out there is a highly inflated number because it doesn't count convictions, which is only 0.49%, according to DPS's own numbers that are right here in front of me. And with that, we support this bill. License holders are incredibly responsible, and that's across the board, not just in Texas.
Any questions, members? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Michelle Mostert. We have you registered as Michelle Mostert, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Please continue.
All right. Thank you again for listening. I'm in favor of this bill for many of the reasons that were previously discussed. And I feel that, if you've got license to carry in another state, why can't it be, universal? I mean, so many other states are doing it. I don't see any harm in doing it. It would be just convenient and nice for other people to be able to do it as well. Thank you.
Any questions, members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Jason Hester, representing the Texas Department of Public Safety, testifying on the bill as a resource witness. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Members, any questions of the resource witness? This Representative Goodwin.
So if someone were coming from another state, this reciprocity means that they would be able to buy a gun using their other state's license to carry. Is that correct?
That would be dependent on the other states meeting the requirements of as an alternative permit check. Currently, only 24 other states other than Texas do meet that requirement.
So in other words, only 24, 25?
25, including Texas, meet the alternative permit for a background check.
So in those 24 states, if they had a license to carry from those states and they came to Texas, they could buy a gun using that? Is that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then if they were to commit a crime, say domestic violence, assault, something along those lines, and then they came to Texas, would there be a way for us to know that that LTC may be in the hands of somebody who has committed an assault?
For the out-of-state licenses, I am not aware of, for an FFL to check that out-of-state license. We do operate one at DPS, a public front-facing one for the Texas LTC, but I am unsure of the other 24 states that are alternative permit status licenses.
So ostensibly, somebody from another state that's committed some crime could come here, and Texas wouldn't know that and could sell them a gun using their out-of-state LTC.
That specific fact pattern could happen depending on a number of factors, including on does that state have a check? Also, does the FFL, they're not required to accept it. An FFL, it can certainly run the NICS check if they like. Some do. They accept the document, but they also run the NICS check, so it would get caught during that. And so there would be a fact pattern where that could happen. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any questions? Got one. Yes, Representative Holland.
Can you buy a handgun out of state?
If you buy a handgun out of state and it comes here, you must pick it up from an FFL.
In Texas?
Yes, sir.
But you
Any-
can't go to another state, buy a handgun, take it with you right then?
I am unsure of the other states' requirements. My only personal.
But in
connection is-
Texas, if you come here and you buy a handgun and you're not from this state, can you take the gun with you right then, or do you have to pick it up from an FFL in the state where you live?
I would have to defer and look that up, sir, with an FFL.
thank you.
I don't want to misspeak on that one.
Okay, you'll get us that information so we can
Yes,
get
sir,
it
I will.
over to the committee members. Any other questions, members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who registered by the deadline who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill, the committee substitute to House Bill 3138? There being, okay, here we got somebody.
I meant to sign up for this somehow. I missed out.
Hold on, let's look you up.
He did register for it, though. He did register.
Okay. We've got you here. So Chair now calls up Stephen Williford, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
I am in favor of the bill. Thank you very much.
Please proceed.
The crime prevention, excuse me, I'm sorry. Center for Crime Prevention has reported now that LTC license holders commit less crimes than law enforcement do. And this is a fact that the people that go out there and they get their LTC nationwide, this is nationwide, are generally law-abiding citizens in almost every way. If we're going to truly have constitutional carry in this state, then I truly believe that we should recognize any LTC or license from any other state. Thank you very much.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who registered by the deadline who wishes to testify on, for, or against the committee substitute to House Bill 3138? There being none, Chair recognizes Representative Isaac to close.
Thank you, members Harless, D'Orazio, and Troxclair for co-authoring this bill. Mr. Chairman and members, I ask for a favorable consideration of this bill, and if there are no further questions, I close.
All right, members, any questions? Yes, Representative Troxclair.
I looked real quick, and it looks to me that you cannot buy a handgun out of state. Is that your understanding as well, Texas license?
I might be misspeaking, but I think you have to have an agreement with the other state. If you have an agreement with the other state, you might be able to, but that would probably be a better question for Tara.
And my understanding from both the NRA and Gun Owners of America is that you cannot buy a pistol in Texas with an out-of-state license.
I believe that's correct.
Thank you.
Representative Goodwin.
So I guess now I'm confused because it sounds like the reciprocity in your mind is that it would not, a license from another state, those 24, you couldn't use that to buy a gun here in Texas?
This bill is mainly so that you can carry your gun legally in Texas. We will recognize your license to carry here in Texas. You can carry it here.
So I guess I'm still confused because I thought we had permitless carry, so why would you need it to carry a gun in Texas?
This is for license to carry people.
But don't
It just
need
brings
a-
it all in line with permitless carry and license to carry. I know it's confusing, but
So if we have permitless carry, you don't need a permit to carry a gun. Are you saying someone who's out of state and is in Texas, maybe visiting or something, carrying a gun, would need their LTC to be legal, to be legally carrying a gun here? Or because we're permitless carry, would they not be able to carry their gun without that?
you can. So this mainly just puts us on the list of being a universal recognition of permitless carry state.
That just
But
doesn't
you
make-
can come in from another state, and because of the laws that y'all passed last session, the permitless carry, you can carry here.
Right. so
Already.
I don't understand why we even need to do this if that,
It just brings, so we have two categories of people who carry guns. We have some that have license and some that don't. And right now in the statute, we do not recognize, we don't have reciprocity for people who have a permit in this state.
one of the benefits, I suppose you might say, of having an LTC in Texas is that you can go into a gun store, you can show your license, and that allows you to skip a background check. So I guess my question and my concern is that should somebody from another state come in to Texas and let's say they have committed assault, domestic violence, they come here, they use their out-of-state LTC to buy a gun here, how would we know? They're able to skip a background check, so it's not running to see if they've committed a crime. All they've done is shown an out-of-state LTC. That concerns me, and I'm just curious if that is something that you understand could happen, and if that concerns you.
This bill addresses your ability to carry in this state.
So it has nothing to do with being able to, but what I'm saying, if it's reciprocal, I would want to know for sure that someone couldn't use that out-of-state license to buy a gun here, and if it's reciprocal, I guess I'm not sure of that.
I'm not advised to answer that
Okay,
question.
thank you.
Members, any other questions? Yes, Representative Trox Claire.
Okay, my understanding is that the more states that Texas recognizes, the more states will recognize Texas. So there's a benefit to this bill, even though we have permitless carry, because Texas will be recognized by more other states. So you're both right in a way. Does that make sense?
And right now, we do have a process where we have to recognize and don't, and so it does clear that out, and, we just recognize it. So it does, I guess, remove red tape and time and energy doing that.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. The committee's substitute to House Bill 3138 is withdrawn, and House Bill 3138 is left pending. Chair now lays out House Bill 2744. Chairman Moody offers up a committee substitute. Are there objections? Chair hears none. Chair now recognizes Chairman King to explain the measure.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, thank you very much for allowing us to present this bill to you this evening. House Bill 2744 is a very narrow, simple, and straightforward raise the age bill. It raises the age from 18 to 21 for any person to legally purchase a semi-automatic rifle that is greater than a .22 caliber and is capable of accepting a detachable magazine. It also contains an exemption for peace officers, members of the armed forces, and anyone who's been honorably discharged from the armed forces. The substitute, which the chairman so graciously laid out, expands this exemption to include, and I want to thank, relevant to a question that Mr. Bernal or something that he mentioned earlier, we got a phone call. I didn't know them. They said they were from the district, and he brought up a concern about if his grandson's out in the pasture, and he wants him to carry an AR with him, then he wanted to be able to do that. And by the very strictest interpretation of the language in the bill, technically, although I can't ever imagine it being a problem, he said it did. But I was glad that he called because it was a legitimate concern. So the substitute expands that exemption to include a temporary loan to a person who is to carry or use a semi-automatic rifle only while in the presence of the transferor, while on the property owned or leased by the transferor, on the premises of a sports shooting range as defined by Section 250.001 of the Local Government Code, and solely for the purposes of shooting targets at the range, or for the purposes of lawful hunting or sporting, or for a lawful recreational activity at a lawful competition involving the use of a firearm. And I appreciate that constituent that made that call because he brought up a legitimate concern. That's what the bill does. Now, all of you that have heard me lay out a bill in these before you before know that I generally lay them out in about 4 words. But we're going to use a few more this time because this is very, very personal to me. My children went to school at Robb Elementary. They just finished college, but they went to school. They went to 4th grade in those same wing or that same building that the shooting took place in. And it's even more personal, obviously, to many of the good people that are in this room sitting behind me today who suffered the ultimate loss. So I'm going to spend a few minutes to give you some perspective on why I filed this bill. Now, I own guns. I've owned them a long time. I don't own nearly as many as Chairman Canales does, who isn't here right now, who probably owns more weapons than anybody else in this room. And he builds additions to his house to house the weapons that he owns. But I got my first gun when I was about 12 years old. My father came to visit my brother and I. We were living with my mother in a trailer house in Alvin, Texas, with no air conditioning, by the way. And he came out for a visit one weekend, and it was one of our birthdays, and we bought a gun. We got a single-shot .22, an Ithaca lever action, that I still have that gun today. And so after that, then I moved out to Carrizo Springs or Ashton, Dimmitt County area to a ranch. Spent the rest of my young years on that ranch, and we obviously had a tremendous amount of guns, and we used them all the time there. So I'm a gun guy, and the last time we had a big campaign, the NRA endorsed me. I have an A rating with the NRA, or I did up until this session, and so we'll see how that goes. And I'll be the first one to tell you that it's very possible that if Representative Goodwin or Representative Bowers or Representative Vice Chair Johnson or Chairman Moody had filed a raise the age bill during the last session of the legislature or the session before, I probably would have voted against it. And I've said that publicly. But at 11:30, más o menos, on May 24th of 2022, everything changed. It changed for me because at about 11:30 in the morning on that day, and I was in Uvalde that day, a shooter walked into Robb Elementary School, and within about 3 minutes, he shot 38 people. 19 students and 2 teachers died. And that changed my life. It changed everybody in Uvalde's life, and it shattered the lives of 21 families and their family. And so, and then to top it all off, one of the teacher's husbands dies of a heart attack just a couple of days after that from pure grief, if anything else. And the truth is that had House Bill 2744 been the law in the state of Texas 1 year ago, 21 constituents of mine, plus the husband probably, 2 heroic teachers and 19 innocent children would still be alive today. And why do I say that? I say that because that killer had tried to purchase weapons before. We know that now based on all the interviews, and I've seen them all. And the and candidly, I've always believed that if somebody wanted to do that kind of evil, they'd find a way to do it. They'd steal a gun from their parents or from their neighbors, or they'd get an alternative weapon or something like that. And we've seen that in lots of shootings all over the United States and the world, for that matter. But for some reason, this one wanted to buy it illegally. He bought it legally. And but by that I mean to say he asked his sister to buy him a gun. I heard her interview. She told him, I believe she was in the Navy. She said, you don't even know how to fire a weapon. What do you want a gun for? And he asked, I believe it was a neighbor or another relative. So there's been numerous people that turned him down when he tried to buy a gun. So the day after he turned 18 years old, he bought his first one. He would not have been able to legally purchase that weapon if this bill had been law. And I want to single out Chairman Burrows and Chairman Moody for the very selfless work they did after Speaker Phelan asked them to investigate the Robb Elementary shooting and author an interim report. And we've all read that report many, many times, and it is a well done piece of work, and they put a lot of work into it, spent an enormous amount of time on it, and we all should be very, very grateful for that. So thank you, Chairman Moody and Chairman Burrows, for the work you did that. Your staff and you, the Speaker's staff, y'all worked tirelessly in pursuit of truth and transparency and accountability based on facts, and for that I'm very grateful. But one of the things that comes out in that report, in quotes, is that, and I'm going to paraphrase, so it's not really in quotes, as soon as the attacker turned 18 on May 16, 2022, just 1 week before the shooting on May 24, 2022, when he was finally able to purchase guns and ammunition, an online retailer shipped him 1,740 rounds of ammunition to his doorstep at a cost of $1,761.50. He ordered a Daniel Defense weapon, which is a fine AR-15 weapon, that for shipment to a local store, and that cost him $2,054.28. And then on May 17th, the day after he turned 18, he bought a Smith & Wesson AR-15 style weapon at a cost of $1,081.42, which he took delivery of right at very quickly. And then the next day, he returned for 375 rounds of ammunition. All this ammunition was special battle ammunition designed to do the maximum damage. In addition to this, it wasn't on this particular paragraph, he had 60 magazines in his house. 60 magazines, 30 round magazines. He didn't take them all to the school with him. Candidly, we believed that he'd never fired a weapon until he walked in that school. Because they've interviewed people to see if anybody took him out to shoot. He didn't know how to drive. So he'd never fired a weapon until he went in there. Of course, you can learn anything on YouTube nowadays, and I'm sure that's where he learned it, plus playing all of the war games that he was probably playing. And so that all happened within a couple of days of him turning 18, and then a week later, he walks into Robb Elementary. And again, I want to say that in this case, ladies and gentlemen, had House Bill 2744 been the law in the state of Texas, that attacker would not have been able to buy that weapon. And we'd have 21 people alive today, plus the husband of my constituents would be alive today. So members, and you're going to hear people say, and I've heard them say, and I've gotten a few letters, and I have to say that the vast majority of the people have been very, very kind that have talked to me. I've talked to NRA members. I've talked to people that are farmers and ranchers. They got as many guns as I do almost, and they say, this isn't that much, Tracy. This isn't that much to ask. And God bless those families. They could be asking for so much more, but this is all they're asking you for. And so I appreciate that. And they're going to say, and I've read, and people said, only 5% of the weapons used in mass shootings are AR-15s or AKs or, semi-automatic rifles with detachable cartridges. And, if you look at the entire history of mass shootings that we have over 40 or 50 years, that's true. But if you look at the history of the mass shootings that have been done in the United States of America in the last 10 years, well over 2/3 of them are done with this type of weapon. Maybe even close to 80%. I haven't seen the exact numbers, but I've seen those numbers. So you know what they say about statistics. You know, it depends on how you want to look at them. So in recent history, as times have changed and people have changed, as we talked about earlier, this has become the weapon of choice. So I call this bill 21 for 21. For the 21 souls we lost in Uvalde, let's raise the age to 21 for the purchase of these weapons that took those innocent lives. I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have and would respectfully request the opportunity to close.
Members, any questions? Chairman Moody.
I don't have a question, but Chairman King, I want to let you know that I appreciate you fighting for this bill. And I can't overstate how much respect I have for you after seeing you stand up for Uvalde again and again in the wake of this tragedy. They are lucky to have you, and so are we. I keep coming back to the idea of time. Time sits over everything that happened before, during, and after the attack. The time before is where it could have easily been stopped before it began. You had an attacker who our laws worked to stop until they didn't stand in the way anymore. He tried at least twice to get guns and ammo before he was 18, and he couldn't, like you said. And like you said, if your bill was law then, the shooting wouldn't have happened. And I want to say that again for anyone who doesn't understand what's at stake here. It's not a maybe. It's not a could have. I'm telling you, as one of the people who investigated the shooting, that if Chairman King's bill had been the law, those kids would be alive today, period. Because it wasn't, we came down to minutes and seconds where small things like officers being on scene sooner or a locked door keeping the attacker outside just slightly longer could have changed everything. Instead, he's the one that changed everything. One 18-year-old kid who'd never fired a rifle before in his life destroyed a community. I don't think people who haven't walked the halls of that school and talked to the people in Uvalde can really understand that. For those parents and families, the world ended that day. The way time sits over them is a memory of when things made sense. It was the very end of the school year, and families had just been at school for awards. They left their kids there, alive and safe. Many of them watching Disney movies as an end-of-year treat. And just enjoying being kids. And then that school was transformed in a way that I don't really know how to put into words. I remember standing in that hallway with kids' art hung up that was interrupted by holes the size of my fist blown through the walls. There were bullet holes through the TV the kids were watching that day, and desks turned over as makeshift shields. In a classroom like any other, anywhere in the state, where you or I or any of us would send our kids, that was a mass grave for the tiny bodies of kids who died screaming as they held on to one another. That's a place that shouldn't exist. But it does, because we let that happen through our policies. I keep thinking of the Uvalde family that had a headstone delivered on their daughter's birthday. We let that happen. I keep thinking of bloody shoes and shredded clothing being shown to families to identify their kids. We let that happen. I keep thinking about the scope of something so unimaginable that the response has been to plan to demolish the school entirely. We let that happen. For the Uvalde families, time will never be the same. There was a world before we let all that happen, and then the nightmare after. I'm going to tell you something that hasn't really been shared outside of those who investigated the shooting. In the classroom where the shooter tore those kids apart is a whiteboard. On one side of that whiteboard was a banner that said "Lovebirds" and had the names of some of these innocent kids who were dating. It listed 4 puppy love couples. 3 of those pairs included kids who were murdered in that classroom that very day. The other side of what that whiteboard had was empty. However, the attacker scooped up the blood of his victims and smeared it into a disgusting message there. What he wrote in innocent blood right next to that Lovebirds banner was the phrase LOL. Laughing out loud. That's what he thought of. That's what he thought of about what he'd done. His message to us wasn't anger or hatred, just something flippant. He celebrated that he could do what he did. That's his critique of us because we let this happen. And to come back to time, what strikes me is how much time we've wasted. I stood on the House floor last session and talked about the massacre in El Paso. I told everyone then that this was coming to their town. And I'm sorry to say that it did. And it will. This is going to happen again and again if we choose to let it. We can't waste more time doing nothing. I'm not trying to say, and I know you're not trying to say, that we can stop every mass shooting. It's an impossibility. But when are we going to have the courage to take the smallest of steps? Why are we leaving it to school children to be brave? They have to face bullets. The least we can do is face the NRA. I don't want to see anyone's rights interfered with, but saying you need to be 21 to put your hands on firepower overwhelming enough to keep hundreds of officers cowering behind cover for an hour and a half isn't that. We're not talking about some crazy gun grab here. And once again, the cost is very real. When we don't make reasonable, common sense choices like this, we're trading kids' lives for them. Not a hypothetical, actual lives. If that's the trade we want to make in this body, then we should start saluting our brave students dying for us the same way we salute our brave soldiers. But you'll never in a million years convince me that there's some benefit to an 18-year-old having an AR-15 that justifies a classroom full of dead kids. We can't let this happen. The time for us to be bold and do the right thing is now. Chairman King, I am eager and ready and willing to vote for your bill, and I'm just sorry as hell that this is how you had to bring it to us. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? All right, Chairman, we'll of course move to testimony and have you back up here to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's so much more I could say, but it'll come out in all the questions, and I'll get the last word.
Yes, Representative Bowers.
Chairman King, I know you've already gotten up and moved from the seat, but I just want to thank you for your service during this time especially, and I want to say that you know that you were in our prayers, and we were standing in the gaps as we watched you so bravely stand up for your constituents and the families, and we have continued.
I meant to say there was a number of y'all that came down there, and I'm grateful for the presence of so many of you that came.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to start. The first 10 or so will be Kimberly Rubio, Veronica Mata, Javier Cázares, Mark Barden, Nikki Cross, Brett Cross, Angel Garza, Berlinda Ariola, Jacqueline Gonzalez, Christine Zamora, and Ruben Zamora. That'll be the order of the first 10 or so, 10 or 11. And then a little while later, I'll give another 5 or 10 so that the folks over in the other room can be ready. Chair now calls Kimberly Rubio. We have you registered as Kimberly Rubio, testifying, representing yourself in favor of the bill.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, please continue.
My name is Kimberly Rubio. I am the mother of Lexi Rubio, the victim of the Robb Elementary shooting in Uvalde. This is my husband, Felix, and Lexi's father. I arrived here today at 8 a.m. And as we waited more than 13 hours, I'm reminded of May 24th, 2022, when we waited hours to be told our daughter would never come home. I expressed confusion then, and I'm perplexed now. Did you think we would go home? Chairman King, thank you for filing the bill and for everything you've done for the families in our community. Chairman Ian, thank you for giving the bill a hearing. Every day since May 24th, 2022, I replay alternate scenarios in my head. Scenarios in which Lexi is still with us today. What if I'd kept her in the district's dual language program? And she would have been at Anthon Elementary that day. What if she'd caught a stomach bug that week instead of the previous? And she'd have been homesick. What if I'd taken her home after the 10:30 a.m. award ceremony? Then she'd have been safe and sound at my great-grandma's house. Standing before you today, I wonder if on May 24th, you watched coverage of Uvalde unfold and wondered what you could have done to prevent this tragedy. Did you look at images of children running for their lives and think, what if we had enacted stricter gun laws? Did you consider the children still inside? Those, like our daughter, who would never emerge? Did you imagine what it would feel like to bury your child? Sit with that image as we do, because only when you imagine will you, as Texas lawmakers, take necessary action, including voting for House Bill 2744. Had this bill been the law in the state of Texas 1 year ago, the gunman would not have been able to purchase the semi-automatic weapon he used to murder our daughter and 20 others 8 days after his 18th birthday. It's too late for us. No action you take will bring back our daughter. But you do have the opportunity to honor Lexi's life and legacy by voting for House Bill 2744. Which will make our community safer and save lives. Mr. Chairman, to conclude, I have one ask of you in this committee. Allow this committee to vote on House Bill 2744. I have hope that collectively you will have the will, the courage, the judgment, and the strength to do what is just and right. Our hearts may be broken, but our resolve has never been stronger. 21 for 21, let's raise the age.
Members, any questions? Representative Bowers? No? All right, thank you. The chair now calls Veronica Mata. We have you registered as Veronica Mata, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please continue.
Good evening. My name is Veronica Mata, and I am Tessa's mom. Today, my husband Jerry and our oldest daughter Faith are here to speak on behalf of Tess. Unfortunately, Tess can no longer be here to speak for herself. After losing her life in her 4th grade classroom at 10 years old. Tess was our spontaneous and loving little diva. She loved making TikToks, playing softball, and gymnastics. Although Tess didn't get to see her Houston Astros win the World Series, she loved them and Jose Altuve. And the one person Tess loved most in this world was her older sister, Faith, who she wanted to be just like. As parents, it is our responsibility to protect our children. As representatives, it is your responsibility to protect your communities and state. We both failed to protect what is important. And just to be clear, that is our children. I failed as a parent for not protecting my daughter that day. And you, representatives, are failing these communities in our state by choosing to use your own beliefs and personal gains to continue to make mistakes. You see, if the age limit would have been 21, my daughter, 18 of her friends, and 2 of her teachers would still be alive today. When constituents vote you in, they vote you in to be their voice, not for you to put your beliefs first. I can almost guarantee you that those of you that are against raising the age from 18 to 21 have not gone and asked your constituents what they think because you choose your political position to benefit yourself. The representatives that are against raising the age from 18 to 21 are clearly over the age of 21, so this bill would not affect you from obtaining this weapon. A weapon that over 376 law enforcement officers were afraid of in Uvalde. You are choosing to protect the NRA and not your people. For those of you that met with my family and several other families, we thank you for listening. That is what good representatives do. They sit and they listen to their constituents. Although they might not agree with us, but they know that as a representative, their job is to represent the people, not to represent themselves. So I leave you with one thing. Tess didn't have a choice in life or death, but you as leaders have a choice of what my daughter's life will be remembered for. Will she die in vain, or will her life have saved another child, maybe your child? 18 to 21 isn't much to ask. As a grieving mother, I'm begging you to please hear me out and don't let my daughter's murder mean nothing to you. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair now calls Javier Cázares. We have you registered as Javier Cázares, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
My name is Javier Cáceres, from Valley, Texas. My daughter is Jackie Cáceres. I go back to the day, the first day seeing my daughter in her little white dress laying in that coffin, and begin to wonder what might be right through her mind, in her voice. I'm confused. Why all the sadness in my family's faces and the continuous crying of others as they pass me one by one? What did I do wrong? I try to tell everyone that I'm okay. I raise my voice louder and louder, but no response. Why can't anyone hear me? Is it because of the loud noises that came into my classroom? Or is it the long beep? The long beep coming from the heart monitor. My baby girl was full of life and love. She never learned how to ride her bike. Never made it to the 5th grade. Will never experience her 15th birthday, prom, graduation from high school, college, and becoming a vet, visiting Paris, or even falling in love because she was taken by being brutally murdered at 9 years old, along with her 18 classmates and 2 teachers, but an 18-year-old gunman. We're here to support HB 2744 and raising the age from 18 to 21 to purchase an assault rifle. I believe many Texans, that this will have some type of effect in stopping future mass shootings. We're not here to take anyone's guns away. That's far from the truth. I'm a gun owner. I believe in the Second Amendment right. I'm a concealed carrier. So, again, we're not here for that. All we are asking is for reasonable common gun sense laws. My daughter here next to me was trying to buy super glue at Walmart the other day and was flagged for being under 18. But this kid was able to buy an AR-15 back to back, 1,000 rounds of ammo, bulletproof vest, 60 rounds of mags. I mean, what's wrong with this picture? I don't want you to see what I saw. I saw my 9-year-old daughter draped in a white sheet, cold and alone in an operating room. I saw the wound that took her life. I don't want any of y'all to see that. We need to change these laws. Please have an open mind and please pass this law. Thank you, and be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Questions? Thank you.
Chairman Moody.
I don't have a question on Mr. Casares. I just want to thank you, and also to the other witnesses that came before you. We can't possibly imagine the challenge it is to be here, and it's not lost upon us the amount of waiting that's been done today as well. So we're grateful for you taking the time to be here and sharing a very incredibly challenging and difficult story, because people need to hear it. And
thank you.
And we're grateful for you being here.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Representative Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you so much for staying all day and for, coming to your state capitol to share, this terribly tragic story that we have all been enduring. And I can't imagine what you're going through still. My heart goes out to you and your family and all the families. I want to say again, as Chair Moody said, thank you to all the families that are here and that have already testified. And I just have to say that for some time I have been saying that this is the least that we can do. And thank you, Chairman King, for standing up and filing this bill, and so thank you for coming.
Again, I want to thank you all for that took your time and speaking with us as well. Thank you once more.
Thank you.
Any other questions, members? Thank you, sir. The chair now calls Nikki Cross. We have you registered as Nikki Cross, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please continue.
My son is Uzziah Garcia, and we lost him in the Robb Elementary shooting. I did not prepare a speech for you guys today. I'm just a mom. I'm not even sure which one of you exactly, or sometimes are Democratic or Republican, because I don't care. I just don't want any of you to sit here where I'm sitting. I don't want you to have to identify your child's body based on what he was wearing to school that day. I don't want any more children to hide under their desks in fear. I don't want any more teachers to worry about how they're going to protect several students at once when they're just one person. So I don't come to you as a Democrat or Republican. I just come to you as a mom, as a parent. Enough is enough. Please do something. Do something now. Don't wait until another community has to go through this. Thank you.
You can wait there. Chair now members, any questions? Chair now calls Brett Cross. We have you registered as Brett Cross, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that
Correct.
Please
Yes, sir.
continue.
So, it's been a long day. Everybody got their pillows and blankets. First, I'd like to preface this by saying thank you so much to every member who has met and heard from us. This goes to the ones who refused and turned down our meetings, that wanted to only offer thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. I'm so sick of hearing those three words from our elected officials. While your prayers may have comforted you, they did nothing to absolve our pain. While you may think about May 24th, we live it every single day. While you pray that your children grow up to be healthy and happy, contributing members of society, we pray that our children knew we were doing everything we could to get to them in that school to protect them. Your thoughts and prayers didn't stop an 18-year-old from purchasing 2 high-powered semi-automatic rifles and all of those rounds of ammunition. Your thoughts and prayers didn't stop us from having to bury our children and 2 teachers. Your thoughts and prayers do not help the children that survived, that were injured. Your thoughts and prayers haven't done anything in the 329 days since Uzziah was shot through his stomach, exiting his spine. Your thoughts and prayers are useless unless you have thought and prayed for legislation that you can help enact that could change this. Now, for those that want to argue about the Second Amendment, let me explain. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. How does moving the age from 18 to 21 infringe? Does it infringe on our 13-year-olds' right to purchase these? I mean, why can't 6-year-olds buy them? I'm a gun owner myself, and most logical law-abiding gun owners agree. There's no language in or around the Second Amendment that's state and age. Everybody wants to talk infringement, but you know what was infringed? Uzziah's chance to live a life full of liberty and any chance to pursue happiness. Rights that you enable to be infringed upon by not just every child in Texas, but every adult as well, by not voting this out of committee and getting it heard on the House floor. I think a lot of you will do what is right. And I pray that the ones who have avoided taking our meetings will see that changing the age from 18 to 21 will save lives. Because who knows when you'll be in our shoes. And you will beat yourself up for not doing everything in your power to prevent it from happening to you. Because in this day and age, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Also, because I know we're going to hear this, to the gentlemen who oppose saying, let's connect the dots, we can connect them with Uzi's exit wounds. Your thoughts and prayers are empty. Legislation is not. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Angel Garza. We have you registered as Angel Garza, representing yourself in favor of the bill.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Please continue.
Good evening, members of the committee. I thank you for taking the time. Alongside with me here is my fiance, Kimberly Garcia. We're here today because our 10-year-old daughter, Amory Jo Garza, was shot and killed by an assault rifle. A weapon so powerful, a single bullet was able to enter her lower back and traveled up through her diaphragm, piercing 2 organs and while ripping through her myocardium. It breaks my heart as her father thinking about Amory's little body clutching onto her friend, only wishing that some way she could be with her mommy and daddy. After dropping off Amory that morning, I had no idea that "I love you, Daddy" would be the last words I would ever hear come out of her little mouth. No idea that I would get her sunflower backpack back with bullet holes in it. No idea that the phone Mom and I got her 14 days before on her 10th birthday would be retrieved by her in order to save her friends and teachers. Was it my fault? What could I have done? Why didn't I take her home? What was she thinking? What did she do wrong? Just a few of the many questions that drive you insane in this horrible reality. Do you have any idea what it feels like trying to make sure my 4-year-old son doesn't forget his older sister? How painful it is to think that one day he won't even remember his last moments with her. I think a lot about the reasons other than money why we would allow 18-year-old teenagers to purchase a weapon so powerful. Coming from a country where mental health seems to be such a major concern, what sense does it make to give a child access to that kind of firepower? The human brain doesn't even fully develop until our 20s, including the frontal lobe, which is responsible for decision-making and self-management, being one of the last parts to completely form. We've tried to come up with countless ways to solve this increasingly drastic problem, from beginning with more police, hiring more counseling, to actually arming some of our teachers. All the money being spent on these alternatives could easily make up the loss of profit from raising the age. I've never been into politics. This isn't about red or blue. We all have disagreements, and we all have differences. But I think we can all agree on one thing. America has a serious crisis, and we need to start somewhere to solve this issue. We do everything to protect these guns. Let's just try something to protect our children. That's all I have.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Turnout calls Berlinda Arriola. We have you registered as Berlinda Arriola, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
Good evening, members of the committee. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us tonight. Thank you, Mr. King, for everything that you are doing as well. As a step-grandmother to Amory Jo Garza, I face a double whammy. The gentleman you just spoke to right before is my son. So not only did I lose my granddaughter, but I also lost my son. And seeing him hurt every single day, trying to live life as normal as they can for my grandson. It's just something that just can't. Nobody can imagine. It's hard. It's just one of those boo-boos that mommy can't kiss away. When you lose a child, a grandchild, step-grandchild, in that sense, it takes you to a place. It takes you to a very dark place. We sit here and talk about mental health. What happens in a massacre? It creates more mental problems, more mental health. I've always been the backbone to my family, thinking that I was always the strong one. I can get through anything. Going through that massacre is something that I couldn't deal with. I went to a place that I could not even imagine being.
I'm at that place where I watch all my surroundings. I go to a parade and I'm looking up in the buildings, making sure there's not a shooter up in the buildings. I come here and I'm looking for all the exits, even though there's DPS officers and very well protected. I'm still looking around because I can't even trust law officers. After all, we're scared of that AR. There's no cure for mental health, but gun violence is preventable. Gun violence also creates mental health problems, so it's a never-ending cycle. We have to break this cycle somehow, some way, and raising the age limit is just a start. Everybody goes to the Constitution, but we all know that that Constitution is outdated. I believe that if it could be changed, I'm pretty sure everybody would be trying to change it to update it. It's not for 18-year-olds to have, and the 18-year-olds that have it are in military, are trained to have it. If the FFL doesn't want to do paperwork, then stop selling them. Or better yet, why not just ban them altogether if it's a problem doing paperwork? We need to stop making excuses for these guns. We need to stop letting the NRA control us. I beg of you to please vote for to raise the age limit. Thank you for your time.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair now calls Jacqueline Gonzalez. We have you registered as Jacqueline Gonzalez, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed.
My name is Jacqueline Gonzalez, and I support House Bill 2774. And I live in Uvalde. I'm a licensed professional counselor there. I often wonder why I was there. Why was I in Uvalde? And I'd like to think that y'all all have been appointed in the same way that I have, to be a voice. Because I don't want to be here, and I know it's hard for y'all to hear these stories. It's hard, because it does create a trauma within you. It's hard. But I ask you all to listen to these families and to understand them, and to know that it takes every ounce of courage for them to be here. Every ounce of courage to speak about their children's deaths. It means so much that Representative Moody and Representative King spoke, because I know I only have 2 minutes, and y'all said so much, because it meant so much to me that you spoke about these children's lives and what it meant for them to go to school that day on May 24th. They didn't know they were going to war. They didn't know. Irma Garcia and Eva Mireles, teachers, were human shields to those children. 19 children died. There was 11 that were in that room for 77 minutes. Prisoners of war. We have children that are suffering through prisoners of war, PTSD. Vietnam veterans suffer with that. And I just want you to imagine if you have a child in your life, a niece or a nephew, I want you to imagine how you explain that to them, how they're always looking out the window because he's coming. He's coming. I have children that are afraid in school. They're afraid. And what do we tell them to do? Line up against the wall. Huddle. Be quiet. And meanwhile, they watch the window, wondering, will I be next? It's not fair to them, and they deserve so much better. There is a reason why we need this. We need this age increase, this age limit. It's because there's people that are really suffering with mental illness and they're ready to die. And unfortunately, they don't have the courage to take their own life. So they go in and they pick an AR-15, and all of the pain and anger they have in their hearts, they go out and they inflict it on children, on people, on us. And you know what? Yes, there is a right to bear arms, but these children deserve a right to live. They deserve a right to an education free of war. Free of war. They should not have to worry about that. And I know I'm almost out of time, but I have Uzziah's picture here. And I often look through my own pictures and try to see where my daughter was at 9 or 10. And I imagine what it would be like if my daughter's life was robbed at that time. Their lives were robbed. They can't choose what they're going to be in life. They can't choose if they're going to go and get married or have children. It was robbed. The First Amendment, the Second Amendment right, they don't even have a right to even go do that. These children deserve more, and you are their voice. I ask you to do that today. I know I'm out of time, but when you first started this position, whenever it was, however long ago it was, you chose this because of the injustices in the world. You know that. I know that's why you chose this, because you wanted to fight for people. Be the voice for the unheard children, for the ones that are dead and the ones that are living. They deserve a chance, and we all deserve a chance to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Chair now calls Christina Zamora. We have you registered as Christina Zamora, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Christina Zamora. I am here today to testify in favor of HB 2744 and raising the age for people to be able to buy assault weapons. My daughter is Maya Zamora, and being a mom to her and her brothers is the most important thing in my life. So imagine the devastation and horror learning that a teenager with an assault weapon has just entered your precious child's school and made every parent's nightmare come true. And for what? So many sweet children never made it home that day. Others, like Maya, will never be the same. Their lives, their bodies, their personalities changed forever. That type of horror did not just happen in Uvalde. and we have seen many other mass shootings week after week, and so many of them at the hands of young people, young men with an assault weapon. The power of these weapons to harm and kill so many is a huge responsibility, and one I personally feel is too much for a teenager whose minds are not fully developed and who truly still need and deserve guidance on the big and complicated issues of life. I am a mother of a son in his early 20s, and he is a wonderful young man. But there is no shame in saying that he still needs or turns to his parents for advice and guidance on some issues, and we are happy to provide that support. But not all young people are that lucky and may not have people in their lives to turn to. That's where we as a community, as a state, as a country, need to put some safeguards in place for everyone's sake. Raising the age from 18 to 21 for purchase of these types of assault weapons is common sense and for the common good. What happened to my daughter's beautiful little body and her friends and teachers should never, ever have happened in the first place. And now it's on us to try and keep it from happening again. Please vote to make this important change. In closing, I want to thank Chairman Guillen and the members for scheduling a public hearing on such an important bill for Texas.
Members, any questions? Chair now calls Ruben Zamora. We have you registered as Ruben Zamora, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the committee. My daughter survived, had multiple gunshots. So my name is Ruben Zamora. I'm here today in favor of HB 2744. First and foremost, I am the father of Maya Zamora, the father of 2 sons and a husband. But I'm also a proud American. I'm proud of our rights to vote and proud of the Second Amendment. But I'm here today because America has a problem and we have the ability to help in some way. On May 24th, last year, my then 10-year-old daughter, Maya Zamora, was shot multiple times while she was in school at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. This was supposed to be a safe and happy place for her, but instead turned tragic. The physical injuries and emotional trauma change who she is and who we as a family are. We are all so sorry for the loss that these families had to bear. It's hard for me to speak to y'all. And I have this written down, and I can't anymore. I just know that somehow we need to change something. 18-year-old, my dad was a Vietnam veteran. He taught us to sit down on the wall to make sure you can see your enemy coming. It has changed everything with this going on in right now, even right here today. Like Berlinda said, we got police officers, but you don't feel safe. I was trained when I was a kid to do that. It's changed everything. We're not safe anymore, no matter where you're at. I just hope all of y'all can find that will to do a change, which raising the age from 18 to 21. It was hard for me to be here. I know it's probably hard for you to change that, but we need to do a change because lives are being lost. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Mark Barden. And just for scheduling purposes, for those in the audience and in the other room, after Mark Barden, we're going with Tara Micha, Diana Greenwood, Richard Hayes, Michael Belsick, Charles Wallace, Stephen Williford, Wesley Verdell, C.J. Grisham, Sidney Coffin, Michelle Mostert, Darren Lasorte, and John Loft. Chair now calls Mark Barden. We have you registered as Mark Barden, representing yourself and Sandy Hook Promise in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please continue.
Thank you, Chairman Guion and members of the committee. And thank you to these families of Uvalde. My heart breaks with you and for you. I'm here for you now, and I'll be with you forever. I'm a husband and a father and the CEO and co-founder of Sandy Hook Promise. Sandy Hook Promise is a national nonprofit formed and led by family members whose loved ones were killed in a tragic mass shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School on December 14th, 2012. Like the tragedy at Robb Elementary School, a shooter with a semi-automatic rifle opened fire inside the school. He fired more than 150 rounds, killing 20 children and 6 adults in less than 5 minutes. One of those children was my sweet little Daniel. He was 7 years old. We called him the caretaker of all living things because he looked out for everybody, insects, his classmates, everyone. So given our unique position and insight, Sandy Hook Promise offers this guidance. Focus on prevention, on what is possible, on solutions. There is no one single solution to solve all forms of gun violence, and we must not choose inaction in the name of waiting for that elusive policy. The truth is, it's okay to take small steps. It's okay to want to protect the right to bear arms. And it's also okay to look at laws you already have in place and decide that it's time to refine them. That is what you have before you with Representative King's bill. Thank you, Representative King. House Bill 2744 refines existing law. Increasingly, law-abiding gun owners are making the decision to use the firearms they legally own to commit violence. When they do that, they are also choosing to misuse the policies that have been crafted and voted upon favorably, perhaps by some of you, to facilitate the right of Texans to bear arms. The Uvalde shooter was one of these people. Additionally, young people in particular, including those in lawful possession of firearms, are choosing to commit mass violence. The Uvalde shooter was one of these people as well. Representative King's bill does what is best for the whole. Given that young people between the ages of 18 and 20 are with increasing frequency engaging in gun violence, including mass violence targeting adults and students, what is best for the whole is to delay firearm access to the age of greater maturity. Other industries like alcohol, tobacco, car rental, even credit card companies long ago figured out that this age group engages in risky behavior at such a high rate that they stopped making their products available to them. What is best for the whole is to delay firearm access, and in this case, access to semi-automatic rifles to an age of greater maturity. No one in this room wants gun violence to continue, and none of us should look away from the Uvalde families. What is best for the whole is to advance House Bill 2744. With all due respect, I ask you to please look favorably on House Bill 2744.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Tara Micha. We have you registered as Tara Micha, representing the National Rifle Association, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Please proceed.
Tara Mitch, representative of NRA, opposed to House Bill 2744. I'm a resident of Texas, for those of you that don't know. I don't parachute in from Washington, D.C. Somebody very near and dear to me has been to the site of the mass shootings that were mentioned today. He's been to Sutherland Springs. He's been to El Paso. He's been to Midland, Odessa. He's been to Uvalde. I saw how that impacted him upon returning from those scenes, and I can't imagine what everybody in the audience has gone through, and I'm very sorry for you. I can't imagine the pain that you are going through, as I mentioned, because I saw how it impacted somebody very close to me who went there. NRA we represent 18, 19, and 20-year-olds who are not mass shooters. We defend the Constitution. Realistically, a raise the age bill is likely to be litigated and found unconstitutional. What are proposals that have been enacted or are being considered to address Uvalde? I mentioned earlier in my testimony on another bill, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act that was enacted last summer. It imposes a 3 to 10 day waiting period on all firearm purchases by anybody who's 18, 19, or 20. And there's a local law enforcement notification piece anytime somebody in that age group attempts to purchase a firearm that I also mentioned. There are bills that this committee has heard this session. House Bill 2454 on straw purchases of firearms, making those illegal on the state level. There are record reporting bills for juvenile disqualifying records that would make them ineligible to possess a firearm, requiring those to be reported to DPS and to NICS. Those proposals would withstand constitutional scrutiny. And with that, I'll end my testimony. Thank you.
Members, any questions? We got Chairman Moody.
Your testimony is that this will likely be litigated? This was it, likely be litigated?
Raise the age bills in other states, such as California and Florida. Those are being litigated currently.
Currently. So it would join into that kind of broader legal conversation, but this is crafted in a different fashion, as different exceptions, narrowly tailored. There is no final word from any court on the constitutionality of a provision like this, is there? From the Supreme Court?
Not in the post-Bruin era.
So we don't have that opinion yet?
No, and the cases that are currently being litigated on the Florida and California laws those cases began pre-Bruin.
Okay. So is it not the purview of the legislature to pass laws?
That's what a legislature does.
Yeah, and things are litigated all the time. In fact, sometimes we pass laws for the very purpose of instigating litigation to figure out what the boundaries of constitutionality are. You would agree with me with that?
Yes.
So there's nothing that prevents us from joining that conversation in the legal world about where the boundaries are when it comes to the Second Amendment. What is it that you would have against us joining that conversation? Just because you think it's ultimately going to be overturned?
Because part of our role as an association is to defend the right of law-abiding 18, 19, and 20-year-olds to purchase and own firearms.
Okay. Look, I think it is something that, at least in my time here, we've done time and time again, is pass laws for the very reason of figuring out where the boundaries are. And I tell you what's worth it, to see where the boundaries are so that we can keep people safe and community safe going forward. You mentioned the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act as a solution to these issues. What was the NRA's position on that bill?
No, but what I mentioned was that was something that would withstand constitutional
What was the NRA's
scrutiny.
position on that bill?
We did not support that bill.
Yeah. NRA won't support bipartisan gun safety bill, falls short at every level. That's the comment from the NRA about the thing that you just said is something that we should all be thinking about. So you're against that too?
Well,
organization is
regardless of our position on it, it is the law right now. And as I said, I was outlining legislation that has been passed or considered that would withstand constitutional scrutiny.
But you left out that piece.
It's the law.
You left out the piece about where you all stand on that.
There were different parts of that bill that we opposed. That was a provision that we opposed, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Ginn. Ms. Mecha, thank you for coming to your state capitol, and we really appreciate you coming to every committee hearing that you come and attend, and you testify against certain bills. But are you aware that you can provide written testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, with all due respect to the families of the victims in here, could you not have submitted written testimony of your against and opposition to this bill?
I could have.
With all due respect.
Thank you, ma'am. With all due respect, I do have a right to give oral testimony.
I thanked you already for coming and for submitting your testimony in person. But these people in here have lost family members and are still grieving, are shy of a year from the time their loved ones have left this earth, and you took the time to come in here and sit in front of us, talk to us about a bill your organization didn't even support, and didn't have the decency to just submit your opposition in writing. What is that? What is that? I mean, I know you have a job to do.
With all due respect,
could you not have respected them?
with all due respect, ma'am, I believe we would have been criticized for not showing up.
Who cares? And I'm sorry to say it like that, but who cares what criticism you would have received when these people have lost their loved ones? I don't understand.
Members, any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair now calls Deanna Greenwood. Deanna Greenwood. We have Deanna Greenwood, registered, representing Texas State Rifle Association, testifying against the bill. But we're switching her to did not testify. Chair now calls Michael Belsick. Okay. Michael Belsick. Okay, we have Michael Belsick, registered, testifying for himself against the bill, but we're switching him to did not testify. Chair now calls Richard Hayes. We have you registered as Richard Hayes, representing yourself against the bill.
That's correct.
Correct.
Honorable Chairman, members, I have a lot of the same concerns that the NRA has with regard to the constitutionality and this withstanding constitutional scrutiny. And it is not lost on me, and I appreciate the leadership of this committee, the members of this committee, and I appreciate the testimony of the folks that I've sat here and listened to. I don't want to create false hope in a bill that will ultimately be found unconstitutional. I do think we need to find a solution that will stay permanent. What we have out of the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association v. Bruin case is a very high bar for infringements on the Second Amendment. The presumption is if it's touching the Second Amendment, it's unconstitutional, and the burden is wholly on the government to show, based on the text of the Second Amendment and history as informed by history and tradition, why that would be something that would be regulated at the time of the adoption of the Second Amendment in 1791. Without legislative findings and without, based on historical analysis, this 21-year age prohibition doesn't withstand that scrutiny. And we have recent case law out of the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals in Andrews v. McCraw. We've already had 21-year-old age limits vacated. The two that come to mind under Texas Penal Code 4602, that's our prohibition, general prohibition on carrying in public. With the passage of HB 1927, Texas constitutional carry, that originally outlined someone had to be 21 years of age or older. The court there knocked that down to 18. The next one was in the same case, Government Code 411-172, with regard to eligibility to get a license to carry. That recently also got knocked down from 21 to 18. So I want there to be a solution. Obviously, I want Texas to be a safe place, but I don't think this will withstand that test.
Chairman Harless.
Thank you for being here. And I think it's important to hear from both sides of the story, and I'm sympathetic to it. But educate me on this because you seem really knowledgeable. We say you have to be 21 to drink, smoke, and gamble. So tell me why is it different? 18 to carry an assault rifle or buy an assault rifle?
Sure.
I'm not being critical. I just want to understand the argument.
Sure. So we, as human beings, we own ourselves. We have a fundamental right to defend ourselves. That's a pre-existing right prior to the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is a restraint on the government from infringing on their right to be able to defend ourselves. When we looked at that right at the time that that amendment was adopted, that included 18-year-olds, and the body of the militia was folks around that age. So that's where that comes from.
So when we say somebody's can't smoke, drink, or gamble until they're 21, why do we say that? Is it because they're not mature enough?
There's probably lots of policy reasons, but it's not something that we necessarily see the federal government restrain or the state of Texas restrain from infringing on.
Okay, thank you.
Members.
Yeah, well, I want to clarify the question, make sure I understand. I've always heard from, constitutional lookings, that things that Representative Harless brought up, that those are considered privileges, not rights under the Constitution. I don't know if that's the way that most of the courts have looked at those or not.
It is, and there's a different level, depending on what type of right we're looking at, there are different levels of scrutiny that courts will pay to it. Whether there's a compelling governmental interest, obviously we want to protect lives. That might be given strict scrutiny, narrowly tailored interest, as Representative Moody brought up earlier. I mean, there's lots of things where we narrowly tailor an interest, and this standard just is beyond that. And for that reason, I don't want it to be set up for failure.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Yes, Chairman Moody.
What were the court, you mentioned the two court decisions. Where were the, on an 18 to 21, not congruous to this, but on the age, right? Where did they come from?
So it's Andrews v. McCraw.
No, what court?
So that's out of the Northern District of Texas.
So
in the
we
Fifth
take
Circuit.
direction from the Northern District of Texas, or is that, should that
Yes, under
instruct
federal-
us? That should instruct us what we can and can't pass? That's ultimate arbiter of constitutionality?
Say again?
Is that the ultimate arbiter of constitutionality?
Well, so the state of Texas,
No, I know
based
how-
on
I know
federal
how it works,
supremacy, I mean, we would have to take our lead from the federal government, and they're interpreting a New York, a United States Supreme Court decision, and the Fifth Circuit agreed with them.
But this particular provision has not been litigated fully on that point. You're saying what could be instructive to our deliberations, and
Yes.
I get what you're saying. My point is there are lots of things that we do here. In fact, we have, it may be crazy to lay this out here, we have passed stuff here that we know is against current case law from the United States Supreme Court, but we do it because we think we can test it and turn it. So even when the United States Supreme Court has long settled precedent on something, this body has filed and passed legislation to say, let's see if we can get this turned a different direction. So what I'm saying is, I get that as a lawyer, I understand it, but if the courts are going to strike something down, they're going to. That is their purview. That is the role they play as the judiciary. We get to be laboratories, and I think there's space to narrowly tailor something here. And maybe Chairman King hasn't quite gotten there yet. I think that there is, because you have a bill in Florida that's still being litigated. You know, you have a Republican governor there that signed a raise the age bill in the wake of the Parkland shooting. Hasn't been held unconstitutional as of yet. So why can't we? What is preventing us? Does anything prevent us from entering the fray in that constitutional conversation?
No, there's nothing restraining the legislature from passing that, but
That's it.
But I don't want to get set up for failure. I mean, that's kind of my testimony.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Charles Wallace. We have you registered as Charles Wallace, representing yourself against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Please continue.
First, I want to take the opportunity to thank all of y'all for being members of the legislature. I fully recognize all the sacrifices and the efforts y'all have had to make over the many years that y'all have been in the legislature, and for enduring this marathon today. Anyway, it may surprise you to know there are junior competition shooters in Texas who compete in matches calling for the use of what is termed a service rifle. These days, the service rifle of choice, if one wants to be competitive, is an Armalite type rifle, more commonly known as the AR-15. The need for the use of this service rifle stems from the Department of Defense regulations, which regulate competition in matches that they sanction and host. And these include the national matches held in Ohio every summer, where service rifles are required for most of the matches. Texas is fortunate enough to have a statewide junior rifle team which participates in these competitions under both Department of Defense and National Rifle Association rules. A junior is any person who has not yet turned 21. Historically, there have been individual juniors and junior teams who have taken first place in national competitions. The current Texas Service Rifle champion is 20 years old. This bill, if passed, would prevent many of these juniors from obtaining the rifles they need to compete. Although there would be purchase exemptions for those under 21 who have gotten permission from their parents or a guardian, is kind of retained from the old current law. A person 18 doesn't have a guardian anymore. And some of these people are living independently if they're 18, 19, or 20 years old, and their parents may be dead. So they're in a kind of catch-22. They won't be able to obtain something. They can't obtain the permissions that it would take to purchase the rifles. Now, I must tell you, I have not seen the substitute bill yet. I don't have access to it.
Members, any questions?
Yes.
Yes, Vice Chair Johnson.
So it looks like we may be able to be on the same page where you're going to be for the bill if we just let junior competition go?
No, not completely.
Well, you mean-
It
Oh.
appears that this bill may still move ahead, but if you do, keep in mind that there are a lot of legitimate uses
Yeah.
that some of these rifles can be put to, hunting uses, competition shooting.
Have you ever shot a deer with an AR-15?
No,
Yeah, because if you do, you won't have no deer left.
no.
It's the same
I
way
usually use
when
a bigger caliber.
well, we can talk about how the children were. The parents that just got up here and had to describe very vividly what that bullet did to their children. And so at the end of the day,
Yeah.
AR-15 is not used for hunting. It is used for a military-style weapon that is to kill its opponent from a very, very, very long distance. And so at the end of the day, that's what it's supposed to be for. So I just want to make sure that we can try to get on the same page, because at the end of the day, we all want to have laws and rules that we can all live by. But I keep hearing over and over and over again how we don't want to take guns out of law-abiding citizens. And no bill that we have tried to put together and tried to legislate is going to take guns out of the hands of law-abiding citizens. What it seems like you guys continue to do is to allow the criminals to have the same access as the law-abiding citizens. I haven't heard one anecdote from any of you that can simply tell me what would be reasonable for us to create laws that will protect children, families, and alike. So at the end of the day, again, we're trying to save lives here, not simply have guns available for competition. I wish they were only used for competition, but they're not.
Well, your question about hunting, a lot of feral hog hunters do use AR-15s.
Yeah, they want to blow the crap out of a feral hog.
Yes.
Nobody wants to eat a feral hog. Nobody's hunting feral hog for.
A lot of them need killing, too.
I'm sorry for asking you a question.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Chair now calls Stephen Williford. We have you registered as Stephen Williford, representing yourself against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Please continue.
And just so the families of Uvalde understand, I am from Sutherland Springs. I went through 26 neighbors and friends were murdered. 20 more were injured. I cried when I heard the testimony with you guys because I understand you and I get it. I ran over and I stopped the shooter with my AR-15, if you will. I'm sorry, this is hard for me. I understand. The shooter in Sutherland Springs was 27. The shooter in Las Vegas was 60. The shooter in the most recent one that went into the school in Tennessee was 27. This is not an issue of maturity. This is an issue of mental health. If you think that he couldn't have found a gun other ways or waited simply until he was 21 to do his murder spree, you're wrong. He could have done this anyway, and if he didn't get mental health, this is a failure of law enforcement when he threatens and nobody does anything about the threats. We see it time and time again. The shooter in Parkland was visited by law enforcement 41 times and they did nothing. The shooter in Sutherland Springs had dismembered his son's puppy in front of him to get him to quit crying, and when he didn't quit crying, then he beat him until he fractured his skull. He was put in jail for a year and a half, and our justice system turned him back out on the streets. And when he went before the Air Force Board, the Air Force, he walked in and said, I'm going to go get my rifle and I'm going to kill every one of you. So they put him in a mental institution where he escaped from the mental institution, and then the Air Force gave him a less than honorable discharge. Any one of these things would have stopped him from getting a gun if the government wasn't so inept in what it does. If the background checks weren't so inept, any one of those things would have stopped him. But they didn't enter in any of it into the instant background check system.
Vice Chair Johnson.
Our military is 18 to 20 years old for the most part, and if we stop 18 to 20-year-olds from going into the military, this country will be in problems, big problems, because after 21, they would not join for the most part because they would have already started their life. And yet these men and women that serve for your freedom, you're saying that they aren't mature enough to own a gun. And yes, sir, I hunt with an AR-15 every year.
Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for
During
going
that
over
time in which you talked about all these situations and circumstances by which the government could have done something to stop these killers, at any time would you support the government taking the guns from these mentally ill patients at any given time to make sure that they don't kill? Would you?
There are laws.
Would you support that?
The law that would have, yes, I would have supported the government from coming in after he made threats and taken him and put him in jail, because that's against the law, sir.
No, put him in
It
jail.
is.
Taking his gun.
Well, if he's in jail, he doesn't have his guns, does he? And then he
He
would
doesn't
be.
have access to them.
What's that?
Doesn't have access to them. Doesn't mean they took the gun and confiscated the gun from him.
And then he would have been a felon.
Okay, again, I'm just
When he
asking-
got out?
I'm just trying to make sure we can get on the same page, because you're saying the government needs to do something, which we're trying to do here.
The government
to make
is
sure.
inept at doing it.
Okay, but we're trying to be more skilled now. So will you help us become more skilled? Because the ineptitude comes. when people-
Understand.
Let me finish. When people come and tell us that we're not doing the job. So we're trying to do the job to make sure that these killers are not on the street.
But you're trying to penalize 18, 19, and 20-year-olds that serve this country in a military.
No punishment.
That we put an M16 in their hands and an M1 Abram tank and send them to another country to defend your right to set up there and my right to be here.
Do you know on military bases, whenever a 18-year-old is on base, that they don't have their guns unless they are on duty? Do you know that when you are on military bases that you cannot carry your gun? Do you know that when
They
you
have changed that law recently, and they
personal
can.
weapon, that you have to have a lockbox for that weapon? So when you keep talking about 18-year-olds, they have to turn in their military weapons. They don't just walk around with them all willy-nilly and freely. So we're not going to confuse
But they
the
can
law.
defend your rights
Yes, they can
in another
defend my
foreign
right.
country.
Yes.
And yet when they come home, they can't compete, they can't shoot, they can't enjoy hunting with an AR-15 as I do.
Chairman Moody.
Don't have a question. Just want you to be clear that the bill does not, and in fact, the military is completely carved out of the way the bill is written. So all of what you just said is not accurate. You may not have known that, but they are not impacted by this bill at all. Just want you to know.
That our 18, 20-year-olds don't carry
I'm sure
guns
Mr.
in
King can
foreign
share
countries?
with you. I'm sure. Sorry, what?
That our 18 to 20-year-olds don't carry guns in foreign countries?
No. That this bill would impact them whatsoever. So all the things you're saying is inaccurate. Please
No,
read the bill
because when
again.
they come home, they can't
Sir,
buy theirs.
Sir, they're exempted from the bill. They're exempted from the bill. Do you know why? Because Mr. King understood the point you just made, so he took them out of the bill. It doesn't impact them.
Okay, so my children.
Find another reason to oppose.
So my children, when they were 8 years old, were distinguished experts with a pistol when they were 8. My children were absolutely mature. I know 14-year-old children
Sir,
that are more mature than 40-year-olds.
There is an exemption in the bill for members of the armed services. That's it.
My kids weren't armed services.
You were raising the issue. What I'm trying to tell you is the information you were telling these folks is wrong because the bill doesn't say that.
Well,
The bill
I'm-
exempts members of the armed services. So just know that you can have any other opposition to the bill.
If-
That
if-
is not a
if they're
legitimate
old
opposition,
enough-
sir. There's
they're
not
old
legitimate
enough to
opposition to
vote.
this bill because this bill does not include members of the armed services.
Okay, so anyone that is old enough to vote, anyone that is old enough to be 18 years and old, when we consider them adults, okay, they can move out on their own should they not be able to defend themselves.
They can, look, this,
I defended my community, what, with an AR-15?
we have the ability to narrowly tailor what people can purchase, who can purchase, where they can carry. These are places that have long been litigated and places we can regulate. You brought up the issue of armed service members, and so I just want to be very clear, because now you're moving on to something else.
Well,
that is not accurate.
Also, like
And I would
said,
ask you to please read
if
the
my
bill the next
kids
time
never
before you come up
served
here
in the
and testify.
military,
Thank you.
but they were responsible and mature.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Wesley Verdell. We have you registered as Wesley Verdell, representing the Gun Owners of America against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please continue.
Yes, sir. The United States District Court for the Northern District of Texas, per the Bruin case, ruled that 18 years and old and up, adults cannot be restricted from the right to own and carry a firearm. This bill in federal court will be determined to be unconstitutional. Raising the age to 21 will not change the fact that murder is already illegal, and someone who is intent on murder will not be deterred from committing murder just because the age to purchase was raised. At Gun Owners of America, we believe that all adults deserve and have the natural right to self-defense. There was already a constitutional option in place to have defenders in the school to stop an active shooter, and the school district chose not to utilize the Guardian program. While this bill would not stop an individual that is intent on murder, I would ask the members of this committee to support existing legislation and bills already in place.
Is there any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time. Thank you all for staying late.
Chair now calls C.J. Grisham. We have you registered as C.J. Grisham, representing yourself in Open Carry, Texas, against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Again, CJ Grisham, president founder of Open Carry Texas, represent Open Carry in Texas in opposition to this bill. I want to start by saying that nobody on either side of this bill, nobody, whether you're for it or against it, wants more dead kids. Nobody. Anybody that thinks that everybody that comes up here and testifies for or against this bill, anybody that thinks they don't care about their kids are being intellectually dishonest or outright just lying to themselves. Everyone cares about this bill. I am glad that Representative King brought this bill, even though I oppose it, because he's trying to do something. We just don't think it's going to do anything. And the reason for that is you read the bill itself, and it's banning guns from 21 years of age, a semi-automatic rifle that is capable of accepting a detachable magazine. And M1 Garand, and I'm a combat veteran, I've seen more death and destruction and human decomposition than probably anybody in this room. I've seen it, I've experienced it, it was right in front of me, I've had the blood on my hands, the brain matter. I know what guns do, I know what destruction looks like, I know what it's like to lose somebody very close to you. But an M1 Garand doesn't have a detachable magazine. Its round is 3 times larger than an AR-15 round. But this bill doesn't accept that. I could give that to a 18 to 20-year-old. So I do thank Representative King for bringing this, because at least we're having this conversation, which is important. 62% of gun murders are handguns. Only 4.4% are with rifles. An NIH study found that between 2 to 12% of all guns used in general criminal activity, criminal use of assault weapons and high-capacity semi-automatic firearms, were with rifles. The FBI and the CDC, 3.2% are with rifles. So even if we just banned all rifles, not just this bill, you're solving between 2 and 7% of the problem. The problem is not the gun.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Chair now calls Sidney Coffin. Sidney Coffin. We have Sidney Coffin down as representing themselves against the bill, and we're going to switch them to did not testify. Chair now calls Michelle Mostert. We have you registered as Michelle Mostert, representing yourself against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Please continue.
Again, thank you for all being here and spending all these long hours and doing what you do. I know everyone's trying to do the right thing. My heart goes out to all of the victims and the surviving families. It's horrific. And, you know, I do believe it is a mental problem, and it seems to be getting worse in this country. But I don't see how this bill would have stopped it. Because when someone has ill in their heart and wants to harm or murder, it doesn't matter whether they can get it legally or illegally. They will find a way. They really will. And I don't believe that 100% this would have stopped that killer from killing those poor innocent people brutally. I really don't. So I just, you know, as Stephen was saying, you know, there's law-abiding people that are 18, 19, 20 years old that aren't going to be able to use it for competition or shooting hogs or whatever. But it's not, my point is, it's not going to stop it. I mean, we have the death penalty. Does it stop murder? And we have all these laws, but it doesn't stop it. It's just too bad. But, you know, criminals are criminals because they don't follow the law. You know, but anyway.
Members, any questions? Chairman Moody.
Well, thank you for your time.
This proposition is brought up time and time again when we talk about these things. It doesn't matter what laws we pass. It doesn't matter people don't listen to laws. I swear it would. Do we just need to propose to just eliminate the penal code, I guess, next session? If no one follows the laws, then why do we have them? We have them for two reasons. They have some speed bump deterrent value, right? Mm-hmm. And in the event that the bad person still does the bad thing, they have punitive value. Those are the two reasons they exist. That's why we have criminal justice laws. That's why we work in criminal justice. And there always seems to be this idea that bad people operate in a world that we don't. Where would you go to buy a gun illegally?
Where?
Where would you go to buy a gun illegally?
Well, they can be stolen.
And where would you go to buy a gun illegally?
I wouldn't go to buy a gun illegally.
Ah, okay.
Okay, if you know, I mean.
And so.
I follow the law.
So you live in the real world like everybody else.
Yeah.
People that have ill intentions live in that world too.
Yeah.
The attacker in Uvalde lived in that same world, and guess what? Was thwarted multiple times.
Right.
Guaranteed, 100%. If this bill was law then, he would have continued to be thwarted.
Well, he would have found another way.
Understand that there's not many people up here that have looked at this case more than me. Mr. Burrows is one, Mr. King is another. 0% chance. 0%.
Okay.
Because of he was up against a law that was working and couldn't figure out how to get around it, and would have continued to be stymied
Yeah.
up and until the law, the barrier was withdrawn. then he could do what he wanted to do.
So-
Understand that. Understand that criminals don't operate in a world that's separate than you and me.
Mhm.
They operate in the same world and have the same barriers.
Right.
So if we have speed bumps and deterrents, guess what? Those work.
So how do you explain all the shootings and in Chicago? Okay?
Look,
The laws are so strict there, and yet they still can obtain firearms.
Ma'am,
my point is, in talking about the subject matter of this bill
Mhm.
and the incident that you raised in your testimony,
Mhm.
this law worked up and until the impediment was
Until
removed.
it doesn't.
Which is
It
why
works
this
until it
bill
doesn't.
seeks to change that.
Yeah.
And so for you to say that it wouldn't have saved those people's lives.
You don't know. What I'm saying.
I do.
What I'm
I
saying
do.
is you
I
can't
know.
guarantee. You said you
I can.
guarantee.
I can.
He wouldn't have killed.
Guaranteed, 100%.
Okay? You can't
In
guarantee
this
that,
situation, yes, ma'am.
because he could have gotten the guns illegally.
Understanding what that situation was in that community and the efforts he was making,
Having
100%.
someone else trying to get them to buy guns for him prior to his age 18.
he tried to do that too, and
okay,
that didn't happen.
That was illegal.
Correct.
Yeah, but he was trying, so
Turned it down.
he might have found somebody eventually. You know, my point is, it's just,
Ma'am, any
you
amount
need
of
to heal,
time,
you need to
any
fix the
amount of
cause.
time, any amount of hurdle, any amount of speed bump
Yeah.
to stopping someone from doing something bad is something worthwhile of discussion.
Mhm.
That is my point.
Chair
Ma'am,
Burrows.
Can you at least accept the facts? I think Chair Moody is right. There was a 7-month to 12-month period of time where he was under 18. He made multiple attempts to try to find these weapons, to try to find these things, and he was thwarted.
Yeah.
Period, the end, for that period of time. So there was a period of time where the law on the books kept him
Mhm.
from actually making that purchase. That is a fact.
Yeah, that's a fact. but
Okay,
that
I just want to make
doesn't-
sure we agree. I think
He waited.
I
you
think
know,
that was the
maybe
point
he
the
would've
representative.
waited till he was 21. We don't know.
Okay, but I think that was the point Chair Moody was trying to make, and I just wanted to at least make sure we could agree upon that, because having been and done the investigation with him, I mean, I think that is a fact we should all at least accept as we have this
Okay.
debate, okay?
But you can't guarantee that he still wouldn't have.
I understand, but at least you can accept for me for that period of time.
For that
it did
period of
work.
time, I agree.
Okay,
I
thank
agree.
you.
Yeah, I'm not debating that part. So, anyway.
Members,
It-
any
it's-
other
it's
questions?
horrible.
All right.
No.
Thank you.
Anyway, thank you for your time.
Chair now calls Darren Lasorte. We have you registered as Darren Lasorte, representing the National Shooting Sports Foundation against the bill. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Mr.
Please
Chairman, members of the
continue.
committee, I'm Darren Lasorte with the National Shooting Sports Foundation, and I will reiterate what Tara said about the unimaginable pain and sorrow of these families and what we heard earlier today. Good, decent human beings can disagree on the solutions and the preventative measures that we have before us. We've been hearing a lot about the Constitution, and we should be. It has served our country exceptionally well, better than any other republic in the history of the world. It's our foundation. It's under us for a reason. It's supposed to survive storms, horrible emotions, and evil. And the Founding Fathers, they knew they weren't perfect. They knew they didn't have a crystal ball. They knew they couldn't see everything in the future. And so they perfectly created a process called the amendment process. And that is the legitimate way to go forward with a proposal like this, is to amend the Constitution. There is a process for it. It's been done 17 times before. And that is respecting that document that has served our country so well. So it's not impossible, and we'd oppose because we would disagree with that solution. But that's the legitimate process, and we would simply ask for that respect to that document and those founding fathers who risked and sacrificed everything for our country.
Chairman
Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have a question for you, since we're going to talk about the Constitution. I've often thought about this. When was the draft lowered from 21 to 18?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burrows, I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay, it's
I
in
guess
modern
the 40s.
history, right?
Yeah,
mean,
I would guess the 40s probably.
And when was the age to vote granted at 18 versus later?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burrows, I do not know.
So, and this is something to think about. You know, if we're going to have the debate here, if this bill had come up, say, 50, 60 years ago, when the age of being drafted or the age to vote might have been 21 or some age late, older than that, would this have been constitutional then? I mean, is this really what we're debating right now, is the 18 to 21 being the age of majority, and what we deem is actually what it is?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burrows, I know I'm confident that right now, the way the Constitution is being interpreted by the current court, that an adult is considered fully vested in their rights. They have the right to vote, they can enter contracts, they can enter the military for
And we've decided that 18 is the age of being adult.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Burrows, I certainly, my understanding of history is that an 18-year-old's always been considered an adult fully vested in his rights or her rights.
Okay.
That's the way I've always understood it.
All right, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Members, any other questions? Representative Goodwin.
Yeah, we keep talking about court cases and the Constitution and so forth. I just wanted to bring up, from a month ago, a U.S. appeals court upheld a Florida law barring people under age 21 from buying a gun, rejecting a challenge by the National Rifle Association gun rights lobby group. Or were you aware of that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Goodwin, I was aware of that. There is certainly some disagreement within the courts, no question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
So next will be John Lott, and then the next 10 that will follow will be Manuel Rizzo, Velma Lisa Duran, Catherine Vargas, Georgia Bates, Shannon Flores, Rose Dunshee, Nicole Golden, Jake Wilson, Elizabeth Hanks, and Ramya Swamy. So that for those of you in the other room can start to get ready. I'm going to say them again: Manuel Rizzo, Velma Lisa Duran, Catherine Vargas, Georgia Bates, Shannon Flores, Rose Dunshee, Nicole Golden, Jake Wilson, Elizabeth Hanks, and Ramya Swamy. We have you registered as John Lott, representing the Crime Prevention Research Center, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, my name is John Lott. I'm president of the Crime Prevention Research Center. I've been senior advisor for research and statistics at the U.S. Department of Justice and held many other positions. Everybody wants to try to figure out a way to try to stop these attacks, but I want to try to do something that's going to actually work. What you find, and I've read I don't know how many diaries and manifestos from these mass murderers, is that they want to get media attention, and they know the more people they kill, the more media attention that they're going to get. And so time after time after time, they explicitly write statements saying that they're trying to pick places where they know victims can't go and defend themselves. You take the Nashville school shooting that just occurred. One of the things that the Nashville police chief noted after reading the manifesto from that killer was that the killer actually had another target that they were going after. It was only when they found out that there was armed security there that they moved on to another target. You look at the Louisville bank attack. Again, it occurred in a gun-free zone where the killer, obviously being an employee, knew that when he attacked before bank hours, he was going to be able to attack there without having to worry about people being able to go and stop him. You see this, the Buffalo mass murderer last year. In his manifesto, it gets no national news attention. The media refuses to go and report these parts of these manifestos, explicitly spends a great deal of time, like many of these guys do, explaining why he picked the target that he did. And his number one reason, he wanted to go to a place where he didn't believe victims would be able to go and defend themselves with permanent concealed handguns. So these guys may be crazy in some sense, but they're not stupid. They explicitly pick targets where they know victims can't defend themselves. 6 months is a short amount of time for these individuals to go and plan these attacks. Many of these attackers, such as the Sandy Hook killer, spent over 2.5 years planning the attack. These guys are very difficult to go and stop from going get it. And just talking about one thing that I think is extremely important here, and that's armed teachers. We've looked at all school shootings in the United States from 2000 on, everything from an accidental discharge all the way up to a mass public shooting. And there has not been one single attack where anybody's been wounded or killed in any school that has armed teachers. There's thousands of schools in the United States with armed teachers. 20 states have armed teachers, okay? And it varies, and I'm happy to go through that in much more detail.
Members, any questions?
I do.
Yes, Representative D'Orazio.
Mr. Lott, I appreciate you coming by and taking the time out of your busy schedule to testify. I'm in construction, and whenever we have a situation that we have to solve, we look at what's going to be the best way to solve the problem. What can we do that'll work to stop public shootings? And this particular bill, why don't you think it will work?
Sure, thank you. I appreciate that. I think we need to take these mass murderers at their word, at least take it seriously. Because if you go to our website at crimeresearch.org, we have statements from many manifestos and diaries from these killers where they explicitly explain why they picked the targets that they did. I don't understand why the news media doesn't find it newsworthy to go and quote from these parts of their discussions. Even in the Nashville one, you will not find any discussion in the New York Times, the Washington Post, or anything else, even though you'll find the Nashville police chief reading from the manifesto and explaining to people why this person passed up another target. Their goal is to get media coverage. I'm not arguing you get rid of the First Amendment. What I'm arguing is that you need to take that seriously and think of how you reduce their goal. And the way you do that is by making it so they can't kill as many people and having somebody there quickly with a gun or convincing them that somebody is there with a gun. Rather than having a sign in front of a school that says this school is a gun-free zone, have a sign in front of the school that says, warning, select teachers and staff at this school have guns and will use them. And you can't just have a uniformed school resource officer there. Here's the problem. How many of you would have an air marshal in uniform? Why wouldn't you put an air marshal in uniform? Because you know if you put an air marshal in uniform there, he would be the first person that the terrorists on the plane, if there were terrorists, would try to take out. When you have a person in uniform, and he's the only person with a gun, you give huge tactical advantages for the people that are doing the attacks. They can either wait for the person in uniform to leave the area before they attack, or they can move on and pick some other target, or having that person's like a neon sign above them that says, shoot me first. Because once the killers take that person out, they have essentially free reign to go after other people that are there. You look at the types of discussions we've been having here this evening. People have been talking about banning certain types of guns. You know, AR-15s have been talked about a lot. AR-15s are functionally identical to small caliber hunting rifles, firing the same bullets with the same rapidity, doing the same damage. We heard the sponsor here talk about his beliefs about the rates that these types of weapons are used in these attacks. If you look over the last 25 years, 14% of mass public shootings in the United States involve any type of rifle only. Over the last 10 years, 18% do. The vast majority of these things, over half, involve only handguns. And so the notion that you can go and stop people simply by eliminating one type of semi-automatic gun when there are multiple types out there simply doesn't make any sense. But the other thing you have to take into account is that people use these guns defensively. So if you ban guns, let's say rifles in this bill, that go and take magazines, you essentially mean the only type of gun people are going to be able to have is a manually loaded gun, where you have to physically yourself chamber another bullet to be able to go and fire it. That takes time. If you are using a gun defensively and you have to fire multiple shots because you're facing multiple criminals, or you fire and miss, or you fire and wound but don't incapacitate the attacker, you may not have the luxury of time. There's research out there by Thomas Marvel in the Journal of Law and Economics that indicates that when age limits have increased, you actually see higher crime rates against those who are under the age limit there. You see increases in murders committed against those individuals, and you see increased rape rates. So you just can't focus only on one thing here. You have to look at the total lives that are going to be lost or cost here. There's no serious cost-benefit analysis that's occurring here. We see something bad, and we want to go and change it, but we don't realize that there could be other bad things that could result from this. But if you're going to have one thing to do to stop this, you got to get rid of gun-free zones. It's not just the statements from these people. 94% of the mass public shootings in the United States take place in areas where guns are banned. These guys want to get news coverage, and they're going to get it by killing more people. I'll give you one last story just so you have an idea about this. You guys, look at the Sandy Hook killer. According to police, he had put together essentially a doctoral dissertation where he had looked at mass public shootings around the world over 40 years. He had graphed out the relationship between the number of people killed and the amount of news media coverage that he got. His goal, according to one police report, was to kill more people than the Norway killer who had shot to death 67 people, which is much worse than any mass public shooting in the United States, because he wanted to get more worldwide news attention than that person had got. By having a sign and convincing them that somebody's there to stop them, well, you see them say, if I can only kill more people than such and such did, I can get more media attention. You need somebody there quickly with a gun to stop them.
Vice Chair Johnson.
Mr. Lott.
Rossi, okay, again. Go ahead.
Mr. Lott, I have a couple more questions for you. From the committee here and from what some of the people said out there, the age 18, 19, and 20-year-olds keeps coming up. And 18, 19, and 20-year-olds commit homicides at relatively high rates.
Right.
And isn't that a good reason to ban people at those ages from possible guns?
Yeah, no, I understand the argument, but the problem you have to take is what you're stopping is people who are going through background checks now from getting the guns. You're stopping people who are legally buying a gun. And so you can't just look at all 18, 19, 20-year-olds because it's exactly right. As a group, 18, 19, and 20-year-olds commit homicides at relatively high rates. But what you're stopping is a subset of those who can pass background checks. And those people tend to be very law-abiding. We have data on concealed carry permits and revocation rates for 18, 19, 20, including 21 and 22-year-olds. And we have it for Texas, and we have it for Michigan, and we have it for Nevada. And what you find is that, first of all, permit holders as a whole are extremely law-abiding. They lose their permits for any firearms-related crime at 1/12 the rate that police officers do. But those who are actually under 21 actually are slightly less likely even than the average permit holder to go and lose it. And so that's the comparison. Because you're just not, these other 18, 19-year-olds, 90% of murderers have a violent criminal history and are already illegal for them to own a gun. So they're not the ones you're stopping by going and having this law that you're passing. The law you're passing are stopping the ones who can currently pass a background check, and those are much more law-abiding than these other individuals that are there.
Okay, also this evening, several people brought out about that Supreme Court Bruen decision, and it said something about applying for raising the age to own guns to 21. What was that about?
Right. Well, I mean, as has been pointed out, there's been a diversity in the courts in terms of the rulings on this. But the 11th Circuit, they essentially relied on some work done by Duke Law School. And it turns out that they misinterpreted their readings of some of the laws. So here's what the Bruen decision said. The Bruen decision said, you first look at the Second Amendment. If that's not clear, you go and look at the legislative debate that occurred. If that's not clear, then you look to see what laws were in effect in either 1791 when the Second Amendment was adopted or in 1868 when the 14th Amendment, which applied the Second Amendment to the states, was ratified. In the 1790s, all the colonies had rules mandating that people had to own guns. You had Connecticut, for example. Males between 16 and 42 were mandated to own a rifle. In Connecticut, it was males 17 to 42. In Pennsylvania, it was 17 to 42. In fact, many states had those laws for over 100 years. By 1897, Connecticut still had a law on the books that mandated that people between the ages of 18 and 42 were required to own a rifle. There's no state during any of those years, any of those periods of times that comes close to actually saying they couldn't own a gun at those ages. All the ones were the opposite. And so if you follow what the Bruen decision says, I think it's going to be very difficult to go when it finally gets to the Supreme Court and some of the evidence that the 11th Circuit was based on is going to be able to hold up. But look, I don't usually argue these things on rights types things. To me, the issue is what makes people safer. And you have an unbelievably horrible thing that happens here, but you also have horrible things that are avoided by people being able to go and use guns defensively. And if you look at something like the Marvel journal paper, I think you'll find that these laws unintentionally, despite the best intentions, actually can result in more deaths.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lott. I appreciate your time and your testimony.
Thank you.
Johnson.
Mr. Ross,
Lott.
what, I'm sorry?
Lott.
Oh, Mr. Lott. Where did I get Ross from?
I have no idea.
Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway, what country has the most guns? Possesses the most guns?
Possesses the most guns?
Yes.
I'd say either per capita, I'd say either.
I didn't say per capita, most guns. How many guns are in the United States of America?
Oh, we don't know exactly.
You are crime prevention research.
Right.
So research would tell you simply on a Google research that there are 393 million guns in the United States of America.
Sir, okay, was trying to answer your question. We don't know exactly. We have guesses, and the reason why we don't know is we have to make estimates about the rates that guns depreciate in order to try to figure that out. Because unlike other countries where you have to have it registered, but
you know why we have to guess? Because you people like you don't want us to know. So at the end of the day,
I don't know what you people mean.
At the end of the day, people who advocate against having regulations on guns.
Okay.
So again, my question is,
on a
if America has a simple Google research, can come up with 393 million guns in the United States, who leads the world in gun deaths? Not per capita, but simply by
We're below the average in the world in gun deaths per capita, and we're also.
I'm not asking per capita.
Look, are you going to compare the number of deaths in Wyoming versus Texas, the total? No, you're going to go and look at the per capita rates.
No, I'm not.
Yes, well, every news report is going to do that. Nobody's going to just go and not adjust for the population. We have over 330 million people in the United States. But if you look at a per capita rate, Switzerland and Israel have higher per capita gun owners possession rates than we have here in the United States.
India has 1 billion people. How many people die of guns over there?
Well, I don't know off the top of my head for one country. But I'm telling you, if you look across all countries, the United States is below the mean and we're below the median in term. More than half the countries in the world have higher homicide rates than we have here in the United States.
Mr. John Lott, you were saying that gun-free zones don't work. You were saying more guns.
They're a magnet for attacks.
You're saying more guns work to protect. There were 77 police officers standing outside of Robb Elementary, and yet none of those guns stopped the one gunman who had a gun that killed all those children. So what is your answer to 77, was it 77 officers? 176, 376 officers.
Right. So here's the difference.
So none of them stopped that one gunman.
Right. So here's the difference. It's a lot different for somebody to run into gunfire than it is if I'm a teacher and somebody's coming at me. But the big thing is there has never been an attack where anybody's been wounded or killed at any school that has an armed teacher. The thing is you can avoid these attacks from even occurring to begin with by putting up a sign that warns these attackers that somebody will be there in order to stop them. You know, even if it's just something they fear that's there. You see the Nashville shooter. Why did the Nashville shooter not pick their first target?
My question was in respect to your testimony, was that more guns protect. I'm simply asking you, why didn't 300 officers stop one gunman based on what you're saying, and I'm just trying to figure it out. And when you're giving these statistics and these facts, I just want to make sure
Okay,
that
well,
we're
I'll
giving
explain.
statistics
It's,
and
if I'm a
facts.
teacher there,
No.
and somebody's running
No.
into the
Sir, what I'm
building,
asking for is facts,
and
not opinions.
well, you're look,
I'm asking facts.
you're asking for an explanation. I'm
No.
trying to provide you an explanation.
You're saying, at the end of the day, facts. I'm asking.
Right.
Officers have guns versus one individual with a gun.
You're asking for an explanation,
They
sir.
did not go in.
I'll give you an explanation. You want the explanation? Here's
No,
the
I don't.
explanation.
No, I don't.
know you don't.
I'm fine.
But
Thank you.
No.
At the end of the day, my
No,
question
the point
was.
is, if you have somebody
Sir,
there, the
sir.
teacher can't.
Representative Bob.
The teacher has a gun.
Excuse me, sir, I've been recognized. I want your explanation. So Vice Chair Johnson asked you, so go ahead and finish your explanation. A teacher does what?
If I'm in the room there and somebody's coming in, I can try to hide behind the desk, but that's not going to save me. The teacher has no option other than to try to defend themselves. Are you going to give them the tool? Are you going to give them the chance that they're going to be able to do it? A police officer, we're all human, okay?
What is
Police
it?
officers
Mr. Lott,
outside,
Mr.
I
Lott.
understand, we're paying them to go and do it, such as the Nashville police did when they ran in right afterwards, and has happened at other places. Though even in Nashville, it took them 14 minutes to show up on the scene, even though they ran in as soon as they got there. But it's much harder. People are human, and whether it's Parkland or whether it's Uvalde, people have fear of running in there. But if I have no place to run,
Sir.
if somebody's coming in at me,
Sir, again, with all due respect, I have been a teacher of record in a classroom with a gun on the other side of the door with children in the classroom. And you're exactly right. As the teacher, you're going to defend those children before you defend yourself. Just like they say on the airplane, put the mask on your child before you put it on yourself. So the teacher is going, put it on yourself before you put it on your child. But sir, you are going to defend those children.
right, they're going to defend themselves too. Their
No,
their own
well,
life is.
They are frightened. They are frightened.
I know, but look,
The chair advises our guests that the rules of the House strictly prohibit demonstrations or outbursts from visitors in the audience.
I have a comment.
Okay, but
Yeah.
were you done first?
I really don't know because you didn't finish your explanation, but your explanation sounds like it has a lot of holes in it. It really does.
okay.
You can, go ahead, yeah.
Representative Goodman.
Thank you. I really don't have a question. I have a comment because I think we've given you all the airtime we need to. I have been reading that your claims have been refuted, that you've committed a host of ethical violations. Your research is riddled with numerous flaws and inaccuracies, that you fabricated an entire survey on defensive gun use. So I think that you've had the time that you need for tonight. Thank you.
Representative Trucks.
All right.
Representative Durazio.
You need to give him a right to defend himself against a comment like that.
Do you have a question?
No. Go ahead.
Representative Trucks.
I just would encourage all of us to treat each other with respect. As we all have done up into this hearing so far, Mr. Lott is one of the foremost experts in the country in preventing gun violence. We are all on the same page of trying to ensure that this never happens again. And he is bringing you well-documented evidence, studies,
has
and
been
reports.
debunked.
Excuse me.
But
I
he
have the
has-
floor. I have the floor. He is bringing you evidence, documents, and a lifetime of information and research on how to make sure that another child does not die of gun violence, and he is being treated with absolute disrespect. And if we are going to save kids, we have to be able to have these conversations, and we have to be able to listen to people who are offering information, well-researched information on how to do this. And I encourage the committee to take a moment to listen to what he has to say because he is offering you a solution to this problem that may or may not work in tangent with the specific bill. But there is not just one answer to this problem. This is a nationwide epidemic that has many different causes and many different solutions. We are focused on this one bill right here today, and we have heard testimony focused specifically on raising the age. But I, for one, as a mother of 3 young children who absolutely, with a family who is from Uvalde and still lives in Uvalde, I want to make sure that not another child is ever murdered. And he is bringing us another solution to make sure that that happens. And I have to insist that he is treated with respect and dignity in this committee.
Vice Chair Johnson.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Vicky. You were saying something? Okay. At the end of the day, I think everybody has opinions and thoughts. And with all due respect to whoever people think that is being disrespected, families are here and we're asked to be heard and asked for action, not false narratives, not made up research, but asked to do something to make sure that their children and your children and other families, and they were brave enough not to sit at home and do nothing but to come here to let us know what is taking place and what they think we can do. Because somebody feels guilty or someone feels uncomfortable with a line of questioning that we're offering a witness, that's on you, not on me. I'm going to ask the tough questions of any individual who has the audacity to come here and say that the families that lost their children, I hear you, but that in itself is the most disrespectful thing that anyone could do to any individual.
No, I want to make
All right.
sure it doesn't
All right.
happen again.
Hold on.
But
I think we need to move on, members.
I don't respond to what she was saying before.
We gave you enough time, and I think you laid out all your comments and your facts. And
I'm happy to go and provide any
and so-
detailed backup evidence for like the charts that I gave to go and show the rates.
Absolutely, and if you can provide your any charts or anything you've got to the committee, and we'll make sure that it's disseminated to the entire committee.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
he was called a fraud. And some other allegations were laid against him. And he doesn't, and you know, it'd be really nice to let him defend himself against those allegations.
Hold on. He got his 2 minutes like everybody else did. And members have questions, and we respect everybody's ability to ask the questions. I think it's now gone to an area and a point to where we've got to put a stop to it. We've got, and by the way, we have 49 remaining folks still waiting to testify on this bill. We've got 5 more bills, I think, 4 or 5 more bills to discuss before the end of the night, and we're going to move on. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, chair now calls, is this right here? Manuel Rizo. And again, audience, we're going Manuel Rizo, Velma Lisa Duran, Catherine Vargas, Georgia Bates, Shannon Flores, Rose Dunshee, Nicole Golden, Jake Wilson, Elizabeth Hanks, and Ramya Swamy. Again, we have Manuel Rizo. We have you down as Manuel Rizo, representing yourself for the bill. And I want to also mention one more time, if there are additional demonstrations or outbursts from the audience, the chair will order the sergeant-at-arms to remove those individuals from the committee room under the House's constitutional authority to prevent obstruction of its proceedings. Again, I'm going to mention it again. The rules of the House strictly prohibit demonstrations or outbursts from visitors in the audience. Please, was that correct, that you are Manuel Rizzo, representing yourself in favor of the bill?
That is correct.
Please continue, sir.
All right. Well, thank you for the opportunity, committee members, and for allowing I to testify on behalf of our family in support of HB 2744 to raise the age. My name is Manuel Rizzo. My wife sits here beside me. We are the uncle and aunt, godfather and godmother of Jacqueline Cáceres. Now, it's past midnight. I'll wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. This is what this looks like after making us wait this long to address you all. It shouldn't have to be this way. We shouldn't have to be here to begin with. So I'm not going to give you the benefit of listening to what Jacqueline Cáceres was like, because some of you have met with us and you already know everything about her. The rest of you, I'm not going to give that to you. So I'm going to go straight in on what I'm asking you to do. There is no reason for me to present you with numerous statistics that others have provided to you all today. You've had those. You always had. The weapon of choice, the age of the weapon of choice, the age of the shooter, the lax laws that enables every single killer who premeditates a mass shooting. It's all there. What are we doing about it? Well, congratulations. You've been tasked by the Speaker of the House to create a different outcome. This is a setting where leaders like you should place one's self-interest aside and listen to their constituents, lead by example. And what I've heard here tonight, sad thing. Arguments, testimonies providing not a single word of the mention of God today, of the possibility of saving a life. But yet we're testifying for in the Community Safety Select Committee. Community safety. Sad. Very sad. You all know what needs to be done to prevent another Uvalde massacre. What we have seen, read, and heard is this place is where lawmakers sadly negotiate with the same outdated, unregulated narrative of the Second Amendment over human life. Some of you place zero priority on addressing the rapid growing public crisis while ignoring a simple fact. The number one cause of death of children is due to easily accessible guns, period. Raising the age can and will make a difference. Yet one of you who is no longer here along with several others, co-authored a bill that has already been heard before this bill at this same committee to lower the age from 21 to 18 to possess a gun. Isn't that insulting? We're trying to raise the age, but you've already heard a bill to lower the age. Raising the age to purchase the number one weapon of choice of mass shooters merely regulates rather than restricts. The same can be applied to get a real universal background checks. I wrote some things on here for you all to listen to and to look at me when I'm talking to you, right? I would expect that. That is respect. I don't understand you all. You've been placed in this position, and you serve on several boards. There's 13 of you. One has left for the day. And you also serve on the Homeland Security and Public Safety Committee. So what's the irony of this? You're on the Community Safety Select Committee, but there's not a single 18 to 20-year-old here to speak against raising the age. Do you see them here? Who's giving testimony? Or people that are possibly paid by organizations to do what? They're not here to prevent another mass murder. They're here to put money in their pockets. There's not a single person here to speak against raising the age and possibly saving a life. I mentioned earlier, how many times have you heard God here today? I said it twice. Mr. Lott won't answer your question, Mr. Johnson, but I will. Why didn't close to 400 officers go into Robb Elementary? Because they were afraid of the gun. They were afraid of the AR-15. So remove qualified immunity and let's see what happens. Do something.
Members, any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chair calls Velma Lisa Duran. We have you registered as Velma Lisa Duran, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please continue.
Good evening, or should I say good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Velma Lisa Duran. I used to work at Robb Elementary alongside my sister, Irma Linda Garcia, one of the heroic fourth grade teachers who unselfishly and courageously used her body to protect her students from an array of gunfire from an AR-15 purchased legally by an 18-year-old teenager, possessed by pure evil and hate on May 24th, 2022, approximately at 11:33 a.m. at Robb Elementary School. I can't imagine my sister's horror of seeing the shooter face to face as the bullets pierced and exploded through Irma's body, penetrating through her and into her innocent fourth grade students that she was trying to protect, causing every parent's worst nightmare. Her body was riddled with bullets, and her beautiful face was unrecognizable. I need y'all to make it harder for people to shoot holes this size in Texas. This size. Right here. Obliterated her face. She was unrecognizable. A compassionate reconstruction surgeon heard about her story and our pain of not being able to say our final goodbyes, and offered his services to give us a couple of precious moments to say our final goodbye to our dear sister. I can vividly see a person in that coffin, but it wasn't Irma. We couldn't touch her due to the delicate prosthetics used to reconstruct her face. It was the most heart-wrenching situation that no one should have to go through. Today, well, a couple of minutes ago, it was my brother-in-law's birthday. Joe would have been 51 today. I'm here in honor of both of them, as he couldn't bear life without his babe, Irma. His heart gave out when we were watching CNN. Steve McGraw explained that it took about 30 minutes to neutralize the shooter. It is at that very moment Joe fell back in complete anguish and suffered a heart attack right in front of me. That vision haunts me as I frantically screamed and yelled in panic, calling 911, and at the same time trying to keep his daughters from seeing their loving, heartbroken father lying on their living room floor, waiting for EMS to arrive. A day before his death, our whole family had earlier seen a press conference with Governor Abbott praising how law enforcement quickly killed the shooter. So the constant lies, lack of justice, and the pain waiting for common sense gun reform in Texas, in the United States of America, is stunning. So as we wait for House bills to be passed, we are forced to coexist in this dark and traumatic state with lawmakers who profit from the blood of innocent school children and teachers. I don't want to take your precious guns. I want common sense gun laws passed to protect all citizens. I implore you to pass House Bill 2744 of raising the age to 21 to be passed. It is the least you can do to acknowledge the number one cause of death for the most vulnerable, our children, our teenagers, our future. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation, the death rates by guns surpasses motor vehicle deaths and those caused by other injuries. 1 in 5 Americans say they've had a family member killed by a gun. And I am now a statistic. And soon, you will be too, if you lawmakers continue to protect the NRA and the non-existence of common sense gun laws. The most important question to ask yourself every day came from a booklet titled In Touch Daily Readings. I pray that this helps you, as it has helped me become a more loving, caring, and mindful person. It states, are you ready to face death and eternity? Every one of us is a heartbeat away from dying. Let this sobering thought propel you to examine your life and the laws you agreed to pass. Those who have a vote on passing common sense gun laws have an even greater responsibility in the way you vote. It greatly affects the people of your state and our country. Remember that every single person is a child of God. So as you refuse to do anything to protect innocent citizens, know that you have blood in your hands if you continue to normalize this epidemic.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thousands of citizens have died each year since assault weapons were legalized. And now, are you prepared to be judged by God? Those in power will face a severe judgment. Take time to reflect on that. So I leave you with a quote from John Paul VI. If you want peace, work for justice. So I'm pleading that you please pass House Bill 2744 and don't let our loved ones die in vain.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your time, and God bless you and your families.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair now calls Catherine Vargas. Is that right?
Talking real quiet.
We have you down as Catherine Vargas, representing yourself and Moms Demand Action in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please continue.
My name is Catherine Vargas, and I'm a volunteer with the Texas chapter of Moms Demand Action supporting House Bill 2744. As a mother of school-age children, I'm here to talk about the danger that exists and will persist for Texas students without a law like that outlined in this bill. An analysis by National Institute of Justice-funded researchers found that in the 6 mass school shootings and 39 attempted school shootings between 1999 and 2019, more than 9 in 10 shooters were current or former students at the school. This was true in Texas in 2018 and again in 2022. We must address students' access to guns. Last school year, approximately 439,000 9th through 12th graders in Texas public schools were either 17 or 18 years old. It defies logic to think that we can protect our students when their classmates can purchase semi-automatic weapons on their 18th birthday like the shooter in Uvalde did, and then freely access school buildings like the shooter in Santa Fe did. Some of you think that controlling entrance points, metal detectors, and clear backpacks are part of the solution, but we need to prevent students from obtaining firearms in the first place. Because what about inside school buses? What about the vast outdoor spaces on school grounds? So far in 2023, there have been at least 5 incidents of gunfire on school grounds in Texas, resulting in 2 deaths and 3 injuries. Every single one of them occurred outdoors. At Arlington's Lamar High School in March, a student was shot and killed and another injured by a fellow student just outside the school building. As a first responder, my husband participates in live active shooter simulation training. In the fall, this was conducted over several days at a local elementary school. Chairman Guillen and Moody, as Hispanic males, I know you are aware of the significance of a male in our culture crying, weeping on the couch to his wife, saying, "We are training not to prevent shootings, but to arrive to dead bodies and tier treatment for those we think might be lucky enough to live." Turning schools into prisons and training children in lockdowns like inmates have not produced the results we need. Please pass this bill to protect our children from their number one killer, guns. I'll also add that Mr. Lott was incorrect. At the Covenant School in Nashville, they did have armed staff, as reported by the Tennessean. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Georgia Bates. Georgia Bates. We have her registered as Georgia Bates, representing herself and Giffords, testifying in favor, but did not wish to testify. Chair now calls Shannon Flores. We have you registered as.
Just before the next witness, and I know that we've still got several to go, but I also I know that I think that the families from Uvalde have had the opportunity to testify. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to thank you for prioritizing their testimony and making sure they were able to testify, even though this is a long day, but at the front end of the bill hearing. So I want to say that I don't know if there's others that are still registered, haven't testified, but I believe we have heard from those that traveled and have waited all day. So I just want to thank you for prioritizing them. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We have you down as Shannon Flores, representing yourself and gun owners for safety in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please continue.
Thank you. My name is Shannon Flores. I will provide paper copies of my full testimony, but I'm amending my verbal testimony for time. I'm here today to honor the 21 lives lost at Robb Elementary and testify in support of House Bill 2744 to raise the age to 21. As Representative King and Representative Moody have noted, this bill directly relates to the tragedies in Uvalde and in El Paso in 2019. I'm a Texas gun owner, I have a license to carry permit, and I'm also the lead organizer for Giffords Gun Owners for Safety, a coalition of gun owners who believe we can support gun violence prevention policies while protecting the rights of law-abiding gun owners. I'm here representing over 1,300 Texas gun owners, and we have members in 86 Texas counties. That's 55% of the state. Our country sets minimum age requirements for the right to vote, along with drinking, smoking, driving, to encourage responsible behavior and increase public safety. Previous testimony mentioned the constitutionality of this policy and noted other mass shooters were not under the age of 21. No one in this room believes that this one bill will stop every young, motivated shooter, nor will it prevent every gun death, but it will make it harder. And as Rep. Moody and others have indicated, it is the duty of the legislative branch to legislate. 80% of Texas support raising the age, including 72% of Republicans. In a national poll, Last year, 72% of gun owners also supported raising the age. I'd also like to note that the legal experts at the Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence, with over 30 years of experience, will happily provide data-proven research to support this policy that will save lives. We fully support HB 2744 and strongly urge this committee to pass it and send it to the House for a public vote.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Chair now calls Rose Dunshee. We have you down as Rose Dunshee, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Please continue.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Rose Dunshee. I'm from Rowlett, Texas, and I'm testifying in support of House Bill 2744, which raises the age minimum to legally purchase certain semi-automatic rifles in Texas. There are numerous examples in Texas in which legally purchased weapons have been used to kill innocent people in our churches, our schools, and often at the hands of young males who aren't even old enough to drink or rent a car. I'm sorry. The shooter in Uvalde waited patiently until after his 18th birthday to purchase the 2 AR-style assault rifles that he used to take the lives of 19 precious children and 2 teachers less than a year ago. I know no one on this committee or in this room has forgotten the names or faces of those we lost that day, and I trust that the families from Uvalde are on the forefront of your minds and hearts as you listen to my fellow Texans testify and consider what's at stake here. I've heard the argument too many times, and even just recently tonight, that bad people don't listen to laws anyway. But strangely, that argument only ever applies to gun control, and we never hear it relating to alcohol or drugs or vehicle and road safety or any other topic where laws and regulations are already in place for our safety and well-being. Laws might not stop every ill-intentioned person, but age minimums are bare minimum in doing our due diligence to keep our society and especially our kids safe. Common sense gun laws aren't always a partisan issue. Speaking with Texans, you'll find mutual agreement that we need to raise the minimum age to purchase an assault rifle. It's not an infringement on personal freedom or a cruel and unusual punishment to responsible gun owners, but merely a precaution that aligns with every other safety standard in our society. And that's something that the majority of your constituents widely agree on across the board. As our representatives, we're calling on you not to hide behind the status quo, but to have the courage to represent Texans with action. We may never be able to fully eradicate evil and violence, but it is absolutely on all of us to try. And that's why we expect you to do the right thing, to do right by your constituents, and to vote in support of this bill. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Nicole Golden. We have you registered as Nicole Golden, representing yourself and Texas Gun Sense. Is that in favor of the bill? Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Please continue.
Like some others have done, I recognize how late it is, how emotional this is, and so I just want to amend this and take 30 seconds or a minute to say, on behalf of Texas Gun Sense, a nonpartisan, a nonprofit in Texas, we support HB 2744. I say that not only as the executive director, but as a mom raising my kids here in Texas who go to public school every day. And when they leave, I always hope that they'll come back at the end of the day, and it's a terrible thought that has to go through anybody's minds. As we've seen in so many major mass shootings that our state has experienced in recent years, Uvalde, Sutherland Springs, El Paso, Midland, Odessa, semi-automatic rifles make mass shootings deadlier, and an AR-15 type has been used in all of them. In both in Uvalde, in Buffalo, New York, and Parkland, Florida, a total of 48 people were killed, and the shooter in all of those cases was under 21. So I don't need to list all the reasons why there is proof. There's proof here with the survivors who had us all in tears earlier, and I think you were in tears too. And I really, really plead to you to back up those tears with action. Now is the time to take action. This is a historic moment here in Texas, I think, tonight, and I think we can really, all eyes are on us, and I think we can set an example that we can come together in a bipartisan way to make sure that, that we don't do this to our school children again.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Jake Wilson. We have you registered as Jake Wilson, representing yourself in favor of the bill.
That's correct.
Is that correct? All right. Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Jake Wilson. I'm from Fort Worth, and I'm speaking in my personal capacity. No one is paying me to be here. I took off work so I could speak in support of House Bill 2744. I'm a Republican who voted for Governor Abbott and Lieutenant Governor Patrick in October of last year. But because of the Uvalde tragedy, I also support House Bill 2744 to raise the age for owning certain semi-automatic rifles to 21 years old, which is the same age limit we have in Texas for drinking alcohol in most cases. It's also the age limit that this legislature set for constitutional carry last session. All this bill asks is that you set the same limit that this for the semi-automatics in this bill to be the same as the age limit you put for constitutional carry. I know of Republicans among my friends and family who support raising the age as well. In fact, a recent poll conducted by UT Tyler in February indicates that 73% of Republican voters support raising the age for buying a semi-automatic rifle to 21 years old. I commend this legislature for acting to protect the young life of the unborn in 2021. I'm with you on that. You did not let uncertainty about how a court might rule deter you from acting to protect young lives then. I hope that in the same way you will act now to protect young lives by keeping AR-15s out of teenagers' hands. I generally support the rights of responsible adults to bear weapons necessary for self-defense. I concur in the judgments rendered in the landmark Supreme Court cases D.C. versus Heller and New York State Rifle versus Bruin. But I also believe that there are several things we are not doing currently, such as passing House Bill 2744, that can be done to reduce gun violence and that fit within the way the Supreme Court interpreted the Second Amendment in the Heller and Bruin decisions. Justice Alito, in his concurring opinion in Bruin, wrote, "Our decision, as noted, does not expand the categories of people who may lawfully possess a gun, and federal law generally forbids the possession of a handgun by a person who is under the age of 18 and bars the sale of a handgun to anyone under the age of 21. This is straight from Justice Alito's concurring opinion in the Bruin decision, and this gives me confidence that House Bill 2744 would be upheld by the Supreme Court if it ever got there."
Thank you, sir. Members,
Thank you.
any-
Please
any
pass
questions?
House Bill 2744. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir. Chair now calls Elizabeth Hanks. We have you down as Elizabeth Hanks, representing yourself and Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please continue.
Good morning again. My name is Liz Hanks, and I just wanted to reiterate what the previous witness just said. I'm also a volunteer with the Texas chapter of Moms Demand Action, and pretty much everyone you see in this room that's wearing a red mom's shirt or button is also a volunteer. We're not getting paid to be here at 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm an attorney. I'm a born and raised Texan. I joined this gun violence prevention movement so my two girls could grow up in a safe world, although I often feel that I have failed them. I've been in this movement for 6 years, long enough to see this body shift from embracing responsible gun ownership to passing the laws that allowed people to carry guns on college campuses, to openly carry guns in public places, and most recently to carry handguns in public without a permit, despite advocates on the other side of this issue arguing vociferously tonight that license holders are extremely safe. Make it make sense. And in that time, I have seen the death toll from gun violence in Texas continue to increase. The data we have from the CDC shows that the rate of gun deaths has increased 46% in Texas from 2012 to 2021. 46%. Research tells us that states with stronger gun laws see less gun violence. It's just that simple. Texas is no different. The actions our state legislature have taken over the past decade to weaken our gun laws have helped make us less safe. Despite our best efforts in Texas' largest cities to elect leaders who understand this data and want to protect us from gun violence, they're mostly powerless to stop it. Our state's all-powerful preemption laws preclude cities and counties from passing regulations or policies that restrict guns beyond the measures already in place by the state. But we are here today to thank you for considering this very good, very reasonable bill. As Texans, what is important to us is that passing this bill will signal to the entire state, including to all the survivors of children and loved ones in Uvalde and Santa Fe and El Paso and Sutherland Springs and Midland, Odessa, to the 10 unsung Texans who die every day from gun violence, and the 80% of Texans who have told you that we support this policy. What it means is that the Texas legislature hears and shares our grief, our horror, our anger, and our fear. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair now calls Ramya Swamy. And after Ramya Swamy, we're going to have Jamaica Brown, Lori Haas, Go Curtis. No, Marissa Curtis. Oh, Marissa Curtis Go, Diane Grott Hughes, Joe Platt, Lola Estes. Again, Chair calls Ramya Swamy. Ramya Swamy. We have Ramya Swamy representing the Brady Campaign to Prevent Gun Violence in favor of the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Jamaica Brown. We have you registered as Jamaica Brown, representing Everytown for Gun Safety in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
My name is Jamaica Brown, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself and the Texas Chapter Moms Demand Action in Everytown for Gun Safety in support of HB 2744. As a gun violence survivor, I stand in solidarity with the families of Uvalde shooting who want this bill passed. Even though their loved ones died in mass shootings and mine died in a senseless act of daily gun violence with a handgun, we are bonded by the same pain and frustration at how Texas gun laws have failed us. This is my dad, the life of every gathering, and what people usually used to call my twin. And I honor him today with this testimony because it's going to take all of us to help prevent gun violence of all kinds in this state. Texas represents 9% of the U.S. population, yet almost half of Americans' 10 deadliest mass shootings over the last decade have been committed here. While setting the motives have varied, there are two consistent factors. Most of the shooters were young men in their teens and 20s, and most used assault-style weapons. The killing machines are the choice of so many mass murderers because they are so incredibly effective at killing. And I won't go into, I had some stuff prepared to go into some more details, but I think we've heard enough gruesome things. And
Hey, just to clear it up, we have you down as Jamaica Brown, representing Everytown for Gun Safety, but you also mentioned that you represent Moms Demand Action. Do you want us to correct the record and make,
also, that'd be great. Thank you.
what's that?
Yes, that works.
Okay, so we're going
Yes,
to
sir.
add, with your permission, Moms Demand Action on there. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Unlike the handgun rounds that recently took my dad's life in a Whataburger parking lot 9 years ago last month, their lighter, faster bullets can land with a shockwave intense enough to demolish vital organs. Unlike handgun rounds, which typically travel straight through a human's body, assault weapons round can tumble through the body, creating a blast that destroys tissue and leaves behind massive excess wounds, causing torrential bleeding that's quickly fatal. These rounds have rendered victims' bodies completely unrecognizable. God help the first responders, medical examiners, and funeral professionals left to deal with the mangled remains of humans mowed down with assault weapons. And God help the families whose loved ones died and are massacred in gruesome ways. And God help you if you sit in power and choose to do nothing. These weapons are too powerful or too dangerous, and if you are unwilling to take these life-saving steps of prohibiting them outright and adequately regulating them for everyone, the least you can do is raise the age to 21. Texas has had more than its fair share of gun violence, and I implore you to pass this bill. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Lori Haas. Lori Haas. We have Lori Haas down as representing herself in favor of the bill, but we're switching it to did not testify. Chair now calls Marisa Curtis Go. We have you down as Marisa Curtis Go, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Goff, but.
Goff, yes. Please continue.
So, hello. Thank you for giving me the time to testify today. My name is Marissa Curtis Goff. I'm a mother of 2 elementary-aged children who go to school in the Austin Independent School District. And I also have my master's in public health in epidemiology and data science. So I'm going to take off my mom hat today and put on my public health hat, because that's how I look at gun violence, as a public health issue. The American Public Health Association has stated that gun violence is a public health crisis. Firearms are one of the leading causes of injury-related death in the United States, with more than 40,000 people killed by guns each year. In Texas alone, there were 4,164 gun deaths in 2020, a staggering number that underscores the urgent need for action. And we did hear some misleading testimony about how the mean of deaths is less in the United States. The United States is an outlier compared to other developed countries. Let me pull up what I've researched today. According to the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation, comparing the 10 high-income countries with populations of 10 million or more, the United States ranks first for gun violence deaths per 100,000, which is how epidemiologists measure fatality rates. Our gun violence deaths are 13 times greater than they are in France, 22 times greater than the European Union as a whole, and 23 times the rate of firearm homicides seen in Australia. HB 2744 proposes raising the age to purchase certain semi-automatic rifles from 18 to 21 years of age. This is a sensible and necessary measure that will reduce the likelihood of these dangerous weapons ending up in the hands of inexperienced or immature individuals. Research has shown that 18 to 21-year-olds are responsible for a higher rate of firearms homicide compared to those 21 and older. I believe that our state has a responsibility to protect its citizens from preventable harm. By supporting HB 2744, we can take a meaningful step towards reducing gun violence in our state and making our community safer for all Texans. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Diane Grothues, or Grothues. We have you down as Diane Grothues, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Please
correct.
continue.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Diane Grothues, and I am representing myself in support of HB 2744. I am from Houston and a constituent of Rep. Jarvis Johnson. I'm 23 years old and have voted in every election cycle since turning 18. I was born 1 month after the mass shooting at Columbine High School. Mass shootings have increased most years in my lifetime. What has not increased is the age of the shooters, almost all male. Their age has been decreasing, according to PolitiFact. Before a mass shooter is even identified, many of us are very aware that there is a very good chance that the shooter was a young male and that an assault-style weapon was used. When the school mass shooting in Uvalde happened last May and the shooter was identified as an 18-year-old male, I was not surprised. 10 days earlier, an 18-year-old male had opened fire in a supermarket in Buffalo, New York. Both used assault-style weapons, or battle rifles, as law enforcement officers at Uvalde refer to the shooter's weapon. It's time to raise the age to purchase or possess an assault-style weapon from 18 to 21. If a person under 21 can't buy or possess a handgun in Texas, why can they buy a battle rifle with no training or understanding of what the weapon can do? A few weeks ago, CNN had a powerful demonstration of what happens when a person is shot with a handgun versus a battle rifle, using a block of gelatin to represent human soft tissue. With the handgun, the bullet tends to follow a straight line through the body. With that, there's a higher survivability rate. Bullets from a battle rifle explode within a body and do much more damage and result in a lower survivability rate and more serious injuries for those that do survive. Texas is not the same state that my parents grew up in, where gun owners generally had a minimum amount of training and respect when handling a firearm. The steady loosening of gun laws has made the state less safe in my lifetime. You can start to reverse this by voting to raise the age to 21.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair now calls Joe Platt. And next will be Lola Estes, Robin Breed, Farah Ahmed, Heather Kennedy, Nabila Mansour, Elizabeth Stevens, Grace Hedrick. Joe Platt. We have you down as Joe Platt representing Giffords in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to take up any more time. I know it's getting early in the morning. I'm happy to submit written testimony. Just
Absolutely. Members, any questions?
Thank you all for your time.
Chair calls Lola Estes. We have you registered as Lola Estes, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please continue.
I'm Lola Estes. I'm representing myself. I'm an 8th generation Texan. I'm from a gun family. I understand the issues and I support House Bill 2744, 21 for 21. We need to do something different. Raising the age to 21 is the least we can do. This is a reasonable bill. This is common sense. Science tells us that people under age 21 do not have a fully developed brain yet. And they may use an assault weapon in a fit of anger. 75% of Americans support passing the minimum age bill to raise to 21 to buy a gun. We are not even saying all guns. We're just saying these weapons of war that are being used by children to slaughter children. This is an easy ask, y'all. Do what the large majority of people want. Do the right thing and raise the age. I had more to say, but I'm just going to stop and say thank you for staying so late. I've been here 17 hours. I'm signed up to speak on a bunch more bills, and I won't be here. But I think you get the gist of what we're saying. We got to change. We got to do something. And you guys are who's going to do it for us. And I have faith. I'm an optimist. I've been here 10 years testifying on these issues. This one, we're going to win. You're going to do the right thing.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, any questions? All right, chair now calls Robin Breed. We have you registered as Robin Breed, representing yourself and Moms Demand Action in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. I am here representing myself in the Texas chapter of Moms Demand Action. The spring of 2017, my daughter received her acceptance letter to the University of Texas. A few weeks later, a 19-year-old freshman at UT, Harrison Brown, was fatally stabbed on the campus at UT. As Harrison lay dying, he passed his phone to another student and told him to call his mother. Lori Brown, Harrison's mother, keeps his bloody backpack and the haunting memory of that last call as she listened while another student tried to save her son. After their tragedy, Harrison's family advocated for a change in the laws. A bill was proposed, and this body listened. After one son of Texas tragically died, this legislature leapt into action and swiftly reformed a law in an attempt to prevent another family from ever suffering a loss like that one. 1 week after Harrison was killed, the lower chamber passed the knife bill, House Bill 1935. It went on to pass the Senate 2 weeks later, and Governor Abbott signed it into law that June. And here we are, El Paso, Sutherland Springs, Midland, Odessa, Santa Fe, and now Uvalde.
All of this loss and all of this pain, all of this unrealized potential cut short, leaving a trail of broken hearts, broken families, pain, and constant fear of the next time. And this legislature's response, thoughts and prayers, but no meaningful action on gun reform. When you leave work today, imagine that tomorrow's next great tragedy is coming to your hometown, and ask yourself, did you do everything in your power to prevent that from happening? Please honor these Uvalde families and pass this bill. This body has shown that when they are moved to do so, they are very capable of swiftly passing policy to protect Texans. Please do for these grieving parents what you did for Harrison. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Farah Ahmed. Farah Ahmed, we have her down as Farah Ahmed, representing herself in favor of the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Heather Kennedy. Okay, we have you down as Heather Kennedy, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, please continue.
Days after the school shooting in Nashville, a Tennessee state rep asked a student protester, rhetorically, if there's a firearm out there that you're comfortable being shot with, please show me which one it is. The same morning as that shooting, the Washington Post published a package online all about the AR-15, including an upsetting visualization of its effects on the body, almost always unsurvivable. When a .223 cartridge exits the barrel of this rifle, its velocity is more than 3,200 feet per second. The kinetic energy of that bullet is 1,300 foot-pounds. For reference, hunters recommend 1,000 foot-pounds to take down a white-tailed deer from a distance. So where does all that energy go? The small .223 bullet breaks into fragments inside the body just after the moment of impact. That energy goes out in all directions as a kind of shockwave, decimating everything around it. That's why you've heard the stories about families having to identify children by their clothes, backpacks, shoes. Because when an 18-year-old legally purchased an AR-15 and fired it into a room of fourth graders, the velocity of that rifle, that kinetic energy in those bullets, made 19 students and 2 teachers explode. The Washington Post also showed the damage to a body from a 9mm handgun round. With far less velocity, a 9mm bullet goes through the body linearly with a much smaller shockwave, damaging nearby organs, tissue, and bones. But you don't even have to take my word for it, because there seems to be pretty strong consensus online among gun fetishists, your primary voters, that an AR-15 style rifle is the most lethal. So to answer that snarky rep in Tennessee, sir, I would prefer to never be shot by any firearm. But gun to my head, I am certain the very last firearm on my list is an AR-15. And due to the age, kids don't need these guns. Yes, 18, 19, and 20-year-olds are kids. Nobody walks by the UT campus and says, hey, look at all those fun college adults. Raise the age.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Nabila Mansour. And after Nabila Mansour, we're going to have Elizabeth Stevens, Grace Hedrick, Leslie Morrison, Stephen Kling, Natalia Wolf, Miachia Ferrer, Lisa Binkley, Lauren Gamble, Robert Ledecky. Again, Chair now calls Nabila Mansour. Okay, we have Nabila Mansour registered to testify for RISE AAPI in favor of the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Elizabeth Stevens. Elizabeth Stevens. We have Elizabeth Stevens representing Moms Demand Action in favor of the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Grace Hedrick. Grace Hedrick. We have Grace Hedrick representing herself in favor of the bill but did not testify. Chair now calls Leslie Morrison. Leslie Morrison. We have Leslie Morrison representing herself in favor of the bill, but we're switching it to did not testify. Chair now calls Stephen Kling. We have you down as Stephen Kling representing yourself and gun owners for safety in favor of the bill. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct, Chairman. Thank you.
Please continue.
Yes, I'll actually, in my testimony, try to be a little bit more brief. My name is Stephen Kling. I'm a decorated combat veteran and gun owner, the father of 2 boys in Texas Public Schools, and a leading member in the Texas chapter of Giffords Gun Owners for Safety. I'm here to testify today in support of House Bill 2744, and I think it's worth noting I also not paid to be here. I am a volunteer as well. As a non-commissioned officer in the United States Army Special Operations Command and then commander of a small arms training company in the Reserve, I trained and qualified on every major small arms weapon in the U.S. Army weapons arsenal. I firmly support the Second Amendment, and I believe that responsible gun ownership is an essential part of our national heritage. I also recognize that rights come with the responsibility to ensure the safety of our greater communities. If this bill had been law at the time, as many have said, it would have almost certainly prevented the Uvalde Robb Elementary and the El Paso Walmart shootings. As written, this bill only applies to a subset of firearms: semi-automatic rifles with detachable magazines for rapid reload and firing a caliber higher than .22. These firearms are the weapons of choice for mass shooters seeking to commit high-casualty attacks, as well as for gun traffickers fueling the drug gang violence destabilizing our neighboring countries on our southern border. It is important to note that this law contains exceptions for law enforcement, young veterans, and military personnel. And I appreciate the distinction that this bill makes between a young person having received vetting and training from the U.S. military and one who has not. It is encouraging for me to see the Texas legislature acknowledge the value and the constitutionality of vetting and training in the more dangerous classifications of firearms. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Natalia Wolf. Natalia Wolf. We have Natalia Wolf registered representing herself in favor of the bill but did not testify. Chair now calls Miachia Ferrer. Miachia Ferrer. We have Miachia Ferrer representing herself in favor of the bill but did not testify. Chair now calls Lisa Binkley. Lisa Binkley. We have Lisa Binkley representing herself in favor of the bill, but we're switching it to did not testify. Chair now calls Lauren Gamble. We have you registered as Lauren Gamble, representing yourself and the Texas Pediatric Society in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Please continue.
Thank you for having me again tonight. I'm here on behalf of 4,800 pediatricians in the Texas Pediatric Society. There's really no statistic that I can share more powerful than what you've already heard, so I'll skip to the things that I think I can share that are different as a pediatrician. And I'll say that every single day, pediatricians help kids and their families navigate the debilitating fear, anxiety, and grief that's become part of their everyday lives in this current world that we live in. And we don't have to live this way. And I think when considering this policy, this type of policy, it's really important for us to consider what we know about brain development in children. The amygdala is the region of the brain that's responsible for immediate reactions, including fear and aggressive behavior, and this part of the brain develops really early in life. However, the frontal cortex, the area of the brain that's responsible for reasoning, abstract thinking, and judgment, this is the part of the brain that helps us think before we act, develops much, much later. Specifically, the frontal cortex continues to develop well into our 20s. Since 2018, roughly 2/3 of the deadliest mass shootings in our country have been committed by people aged 21 and younger. There's no simple way to end mass shootings, but developmental research tells us that adolescence involves tremendous changes in cognitive, social, emotional, and social domains, all of which have implications for decision-making. Furthermore, evidence suggests that increasing the minimum age to purchase long guns could result in a reduction in suicide completion. Although handguns are used in nearly 3/4 of firearm suicides for the population as a whole, long gun use is relatively higher in rural communities and among adolescents. In rural counties, long guns were used for 51% of adolescent male suicides. Suicide rates in children are increasing, and while we commonly think of long guns in relation to mass shootings, this bill has potential to save even more lives through the reduction of suicides. For these reasons, I'm here in support of this bill, and thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Robert Ludecky. We have you registered as Robert Ludecky, representing yourself and Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Please continue.
I wanted to first commend all of you for obviously believing in First Amendment rights for all of us. You're still sitting here at 1 in the morning, and I would like to commend Representative King for creating a bill that is as narrowly focused as I can possibly imagine. And I would ask this committee to pass this bill out of this committee to the House, either because you believe this is the right thing to do or because you don't want to bear the heavy cross alone of having this bill fail. And with that, I'll leave it unless anybody has any questions.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls London Delgado. London Delgado. Okay. We have you registered as London Delgado, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, please continue.
My name is London Delgado, and I'm 18 and graduating this year from Santa Fe High School. The day before May 18th, 2018 was a day of fun in my 7th grade year, not knowing the next day was filled with fear. I wouldn't call myself a survivor, but I'm nothing less from it. To this day, I think how my life could have ended. Could I survive being shot, save my friends, or see my family again? In my case, I was able to, but for my busmate and my substitute, they didn't get the chance. All because of a 17-year-old who was not responsible nor emotionally mature got his father's unsecured shotgun and gunned down students in the art rooms. As a big sister, I've experienced the risk of losing my sister to a heart condition that doctors were able to repair and save her life. On May 24, 2022, as I watched in horror and anger, Uvalde experienced exactly what we did 4 years and 6 days before. 19 children the same age as my sister were damaged beyond repair by an 18-year-old gunman with an AR-15 and over 60 magazines designed to immediately incapacitate a target. I saw my sister and those children who stood in the same place we did. Classrooms are not war zones, but as time has shown, allowing access to teens and 18-year-olds has made them so. Why are adults speaking for us? Is it your belief we can't speak for ourselves? What's important to me, making it to graduation, my sister going to high school, and not becoming a gun violence statistic, and hearing your thoughts and prayers said at our funerals. Why strive for a normal childhood and have to do these jobs of adults, nor exits and how to save our friends? I look forward to voting for those of you who make lives of children a priority and not collateral for your campaign by you voting to raise the age and protect the children of Texans, including your own. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Yes, Chairman Moody.
Just a quick comment, London. Thank you very much. I appreciate you hanging out with us and taking time to make your voice part of this conversation. I'll let you know one of the first things that I noticed when I went to Uvalde and went to Robb Elementary was there was a large memorial that was set up there by the families from Santa Fe. And I know that the families in Uvalde have felt an enormous amount of love and support things that they didn't want to have in common, but they're finding ways to make each other stronger, and that's important in this conversation. So thank you for being a part of that and also for being here today.
Thank you. I imagine you're Cristina Delgado. Chair now calls Cristina Delgado. We have you down. Is Cristina Delgado representing yourself and Community Justice in favor of the bill? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, please continue.
So my name is Cristina Delgado, and I'm the Southwest Regional Advocacy Associate for Community Justice Action Fund, a national organization working to reduce gun violence in communities of color by empowering those closest to the pain. First and foremost, I am a spouse, a mother of two girls, one 12, one 18, and an 18-year-old bonus son who is currently joining the military. We're a gun-owning family that experienced the first Texas school shooting on May 18th, as London here has explained. We were assured laws would be made and no other family would join our community in grief and trauma in losing their loved ones. Again, as London has explained, 4 years and 6 days later, the only changes that were made were laws that created easier access to firearms in Texas and the nation, paving the way to allow a 17-year-old to stockpile magazines, purchase 2 ARs just after his 18th birthday on a payment plan to carry out his calculated plan to gun down as many children as possible in a short amount of time. Teenagers are not concerned with turning 18 to purchase an AR, and even in a gun-owning family like ours, they are just trying to be kids. But we have seen a clear pattern of cruel intent by individuals just turning 18 that have found the tool to carry out their acts of violence as quickly and effectively as possible. Even in our family, there's supervision at the range and handling of arms because good parents and gun owners understand the great responsibility that comes with handling firearms. We believe that training and education is essential, that requires years of practice, not an 18th birthday. We have to acknowledge the fact that we need to prioritize preventative measures that are brutally necessary to prevent tragedies like Uvalde and like ours. This bill does not prevent us from having the ability to accompany our children to the range, but it does prevent those individuals, such as the shooter in Uvalde and so many others, from carrying out their devastation on communities. I urge this committee, as parents yourselves, to acknowledge and understand the need to prevent these tragedies, to raise the age. I urge you to vote for House Bill 2744.
Members, any questions? Thank you all.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Megan McDonald. We have you down as Megan McDonald, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is
Please
correct.
continue.
Thank you. Good morning again, everyone. Thank you to the Community Safety Committee and to Representative King, who represents my hometown of Uvalde. And thank you, Representative King, for bringing this bill forward. My name is Megan McDonald. I was born and raised in Uvalde and now live here in Austin with my husband and 2-year-old son. There's nothing more or different than I can say that you have not already heard here this evening. This issue is close to my heart, and while I do not know all of the families personally, I am here to show my support instead of offering my thoughts and prayers. I attended fourth grade at Robb Elementary and grew up half a mile from Robb. The majority of my family was born and raised in Uvalde and lives there today. My mom and dad live in the same house that I grew up in, again, less than a half a mile from Robb. I watched in horror on May 24th, 2022 from Chicago, Illinois, because I was on a work trip. I watched my hometown become another name on the list of cities that have been impacted by a mass shooting. I am here today because I too support HB 2744 to raise the minimum age to purchase or possess an assault-style weapon and other semi-automatic rifles from 18 to 21. I believe in sensible gun reform, and I am part of the 80% of Texans who support this common sense legislation. I am a gun owner. I was raised around guns. I grew up on a ranch and would go with my father and my grandfather to practice shooting constantly whenever I was a child. I want my 2-year-old son to understand how to responsibly use a gun. But every single morning, I drop him off at school and I say a prayer to please, please, I pray to God, please keep him safe. I remind his teachers every single week, what are you doing to make sure he is safe at school? What active shooter trainings are you doing? That is not a conversation a parent should have to have with their teacher, ever. The shooter in Uvalde could not obtain a handgun from a licensed dealer legally because of his age, but was able to purchase the 2 assault-style weapons shortly after his 18th birthday, which he used to murder the 19 children and 2 teachers at Robb. The 21 families who lost their loved ones on May 24th deserve your attention, respect, and change, and they also deserve to see this bill passed. This is an opportunity for the state of Texas to set a precedent and be a leader in this country. The country looks to Texas for to set many examples, and this is one example we can set. So I ask you today, please, please pass this bill. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair calls Kara DeVerter. Kara DeVerter. I probably didn't get that right, but
That's correct. You got it.
yes, we have you down as Kara DeVerter representing yourself in favor of the bill. Please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay. Sorry, my phone was about to die, so I had to turn it off. There's still a little bit left. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kara DeVerter, and I'm representing myself this morning in support of House Bill 2744. Sorry about that. Okay. I live in San Antonio where my 12-year-old son attends public schools and I worry for his safety. I feel a responsibility to speak out for the victims and survivors in Uvalde. I narrowly missed the trauma at Robb Elementary that day because of a meeting. I witnessed the chaotic emergency response on Highway 90. I cannot believe or accept what happened to the innocent victims that day. The trauma continues long after the event. During practice drills, kids hold large cards that say "okay" on one side and "need help" on the other. Children have experienced panic attacks rather, while trying to get through such drills. When asked, why would someone come to school to kill us, the next question is usually, how can we stop it? Imagine knowing one small thing Texas lawmakers could do to save lives and telling a child the adults won't do it. Furthermore, attending school or working around armed police hurts their ability to learn. Schools are for learning, not hiding from murderers with weapons of war. Please prove that our lives are the priority and pass House Bill 2744. We are here waiting for your help. Thank you so much.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Sir, Chair calls Sarah West. We have you registered as Sarah West, representing yourself and Moms Demand Action in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
I am representing myself.
Okay, so then we're going to change this
Yes.
and we're going to remove. You got on the wrong person. This is on Sarah West. All right. Go ahead.
Good. Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Sarah West. I'm representing myself. I'm for HB 2744. We are coming up on the anniversary of the horrific Uvalde massacre at Robb Elementary School. May 24th is a stain on our state. This legislature hasn't taken any steps to prevent this from happening again. But 11-year-old survivor, Caitlin Gonzalez, and her community are tirelessly working during their daily grief You saw them here earlier. They waited 13 hours to testify. They are begging you to raise the age to purchase assault-style weapons to 21. That's it. That is their big collective ask. They have come here numerous times in the last year to plead with you to pass this law. And you could see today they are not going to give up, no matter what time of day. I really hope that you listened to them as they asked you to in their testimonies. I hope you heard their pain. I hope you felt their sorrow. I hope you saw their suffering. I hope that they saw tears that you had running down your cheeks as we listened to them. Pledge to actually do something to help them. Use your power and position for good. Support the necessary laws all Texans need to end the out-of-control gun violence epidemic. Show the people of Texas that you care. Listen to your hearts. What are they telling you after this hearing? Do what is right, and don't make the Uvalde community come back again for 13 hours. Honor these mourning families by voting for HB 2744.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Kathleen Frost Fink. We have you down as Kathleen Frost Fink, representing yourself in favor of the bill.
Yes.
Is that correct?
For myself and the Texas chapter is the Mom's Demand.
Okay, we're going to correct it and represent the Texas chapter of Moms Demand Action?
Yes.
Of Moms?
I'm here in support of HB 2744.
Yes.
As we know, raises the age for Texas to purchase those semi-automatic rifles.
Can you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Whoops. Forgive me. It's early in the morning. No, it's. I support House Bill 2744 and the families of Uvalde. As a survivor myself, I know the pain of the Texas laws that fail survivors, or the lack of laws that allow tragedy to be prevented. My Uncle Carl was a kind, extremely funny man. He connected our family through the generations, through distances. He was very kind. He also became very troubled. Not anything we could do could save him. He was found on February 16, 2011, dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound from a semi-automatic weapon. There was a question on his identity based on his clothes and his shoes. The identity was confirmed by DNA. I know that pain in some way that the Uvalde families have had. Please don't allow them to keep living year after year without having something done. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Reagan Brendel. Reagan Brendel. We have Reagan Brendel representing themselves, testifying for the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls David Anderson. We have you registered as David Anderson, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Be careful.
Yeah, I don't. Just kind of embarrassed.
I almost feel the same way right now.
Yeah. Well, you know.
We have you down as David Anderson, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is true.
Okay, please continue.
Thank you so much. And I am David Anderson. I own 6 firearms. I bought the first one the day of my 21st birthday because I could, and my mother forbade me. So it had to be done. That's about all the logic a 21-year-old needs. I'm here supporting 2744. I'd like to first respond to some things that I heard from non-supporters about it being a slippery slope and leads to. We're on a slippery slope. We keep sliding into mass shootings. Okay, so I don't really worry too much about the slippery slope on the other side of that coin. And I also am used to hearing people talking about you can't infringe. But we elected this austere group of legislators to infringe, to know how far to go, so that we have as much freedom as we possibly can. I'm a proud resident of Klein Independent School District, and they're going to be watching you. They're going to be proud of you. I was so happy that you brought a young guest today. He is going to be so proud of you as you lead this state into a safer state. You are a school teacher. You understand what this was about. You have friends that sympathize, that have lived this fear. I'm trying to find you and not. There's 3 of you guys that need to be at muster on Friday night. That's all I have to say.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair calls Michelle Herskowitz. We have you registered as Michelle Herskowitz, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please continue.
Okay. Good morning. Yes, my name is Michelle Herskowitz, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself in support of HB 2744. You know, when my kids were in high school and college, thankfully they made it through that phase, I held my breath a little bit every time they walked out the door, and it didn't really exhale until they returned safely. And why is that? Because people that age can be really dumb and do terrible things. And you've already heard that brains don't fully develop until the mid-20s, so I'm really going to skip that section of what I was going to say. But I think I read a quote that I think really says it well. Last month, the U.S. Appeals Court upheld the Florida law that was passed in 2018 after the Parkland shooting, which raised the age requirement to 21 to buy a gun. And in a suit by the NRA on that law, the government attorneys defended the law, arguing that 18 to 20-year-olds are uniquely likely to engage in impulsive, emotional, and risky behaviors that offer immediate or short-term rewards. Drawing the line for legal purchase of firearms at 21 is a reasonable method of addressing public safety concerns. And I think that kind of says it all. 18 to 20-year-olds have really no business obtaining the specific weapons outlined in this bill. Earlier, someone said, 18-year-olds can legally marry and vote and own property, et cetera. So they should have this privilege too. But I say there's also lots of things 18-year-olds can't legally do, like, and it's been mentioned, buy alcohol, rent a car, get a pilot's license, adopt a child, buy a handgun. Why? Experience tells us it's risky. 3 years ago, a law was passed here on tobacco use for the same reason. Uvalde, Buffalo, Parkland, these are all communities that were victimized by dangerous young adults with military-style weapons. I'm asking you to acknowledge 80% of Texas voters who support raising the age, and please pass the bill. Stop letting the tail wag the dog, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair now calls Stephanie Kopenik. Stephanie Kopenik. We have Stephanie Kopenik down representing herself in favor of the bill, but we're switching it to did not testify. Chair now calls Susana Carranza. We have you registered as Susana Carranza, representing yourself and the League of Women Voters of Texas. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm Dr. Susana Carranza, testifying as a member and on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas in favor of House Bill 2744. Thank you for having this hearing. The League supports this bill as we believe it's an important step towards reducing the incidence of mass shooting. There is no single action or legislation that will eliminate all shootings. But we believe each piece of legislation, like this one, that helps to decrease the incidence of shootings should be embraced as part of the solution. In July of 2023, in response to Uvalde, the League of Women Voters co-hosted a webinar with LULAC Texas and the Texas NAACP, consisting of a panel of experts discussing measures to address mass shooting. One of the actions that was supported by the panelists was to increase the minimum age to obtain semi-automatic rifles that accept high-capacity magazines. 6 of the 9 deadliest mass shootings in the United States between 2018 and 2022, including Uvalde, were perpetrated by people who were 21 years old or younger. The Uvalde shooting was perpetrated by an 18-year-old that bought his rifle legally. The easy access to such powerful weapons dramatically shortens the path between thought and action. And as we know, in Uvalde, this path led to the loss of 19 children and 2 adults. In the U.S., the legal drinking age was raised to 21 to save lives. After the limit was raised, the U.S. saw a decline in motor vehicle crashes. Young adults under 21 are still learning how to control their impulses. Why? Why would we continue to allow them to have easy access to weapons that can cause so much devastation so quickly? We urge you to support this bill and raise the minimum age. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Becca De Feliz. We have you registered as Becca De Felice, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please continue.
I actually love that you made my last name a little fancier than it really is.
Uh-huh.
Chairman, members, I appreciate that y'all are still here and giving us the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Becca D. Felice. I'm testifying in support of 2744. I have a 13-year-old daughter that I am lucky enough to get to drive home to this evening, and tomorrow I will send her off to school with her diorama of a coral reef. It all sounds so cute and innocent, but we also have to keep in mind that she has lived her entire life in a world where kids start rehearsing for the day that a peer or former classmate walks into the classroom and shoots them before they know how to read. That's the reality. So I talked to her about this, preventing school shootings, and she kind of gave me this really matter-of-fact accounting of what her viewpoint is. She told me that if someone came to shoot up the school, it would probably be a teenager or another kid that goes to school with me. They would have done the exact same drills I've done in the same rooms. They'll know how to kill the people they want to kill. And even if we do everything right, the shooter would see the covers on the windows and they wouldn't be like, oh, that room is empty. They'd know that it was a bunch of kids hiding with their arms over their heads and they'd just come in and kill us. She told me, if someone came to shoot up the school, I hope I'm in the science building. Because the science building has a lot of windows, and even on the second floor, we could push the desks against the door and break the windows and jump down onto the roof. It's not like some of the other rooms where you just have to wait to be shot. I hope I have a chance to escape. She told me that even though kids aren't supposed to have their phones on in class, everyone just keeps them on silent. So if someone came in with a gun, they could text their moms. When I told her that the chance of a school shooting happening at her school is so small, she said it's not zero, there is still a chance. So it's better to have a plan that might actually work and a way to tell you goodbye. This is what my kid thinks about in school every day. And a lot of us are not in the generation where we were raised like this, but this is the normal for them. This is just like brushing their teeth or putting on their pajamas or the things that we used to do. So I am asking you to please pass this bill for the sake of these kids that are going to school every day, believing that their safety is dependent on them doing everything right, being quiet enough, stacking the chairs and the desks just right against the doors. Please, just reduce their risk with this one kind of gun. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Angelica Conley. Angelica Conley. We have Angelica Conley registered to, representing herself in favor of the bill. We're switching her to did not testify. Chair now calls Philip Pham. Philip Pham. We have Philip Pham registered, representing March for Our Lives in favor of the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Susan Marcus. We have you registered as Susan Marcus, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Please continue.
Before I do, I just want to mention the young man whose name you just called, because I checked him in at 7:30 this morning when he arrived to testify, and he was here most of the day. Just to say that many people who are here are not going to be able to testify. And because it's so late, I have jettisoned much of what I had planned to say. I planned to start by telling you about the fear that I feel as a grandmother and a mother, but you've heard about that, and I know that you all share that same fear no matter what your opinion about this bill. I do want to return to a discussion we had earlier, because after Uvalde, I have heard Governor Abbott declare several times that he can't raise the age, we can't raise the age, because it's not constitutional. And we've had some discussion about that this evening, and I think it's important to emphasize that there is no court that has declared that raising the age to 21 or setting the age to 21 for assault-style rifles is unconstitutional. There is debate about that, but none of the Supreme Court cases have held that, not Bruin or earlier ones. And the cases that were referred to, as Representative Goodwin mentioned, one in Florida, as did someone recently, where it was found constitutional. And as I think Representative Moody alluded to earlier, it's unclear. The North Texas case did not, was about handguns, as I think many of you know, and probably some of the people who alluded to that case earlier know as well. So it's not settled law, and that part of what we are able to do as legislators, or you're able to do as legislators, and we are able to do as citizens coming before you, is to push the laws in the way that Representative Moody talked about. And we have the power, those of us here in the audience, to vote, to talk to our friends and neighbors, to advocate, and to come and spend 14 or 15 hours testifying, which is a hardship, as I think many of you know. But you have the power to do this. And we know that doing this will save lives. We know that it would have saved the 21 lives in Uvalde. And so I implore you, even if you have misgivings, to go ahead and pass this bill, because it will save lives, and I believe that it will be held constitutional. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Robert Mueller. We have you registered as Robert Mueller, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please continue.
My name's Reverend Robert Mueller. I'm a Presbyterian pastor in San Antonio, Texas, and a volunteer with Texas Impact, and I'm speaking in favor of House Bill 2744. As the son of a career federal prosecutor and a lifetime NRA member, I've often had conversations with my father about the need to balance rights with responsibilities. I am not interested in stripping people of their rights. I am interested in gun owners like myself balancing our rights with our responsibilities. They must go hand in hand. Every constitutionally protected right comes with the obligation to exercise that right responsibly. Freedom of speech does not grant me the right to irresponsibly shout fire in the theater, nor may I incite others to violence with my speech. Freedom of movement does not permit me to irresponsibly use that freedom to transport contraband. Freedom of association does not permit me to irresponsibly use that right to conspire to commit a crime. My right to own and utilize a firearm also bears corollary responsibility to respect the deadly capacity of that weapon, to respect the life, liberty, and safety of my fellow community members, especially our children. Keeping the deadliest firearms out of the hands of untrained and unsupervised young adults is a reasonable and responsible action which will save children's lives, and every responsible gun owner should support it. Courage requires putting faith on top of fear. Fears of being primaried, fears of having your A rating with the NRA reduced, fears of losing your seat of power, fear of losing contributions to your campaign funds. Show some courage today and honor the lives of the children and the teachers of Robb Elementary. Vote in favor of HB 2744. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Francesca Leahy. I'm sure it's Francesca Leahy, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, please continue.
Good evening, Chairman Guillen, Vice Chairman Johnson, committee members. My name is Francesca Fraga Leahy, and I'm representing myself in support of HB 2744. Thank you for the opportunity to hear public testimony on this bill, to hear directly from the families of those who had their lives taken away from them at Robb Elementary and who have already said everything that should need to be heard for all to decide to vote for this bill. I'm here in solidarity with these families to support HB 2744 because it would deftly amend Section 46.06 of the Penal Code to, in Representative King's words, raise the age to 21 for the purchase of the guns that took the lives in Uvalde. These guns shot 38 people. 21 people died, including 2 teachers, Irma Garcia and Eva Mireles, who together taught 4 decades of Uvalde children. 19 children died. As Representative King said, if this bill had been the law then, those kids would be alive today. That can't be said enough. I was born and raised in Waco, Texas. I'm a mom of 2 preschoolers, and I have 15 years of experience in education, including as a teacher at an elementary school in the Rio Grande Valley. My life experiences make this issue personal for me and for so many Texans. Your vote for this bill could save the lives of my children and my former colleagues still teaching, despite the environment in which they teach. Votes against this bill put the lives of all Texans at risk, especially school children and teachers, who time and again have found themselves the target of these guns. That being said, no citizen nor legislator should need to have personal experience as a mom or a teacher or even a Texan to recognize that supporting this bill is simply the right thing to do, the logical thing to do, and the least we can do. The majority of Texans agree. We will not forget Uvalde. We will remember those who supported this bill. Vote for HB 2744. Vote 21 for 21. Thank you for hearing our testimony.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Claudia Torres Yanes. We have you registered as Claudia Torres Yanes, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
It's Yañez. It's hard to
Yañez.
do the tilde, but
Okay.
representing myself, and I'm for the bill. Good morning. I'm here on behalf of myself, unpaid. No one's paying me to testify. I'm doing it for love of my community and for love of Texas. Hashtag Texas forever, as I like to say. I often hear politicians, even my own family and friends, respond to mass shootings with an ineffectual reference to evil. They seem to be throwing their hands up with, "You can't legislate evil," or "Evil will always exist." Sigh. In my view, It's a convenient excuse to avoid dealing with the elephant in the room and for leading with courage. For the sake of argument, let's say that the root cause is evil. If such evil exists, why arm it with assault weapons and semi-automatic rifles? There's a reason why these weapons are the go-to guns for mass murderers. Assault weapons combined with high-capacity magazines can kill and injure far more people in a far shorter time than handguns. In a study of shootings between 2015 and 2022, in which 4 or more people were killed, over twice as many people were killed when shooters used an assault weapon than when they didn't. I'll repeat, the body count is almost 2.5 times higher when an assault weapon is used. That's a lot of more heartbeats. And the devastating effect of these military-style rifles is even more pronounced when we look at injuries. In the same study, 24 times more people were wounded in situations where the shooter used an assault weapon compared to situations where one was not used. 24 times more injuries. And let's remember that these are often horrific injuries requiring ongoing medical intervention and causing lasting physical and mental anguish. So while we can't legislate evil, we can limit deaths and injuries by legislating assault-style weapons. Have you heard of the Swiss cheese model for safety? Multiple layers, multiple barriers, multiple speed bumps can and do work, and we should use them. I say let's push the limit. Let's judiciate the hell out of this, because it might even just be enough for me to see my son graduate from high school or my daughter graduate from college. I applaud Representative King, gracias, for his specific definition of the certain type of firearm we're talking about and attempting to keep these incredibly dangerous weapons out of the hands of those under 21. I applaud the amendment. My own son has enjoyed firing these weapons on a firing range with family. That's a smart amendment. I ask you to please pass this bill. Ni uno más, not one more, please. 21 for 21. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Anthony Lazon Conde. We have you registered as Anthony Lazon Conde, representing yourself and Dallas for Change in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please continue.
All right, Chair. My name is Anthony Lazon Conde. I am here in support of House Bill 2744 and to stand in solidarity with all the victims of gun violence in the state of Texas and across this country. It is time to stand up against the constant, divisive, contradictory, and borderline delusional rhetoric of the gun lobby. Easier access and lenient gun laws do not make public spaces safer. It's time to make the changes necessary to truly protect the children in our state. This bill is a state in the right direction. We must raise the minimum age for purchasing assault rifles to 21. This is the bare minimum we can do. We have to put an end to the trauma that Texas children and parents are being forced to endure every time there's another mass shooting or when children leave their houses and have to undergo active shooter drills at their schools. It is gut-wrenching to hear a child dread going to school out of fear that they may never come home. We have to do better for them. We have to rally behind survivors and do right by those we have lost. I ask that you fully support the passing of this bill.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair now calls Jason Hester. We have you registered as Jason Hester, representing Texas Department of Public Safety, testifying on the bill as a resource witness. Thank you for hanging on with us. He's our resource witness. Members, any questions? Was this correct?
Yes, sir. Here for the duration.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify who registered by the deadline on, for, or against House Bill 2744? Okay, we got somebody here. Okay, y'all come on up. Yeah, okay, good. Come on up. What was there anyone else who registered before the deadline that wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2744? The committee sub to House Bill 2744. If not, Chair recognizes Chairman King to close.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members, I appreciate all of you staying here. It's impressive, and I appreciate all the witnesses that stayed. They are dedicated to their causes on both sides. So, just to close, I want to say that, as I told you when I began, this one's personal for us. I went to every single funeral except for the one that was out of town in San Angelo, and a couple of them, they had them together. One of them was they had two cousins. They did them together in those little caskets that they were using. And just to reiterate a couple of things, there's a long list of things we've heard of, and there's others that require that you'd be at least 21 years of age. And there's a reason insurance companies give you a discount on your insurance after you turn 25. And so then why is it age 18 for rifle purchases? Well, people say, Tracy, that's simple. It's the Second Amendment. And I've read the Second Amendment many, many times. And I can't find the part in the Second Amendment where it says every 18-year-old in Texas has the constitutional right to buy this type of semi-automatic rifle. I can't find the part in the Second Amendment where it says the right of an 18-year-old to buy this type of semi-automatic rifle is more important than the rights of 2 teachers and 19 kids to return home from school safely, instead of going from Robb Elementary to the morgue. In fact, the Second Amendment is silent on age. It's silent on intellectual ability. It's silent on criminal records. It could be 12, it could be 30. It's silent on all those things and many other things because our forefathers knew that it was our job to put those borders in there. That's our job as policymakers to make those decisions on those places where it is silent. And I believe that our forefathers, the very ones that drafted this, anticipated that. And they left that open to us because they were wise enough to know that things would change as time goes on. I support the Second Amendment. We said that earlier. As we said earlier, we pass laws that are designed to test the limits all the time on social issues, on these issues, on business issues. We've done that many, many times just to see what the Supreme Court would do with it and to make them rule on it sometimes. Some folks said that they don't want to create false hopes by passing this bill because they think the Supreme Court will overturn it. Well, the folks, when they say that they don't want to create false hope, well, that rings false to me. That's just another way of saying you don't want to agree to anything. And I understand that. And of course, we know that this bill is not the panacea. It's not going to cure everything. It's going to take all sorts of things. We need more secure schools. Unlike a lot of people that support this bill, I'm okay with there being more armed teachers in schools. You know, I'm one of those crazy people. I told y'all that when we started this. But I'm also okay with changing the law where you got to be 21 years old to buy a semi-automatic firearm with a detachable cartridge. And I know it's a very complicated problem. And I also know this, just from being around here for a long time, the National Rifle Association, the Gun Owners of America, and the strong advocates for the Second Amendment, the vast majority of them are never going to agree to anything that limits you in any way. And the organizations and the advocates that advocate for gun control, and we've heard a lot of those here today, they're never going to be willing to sign off on more guns. They just can't do it. And the other guys are not going to be able to advocate for any type of gun control, and we shouldn't expect them to. They're just not going to get there. They can't get there, or they won't get to come up here and testify for those groups anymore. And that's just the reality of it. That's why it's our job to find the middle ground on what it's supposed to be. And that's our job, to find that middle ground as policymakers and decide how far do we want to go in either direction. And so I filed House Bill 2744 for 3 reasons. I think it's a good small step in common sense public policy. I don't want the communities you represent to have to go through this. Some of you have already done that. And I wanted to find the most constructive way I could to honor the lives of Ms. Garcia, Ms. Morales, Alethea, Anne-Marie, Annabelle, Ileana, Ellie, Jackie, Jayla, JC, Jose, Layla, Lexi, Maite, McKenna, Miranda, Nevea, Rogelio, Tess, Lucia, and Xavier. And I apologize if I missed the pronunciation on any of those young folks' names. I want to close by thanking you all for giving this bill consideration. I want to thank the chairman for your patience in allowing us to have this hearing. And I want to thank so many of you on the dais who've opened up your offices and your hearts to our constituents that have come by to see each one of you. They've all reported to me, by the way, how grateful they are for those opportunities. So many of you have given them your time and your support, and I'm forever grateful for your kindness and your decency. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Members, any questions? Thank you.
I close.
The committee substitute to House Bill 2744 is withdrawn, and House Bill 2744 is left pending. Chair now lays out. Chair now lays out House Bill 1894 and recognizes Chairman Kane to explain the measure.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Chairman, good morning, members. Good morning. Throughout our great state's long history of preemption in the field of firearm laws, we've for many years determined that the state of Texas is best situated to preserve the right to keep and bear arms of all Texans. Now more than ever, I think there's a call to protect the individual right to keep and bear arms of Texans is even more than is greater today. Sadly, I don't think we can trust the federal government or the tiny tyrants of many counties and municipalities within our state. This bill is designed to do a few things. It amends the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure to define an extreme risk protective order. Creates a sanctuary state to prevent the adoption and enforcement of extreme risk protective orders unless the state law has specifically enacted such an order. Creates teeth for Texas's current preemption of this arena with the enactment of House Bill 2622 by Representative Holland last session. Without those teeth, we see local governments are willing to violate preemption and Second Amendment rights while awaiting a citizen who might be so bold and so well funded as to bring a challenge against them. In addition, this bill prevents the current federal government's clearly espoused tactic of using purse strings as a carrot for those governmental bodies willing to enact these abusive and unconstitutional gun confiscation laws. In short, House Bill 1894 protects Texans in an area rife with abuse of governments large and small, ensures no government body, but the state legislature determines when or if red flag firearm confiscations may be enacted upon the citizens of the state. That I realize time is short. I know we've got a lot of witnesses, so maybe come back after some witnesses. I can close then.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you. We'll call you back up. Chair calls Sarah Lindley Bailey. Sarah. Okay. Sarah Lindley Bailey. Sarah Lindley Bailey. We have Sarah Lindley Bailey registered to represent herself in favor of the bill. We're switching her to did not testify. Chair now calls Michael Belsick. Michael Belsick. We have Michael Belsick here representing himself in favor of the bill, but we're switching him to did not testify. Chair now calls Nicole Golden. Nicole Golden. Okay, we have her registered as Nicole Golden, representing herself in Texas Gun Sense against the bill, and did not wish to testify, but did not testify. Chair calls Lori Haas. Okay, Lori Haas. We have Lori Haas registered representing herself against the bill, but did not testify. Chair calls Richard Hayes. Richard Hayes. Yeah, we have you down as Richard Hayes, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you,
Please
Honorable
continue.
Chairman, honorable members. I'll reiterate the same sentiments as the bill author laid out. I agree with all those, all of his points made there. I think it's just an important bill to preserve due process rights. I think moving things through the criminal system or through Chapter 573 Health and Safety Code, I think we have solutions for a whole lot of things, and so I think this is just a good bill to support it.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Chris McNutt. We have you registered as Chris McNutt, representing yourself and Texas Gun Rights in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Please continue.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Chris McNutt. I'm the president of Texas Gun Rights, and I am speaking for House Bill 1894 to ban red flag gun confiscation in the state of Texas. I would like to thank Representative Kane for filing this important bill. It is the top priority legislation for Texas Gun Rights members and supporters across the state of Texas. Red flag gun confiscation laws infringe on at least 3 rights protected by the U.S. Constitution. The Fourth Amendment, protecting people against unreasonable search and seizure. The Fifth Amendment, which says that someone shall not be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. And of course, the Second Amendment. Under red flag gun confiscation, the decision to confiscate your firearms can be determined by a judge in a secret ex parte court where you are not present and you cannot defend yourself. All because of an anonymous complaint that you might be a threat to yourself or others, but there doesn't have to be any evidence of you making any threats, and of course, you don't even have to have committed a crime. I'm probably going to catch flack for quoting this, but even the ACLU of Rhode Island has referred to red flag gun confiscation as a minority report-like legislation that comes at the expense of basic due process for individuals whose crimes are speculative and not real. They continue to say that the precedent it creates could reverberate in unexpected and distressing ways in years to come. So with that, I would like to thank you for your consideration and quick passage of House Bill 1894 to ban red flag in the state of Texas.
Members, any questions? Yeah, Representative Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in a situation where somebody is threatened, whether it's domestic violence, dating violence, terroristic threat, what have you, they're threatened by somebody with a gun, what would be your suggestion if there's not an avenue to get a
I mean, it's my understanding that there are already legal tools available if somebody's making threats to other people. So I mean, you can do that already under current law. You can arrest them. You can remove their firearms under current law if you're making threats.
So, are you saying to go through the process of getting a protective order?
I mean, you can be arrested if you're threatening to commit an act of violence against somebody. You can be arrested and have your right to possess firearms removed if you become a felon.
So if you're saying that's okay, why would you be against a?
Well, what I'm saying is that there is if somebody is making a threat, then there are tools to do that. Under red flag law, you don't actually have to make a threat. There doesn't have to be evidence of a threat being made. It can just be an accusation where you're not able to defend yourself until after your firearms have been seized, which then the burden becomes on the gun owner to spend whatever resources it takes to defend themselves in court to get to prove their innocence, but then also get their firearms back.
So let me give you a real case where a man shows up in an apartment, threatens the woman with a gun. In that case, it might seem logical for her to try to get a protective order to make sure that he doesn't have the ability to come back to her apartment with that gun and do something worse, which in this case did happen. He broke in 5 days later, shot and killed her. So I'm just curious why you would want to take a tool away that helps victims of threats protect themselves.
I mean, all I'm saying is that I want due process of the law protected. I want there to be clear evidence of somebody doing wrong.
So that brings me to the next question, in that I think in a situation where it's an extreme risk, that's why they use those words, they want to be able to take that immediate threat away and then have a certain set of days in order for that individual to have their due process. But they want to take the immediate risk away just to make sure nothing happens, as has happened in some cases.
All I'm saying is that there's a lot of room for abuse for that. So, for one, to punish a broad sect of society for the possibility of, one instance, and I'm not for that.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Chair now calls Michelle Mostert. Michelle Mostert. We have Michelle Mostert registered representing herself in favor of the bill, but we're switching her to did not testify. Chair now calls Kimberly Moyers. We have you registered as Kimberly Moyers representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please continue.
I am a United States Navy veteran, for 100% disabled, honorably discharged. I have before you right now Patient Red Flag Manual, which is red flag law. I am a veteran that was arrested in the state of Texas for red flag law. Here's the police report. On here is procedure of red flag law brought to you by Veteran Affairs, using state and local police like Conroe PD. My red flag law was put on me because I wanted to have a baby. There is no labor and delivery department at NT Veteran Affairs, but they did pass abortion. That's not okay. That's not comprehensive women care. And it was put on me because someone didn't like me. I have multiple articles here. Red flagging law abuse within Veteran Affairs community. Veterans can lose their gun rights if they're annoying. Multiple articles. You can look online and look at how many lawyers will sit there and represent a veteran for red flag laws. They are there. I also have several articles where the FBI is now doing this to the civilians. 12 civilians, and it's all through your medical record. When you actually get a red flag on you at the Department of Veteran Affairs, there is a board you don't get to go to. There are doctors there and local law and federal law enforcement that don't know you. They are not my doctors. I've never seen them before. And what they do is they rubber stamp and consider you a terrorist because they don't agree with you. In my case, they fired every single staffer that was involved with me, and yet the red flag law still stays. I went to federal court. Everything was dismissed. The red flag law still stays. I went to city court. The red flag law still stays. I have lost all of my medical benefits. My daughter has been weaponized against me because they dangle her because they want to rule me a mental defect with CPS on my child. My child is 2 years old, and she is an American, and she is a Texan. She has not had 1 day of freedom. I ask you to support this. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair now calls Rick Reinhardt. Rick Reinhardt. We have Rick Reinhardt registered representing himself in favor of the bill, but switching him to did not testify. Chair now calls Wesley Verdell. We have you down as Wesley Verdell representing Gun Owners of America in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. For the sake of time, we're just going to leave it at that. We do support this bill. Thank you, Representative Kane, for filing this bill. At Gun Owners of America, we highly, truly believe in due process and the idea that somebody could have their rights taken away from them without due process. It's unconstitutional and immoral. Thank you.
Members, any questions?
Thanks a lot.
Sir. Chair now calls Stephen Williford. Stephen Williford. We have him down as Stephen Williford representing himself in favor of the bill, but we're switching him to did not testify. Chair now calls Louis Witchers. We have you down as Louis Witchers or Wikers representing yourself in Texas Gun Sense against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Please continue.
My name is Louis Witchers. I am with Texas Gun Sense. I was a teacher for 8 years and a police officer for 50 and a half years. Passing House Bill 1894 will mean that Texas is deprived of a tool used by Florida and other states to prevent suicides and acts of violence. For perspective on extreme risk protector orders, we can look at the Gunshine State, otherwise known as Florida. Sheriff Grady Judd identifies himself as a law and order sheriff and a Second Amendment person. He describes ERPO as a way of providing a cooling off period for people who are exhibiting dangerous behavior. He views ERPO as a way for police to prevent an active shooting incident rather than just react to one. His county used Florida Statute 790.401 for extreme risk protection orders to prevent a threatened suicide by firearm and another threat to shoot first responders to a house intentionally set on fire. A well-designed ERPO can prevent suicides, deal with violent threats to others, and threats of mass violence. As Florida Sheriff Grady Judd once said, we're not going to wait for a Uvalde, Texas, or a Parkland, or a Columbine. If we have the information, people say they're going to shoot or kill, we're going to use the tools that the state gave us. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Jake Wilson. We have you registered as Jake Wilson, representing yourself against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please continue.
Hello, my name is Jake Wilson. I'm from Fort Worth. I'm speaking in my personal capacity in opposition to House Bill 1894. I do have a great respect for Representative Kane. There are several other topics where he and I would be allies in agreement, including the historic vote on books that y'all are taking later today. But we respectfully disagree on this bill. It seems that even Senator Ted Cruz believes that red flag laws are a conversation worth having, at least at the state level. Senator Cruz said in April 2021 in a Senate committee hearing 2 years ago, when we had a hearing on red flag laws in the full committee, I said at the time that those laws could potentially be part of the solution set at the state level, and I still believe that. If red flag laws are worth discussing at the state level, the local level is even closer to the individuals most affected by potential red flag ordinances. There is even more direct accountability at the local level than there is at the state level. Senator Cruz went on to say that he did not support a federally managed red flag law and continued with, but also said and continue to believe that even at the state level, laws must be narrowly targeted to those who pose an extreme risk while simultaneously giving full force to the fundamental rights of all law-abiding Americans. Like Senator Cruz, I also do not support a federally managed red flag law. If we are going to have a law that keeps guns away from Texans who are deemed to pose an extreme risk, I would rather that law be managed by their Texas neighbors in the interest of due process rather than by bureaucrats far away in Washington, D.C. But I also agree with Senator Ted Cruz, that red flag laws could be part of the solution set at the state level. If this legislature considered a red flag law, I would have to see the bill first before deciding whether to support or oppose it. But I'm aware that former Governor Rick Scott of Florida signed a red flag law, and we have now had some years to assess the effects of that law. I think it's worthwhile for Texas legislature to revisit the red flag law discussion, and at least have the conversation, take a look at what Florida has done, assess if a similar policy would be good for Texas. Thank you very much.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Sarah Lindley Bailey. We have you down as Sarah Lindley Bailey, representing yourself in favor of the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Well, yeehaw. Good morning, honorable chair members. My name is Sarah Lindley Bailey, and I'm an activist for many important causes. Thank you for listening to everyone's testimony tonight. As a sixth-generation Texan, I cherish the ideals of freedom and self-determination that have distinguished our state for the past 180 years. These values have been ingrained in our state's history. I know that every Texan feels a sense of pride and honor when they hear the historical phrase, "Come and take it." It also holds near and dear to my heart with my family heritage. That's why I'm proud to stand here today as a supporter of the Anti-Red Flag Act. This bill stands for everything that makes Texas great. It upholds our constitutional rights, including our Second Amendment right to bear arms, while also promoting the safety of the communities. As a sixth-generation Texan and as someone who has worked in special education, I can never forget our history and the lessons of the past, of not just our great state, but other countries as well. We are a state that has always been willing to stand up for what we believe in, even in the face of the adversity. This bill prohibits the recognition and enforcement of extreme risk protective orders, which can be issued without due process and potentially infringe on individual rights. Instead, the bill allows better protection of freedom. This legislation is not just about protecting our rights, but it's also about ensuring that our communities feel safe, and I support this bill.
Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank y'all.
Is there anyone else who registered by the deadline who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1894? Okay, please come up here. Let's bring up the. What was your name?
Shannon Flores.
Chair recognizes Chairman Kane to close.
Great. I guess at this point, in closing, all depends on the mood of the committee members and the discussion you'd like to have. I close.
Members, any questions?
with that.
Representative Goodwin.
All right. Well, same question and concern with a case. Natalia Cox was, her family's actually been in the building advocating. She had dated somebody twice. He came to her door, threatened her with a gun. The police came, he left. 5 days later, he came back, broke into her apartment, shot and killed her. And so in that situation, something like an extreme risk protective order might have helped her by allowing the police to have taken this man's gun away and then given him his 2 weeks or however long of being able to come and argue his side. And so I'm just worried that you're taking away something that some of the courts on a limited basis are using to ensure protection for people who have been threatened.
Texas police officers already have those tools at their disposal to detain dangerous individuals and otherwise engage in criminal activity and seize their firearms while still preserving due process. You'll find that in, I believe it's Section 573.001 of the Texas Health and Safety Code. I can pass it on to you, but maybe in a quick summary, I wish we had a firearms attorney here. No one asked too many questions. Essentially, if the officer has a reason to believe that the person has a severe mental illness, and because that mental illness poses a substantial threat, and I'm just trying to be really short with it, and we don't think there's time, they can temporarily take them into custody and remove that firearm, and it's on a temporary basis. So we do have those things. Yes, ma'am. Now, as far as the domestic, go ahead.
So what is the need to say that we can't have extreme risk protective orders if we've already got
Yeah.
this thing?
That's a good question. So I'll try and be short for you guys, but you may recall the Bruin case from late last year, be like November 4th or so, by the U.S. Supreme Court that kind of made clear that the Second Amendment's not a second-class right. And following that, we've had a slew of cases. The Fifth Circuit last month in the Rahimi case held unconstitutional a domestic violence restraining order. Would be a red flag law. It's just a civil standard, right? So no one's been adjudicated guilty of anything, and they held it was unconstitutional. In fact, it's very similar to our domestic violence restraining or domestic violence protection order in the Family Code, and part of that's now unconstitutional under Rahimi. And then earlier this month, a New York court held that their state's red flag statute was unconstitutional as well.
Is the Bruin case being appealed?
Bruin's a U.S. Supreme Court case. That would be the court of final appellate jurisdiction, so it's a settled case at this moment.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Members, any other questions? All right, I'll see you at 8 a.m. sharp to lay out my bill.
I'll see you there, buddy. Let me know if you want me to lay it out for you.
All right.
You gotta leave it pending at this time.
At this time, House Bill 1894 is left pending. Chair now lays out House Bill 22, and Representative Bowers offers up a committee substitute. And is there objection? Chair hears none. Chair recognizes Chairman Moody to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Certainly appreciate you hearing House Bill 22. When we investigated the Robb Elementary shooting, we were stunned by all the gaps in our laws that represented missed opportunities to stop the attack. This bill targets one of those. Right now, when you buy multiple firearms in a short period of time, that gets reported to the ATF. So if you go buy 2 Glocks in the span of a few days, your local sheriff is notified. And they are informed of that fact. If you buy 2 AR-15s, nothing happens. The same is true for amassing magazines. The Uvalde shooter bought 60, that is 60 magazines for the attack in a short period of time, but nothing was reported to anyone. House Bill 22 treats long guns and magazines the same way handguns are treated and requires that the sale of 2 or more firearms of any kind and 4 or more magazines to the same person within 5 days be reported to the Department of Public Safety. DPS is then responsible for letting the local sheriffs of both the county of the sale and the county where the buyer resides know. The bill doesn't authorize any specific intervention or place any restrictions whatsoever on what you can buy. The idea is simply for sheriffs who know their own counties to have some awareness of what's going on so they can follow up if needed. In Uvalde, if the sheriff had learned that an 18-year-old kid with a troubled past had bought 2 expensive rifles and 60 magazines, he would surely have gone to talk to the attacker and kept an eye on him. That alone could have stopped the attack. That same sheriff knows who the enthusiasts are in his community as well and probably wouldn't think anything of it to learn that one of them had bought several guns. The response is definitely a case-by-case thing, but if that information is only shared for handguns, there's no way for any intervention or observation to be possible in the first place. The bill requires a statewide form to be created by DPS and simply requires it to be sent in when completing a sale that would trigger the duty to report. Those forms are confidential by law, and the committee substitute, which is now before you, explicitly says that this information cannot be used for any kind of registry or other database. Since I know that's a concern, you're likely to hear. It has been addressed in the substitute. I do want to note, when we asked that of Ledge Council, they were confused. I said, well, can you make sure that you can't use this for a registry? And they go, well, the bill already doesn't permit that. I said, I want to make it explicit. So we made them put it in there. That's what's in the substitute. But the lawyers that write this were confused. They said the bill didn't really need it, but this is what I guess you'd call belt and suspenders. This is just about giving a small level of situational awareness to our law enforcement, who we purport to support in a very rare scenario. But this small step could be what stops a mass shooting before it starts. Once again, this is how handgun sales are being handled right now. So if you haven't run into any issues there, I don't think you'd run into any on this bill either. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? All right, we'll call you back up. Chair now calls Nicole Golden. Nicole Golden. We have Nicole Golden registered, representing herself in Texas Gun Sense in favor of the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Elizabeth Hanks. Elizabeth Hanks. Elizabeth Hanks is registered representing herself and Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America in favor of the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Lori Haas. Lori Haas. We have Lori Haas registered representing herself in favor of the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Marisa Curtis Go. I remember it was something different. It wasn't Go, but anyway, we have Marisa Curtis Goff representing herself in favor of the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Lola Estes. Lola Estes. We have Lola Estes representing herself in favor of the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Pamela Ellis. Pamela Ellis. We have Pamela Ellis representing herself in favor of the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Robert Ledecky. Robert Ledecky. We have Robert Ledecky representing himself and Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility in favor of the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Teresa Beal. Teresa Beal. We have Teresa Beal registered representing herself in favor of the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Kelsey Simmons. Kelsey Simmons. We have Kelsey Simmons registered representing herself in favor of the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Richard Hayes. We have you registered as Richard Hayes representing yourself against the bill.
That's correct.
Is that correct? All right.
Yes, Richard Hayes, attorney and partner with Walker and Taylor in Houston, Texas. Thank you, Honorable Chairman, committee members. Just primary concerns of the bill. First, just burdensome on FFLs, just another form that they have to fill out. They already have quite a few burdens, quite a few things that they have to go through for each firearms transaction. These burdens kind of add up, and it's pretty overwhelming for these guys. The next thing that this does that I think is pretty unusual is the reporting on magazines. We see, obviously the report of multiple firearm sales with handguns, long guns, because we're in a border state. I don't know that I've seen a magazine ban like this before. I'm interested to see how the courts would litigate that. But those were kind of, and then as far as the confidentiality of information, I do think that that's a step in the right direction. I do think it would be better if it went a little bit step further, like the federal government does, and have a period of time at which point the records would need to be destroyed. But that's what I have for y'all.
Chair Modi.
Happy to do that. I want to be very clear. It's late, but don't like to mischaracterize things. This is not a ban. You said this is a magazine ban. Please tell me in the bill where it bans magazine purchase.
No, I said with regard to magazines, not a magazine ban.
Okay,
I agree with
you did say ban, but I just want to clarify that's not in the bill, right?
No, there is not a magazine ban in this bill.
I just want to be very clear about that.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Al Lindsay. Al Lindsay. We have Al Lindsay representing themselves and Moms Demand Action Texas for the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Rick Reinhardt. Rick Reinhardt. We have Rick Reinhardt registered representing himself against the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Michael Belsick. Michael Belsick. We have Michael Belsick registered representing himself against the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Tara Micha. Tara Micha. We have Tara Micha representing the National Rifle Association against the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Stephen Williford. Stephen Williford. We have Stephen Williford registered representing himself against the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Wesley Verdell. We have you registered as Wesley Verdell, representing Gun Owners of America against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
Please proceed.
So along with what Mr. Richard Hayes already expressed, we have those same concerns. One of my other problems too is this bill, instead of declaring federal firearms license, it says retailers, and that may have to do with the fact that retailers can sell magazines and aren't required to have an FFL. You know, if this bill existed, I would just go online and buy from out of state. I'm assuming that this doesn't require out of state magazine sellers to report to it. Another issue here is that, you know, it labels department and it defines it as the Department of Public Safety. So the form that you would require would have to, they would create the form, and then the report would have to go to the DPS, and then the DPS would send that to our local law enforcement. Would that be correct? Yep. We also don't like that there's additional steps in there. I haven't seen a committee substitute. I'm ready to look at that, and for the sake of time, I'm just going to call it at that.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Chair now calls Darren Lasorte. We have you registered as Darren Lasorte, representing the National Shooting Sports Foundation against the bill. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct, and I am Darren Lasorte, and we do represent the American firearm industry. Mr. Chairman, members.
We have you as representing the National Shooting Sports Foundation.
Sorry,
Do
sir.
you want to be representing somebody else?
We are the National Shooting Sports Foundation, but we are the trade association for the firearm industry.
Okay.
Sorry for the
All
confusion.
right, please continue.
We do oppose the bill. You know, Richard said it well earlier. Wes said it well. This is an additional burden on FFLs. There is a zero tolerance policy that the Biden administration announced. Basically, if you make a mistake, you could lose your business. This is one more area, burdensome area, where an FFL could make a mistake. And there are lots of opportunities, too many. What is law enforcement going to do with this information? I talked about that earlier on another multi-reporting bill. There's no real way to implement the magazine portion of this. I can't think of any real way to do it anyhow. When you do report multiple firearm purchases, you have the paperwork. You have the paperwork associated with that sale. You have records of the checks that were run. On magazines, you buy a magazine like you buy a can of Coke. There's just no name recording. We don't want to be doing any name recording. There's no paperwork associated with it. You just sell the item and give the customer the receipt. So just can't really figure out a practical way to do this. Online sales would be another issue that would come up here. So that's something that I just can't figure out in my own mind, though it's very early in the morning. So that's it for me, Mr. Chairman. Happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls C.J. Grisham. We have you registered as C.J. Grisham, representing yourself and Open Carry Texas against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. C.J. Grisham here for Open Carry Texas, and on behalf of myself, in opposition to this bill, I would like to correct one thing that I've heard actually several times, including from Chairman Moody, that the federal government does not collect multiple weapons or rifles, does not collect this information, and we're trying to plug in that hole because they don't do this for rifles. Since 2011, that has not been the case. If you go to the ATF website, it clearly states on their own website, sale of rifles in 2011, they did, and I've got the emergency, it was a 60-day emergency rule that they created because of the flow of guns into the United States that the ATF was trafficking from Mexico. It says the ATF was authorized to enforce multiple firearm sales for certain types of rifles from FFLs in Arizona, California, New Mexico, and Texas. FFLs in these states must report the following types of rifles: semi-automatic rifles, rifles with caliber greater than .22 caliber, including .223 and .556, the common AR-15, and rifles with the ability to accept detachable magazines. So it is not accurate that the federal government is not doing this, or that they're just doing it only for handguns. They're doing it for both. The other thing is this, we can say all day long this doesn't create a registry. What do you call it when you're dictating a form that identifies dates, locations, sales, transfers, the firearms or detachable magazines sold and transferred, the identity of the retailer and the buyer, and including a copy of the identification provided by the buyer or transferee? We could say it's not a registration or a registry, but when you're putting my name in some list somewhere or on some form that's going to be collected in some drawer, it's a registry. We oppose this bill.
Chair Moody.
The ATF collects the information. The state doesn't. The local sheriff is not getting this information on these types of weapons. That is the gap the bill addresses.
And the ATF is required, when they do these multiple weapon sales for handguns and rifles, to report to the senior law enforcement officer of that district.
Okay, no, sir. Handguns, yes. Rifles, no. That's the gap the bill is covering. So I appreciate you laying out the different entities, and you're right. And I said in my layout, ATF is the repository for that now. The disconnect is the local law enforcement is not getting the information about the multiple rifle sales. That's the disconnect we're trying to fill in. Just for handguns is what's being done now. And you want to work with me on whatever language on registry, this is going to be destroyed, it's confidential, however you want to put it. It's in the language of the substitute, which I don't know if you saw yet. I mean, it says cannot be kept for any of those purposes. And so I get the concern, I get it. I don't think it's logical, but it's a concern I'm going to continue to hear. So I might as well try to address it. That's not the purpose. The purpose is to support law enforcement with information. This prohibits no one from doing what they want to do. They can buy 100 of these. It doesn't prohibit them at all. It is just information being provided to our most trusted law enforcement folks on the ground that know their community. It is mind-boggling to me that we are against information flow to law enforcement. That's what we've come down to.
Government has no business knowing how many guns I own. I'll revert back to that.
Members, any other?
Or buy, excuse me.
Any other questions, members? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls John Lott. We have you registered as John Lott, representing the Crime Prevention Research Center against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Please continue, sir.
Well, I testified earlier about 106. It's really basically the same points that I made earlier there. This bill adds nothing useful. The ATF information that's given out for handguns, as far as I can tell, it's never really been used for anything. The only thing that happens is basically the same information that you get from the 4473s. If somebody uses a gun in a crime, they'll go back and check that out. The only thing that happens with this is also ex post. As was brought up earlier, there's been these rules for the border states with Mexico, and I've tried in my earlier testimony to talk about why that was kind of based on kind of a myth about where Mexico was getting its guns. So I'm not going to repeat that again.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Chair calls Michelle Mostert. Michelle Mostert. We have Michelle Mostert representing herself against the bill, but did not testify. Chair calls Tara Micha. we have you registered as Tara Mecha, representing the National Rifle Association against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I apologize. Too much coffee and a bathroom break, and I missed my name being called. I don't have anything to add to what the previous witnesses have said, but I wanted to clarify something based on a newer federal law. Representative Moody, you were saying that your bill is closing a loophole on multiple rifle sales reporting, correct? And I wanted the committee to know that under a 2022 law called the NICS Denial Notification Act, the Attorney General is required to report all background check denial information to state authorities and the FBI to report all denial transactions electronically to local law enforcement. So local law enforcement is notified about denied sales. They are not notified about lawful sales. I think if you're talking about denials, there's an actual nexus there to a criminal investigation, I would say, because if somebody's been denied, then they lied on their 4473. A crime has potentially occurred there. To require multiple reporting of multiple lawful firearm sales that are cleared through a background check, that's what we have an issue with. Those people have been cleared on a background check. It's unclear what law enforcement would do with that data that's collected. I know you've put a guardrail in there about confidentiality, and now, as I understand it, with your committee substitute, protection against registration, but there doesn't appear to be any stated purpose in law enforcement collecting that information or having that information reported to them. So those are our concerns with the bill. I did want to come forward and at least point out that federal law that requires information about people who don't clear a NICS purchase being shared with local law enforcement.
Chair Moody?
No, you're correct. We're addressing sales being completed. That's what the bill is aimed at addressing, in the gap in reporting to local law enforcement about that, not denials. And having worked with law enforcement as a former prosecutor, there's an enormous amount of information they gather about all sorts of activity and what's going on. And information flow is good for law enforcement to do their job, right? The scenario that we laid out here, and I know that you were stepped out, specifically the situation that we researched and studied in Uvalde, is information that I think would have been useful in a small town with a sheriff that actually knew the family involved, the family of the attacker. Two sales like that in short succession probably would raise a little bit of a question mark. And that's why there isn't anything prescriptive here about what law enforcement should or shouldn't do. It's information available to them. They know their community. They can go ask those questions, check in. Is everything, what's going on? They do welfare checks all the time just to see what's going on. And so that is the gap we're trying to cover here. And I understand the point on denials, but there are real world situations where better, more and better information for law enforcement is going to lead to better results. And that's where we're trying to get to. And if that's something that we can't agree on, that information is good for law enforcement to have, I guess we can just leave it at that.
I don't know if there's a question there, but.
No, I don't have a question.
Okay.
Members, any other questions? Thank you. Chair now calls Jason Hester. We have you registered as Jason Hester, representing the Texas Department of Public Safety, testifying on the bill as a resource witness. Members, any questions of the resource witness? By the way, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right. Yes, Chairman Harless.
I just got one quick question. On magazines, do they have any tracking numbers on them?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who registered who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 22? There being none, Chair recognizes Chairman Moody to close.
Thank you, members. I appreciate the conversation, even at this late hour. And I close.
Members, any questions? All right. Committee substitute to House Bill 22 is withdrawn, and HB 22 is left pending. Chair now lays out House Bill 220, recognizes Representative Goodwin to explain the bill.
Mr. Chairman, is it okay if I lay it out from here?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. House Bill 220 would fix a problem that involves the handgun license, or the LTC, and the sale of guns. Currently, when DPS revokes or suspends a handgun license due to a felony or misdemeanor charge or conviction, they add the license number to a database, and they ask the owner to return the license to DPS if it was not obtained by the court. When the owner of a license to carry goes to purchase a gun, they can show the license to the seller, who in most cases will run the license through the database DPS maintains to ensure the license is not revoked or suspended. However, running the license through the database is not required by law. FFLs are already responsible for ensuring they are selling guns to law-abiding citizens. This is what they do, and my bill does not change that. My bill would simply put into law what is currently in practice in most cases. You may recall a conversation we had previously about how Representative Canales has bought guns, and when he has, the seller has run his license through the database. That's the way it should be. My bill does make it a Class A misdemeanor to knowingly attempt to use a revoked or suspended license to skip a background check while purchasing a gun. People against the bill have told their supporters that LTC holders are among the most law-abiding of all citizens and are responsible for a minuscule level of crime. I want to address that. Roughly 37% of the current revoked or suspended licenses are for Class A misdemeanors, such as a family violence assault charge. You may recall that in a recent committee hearing, Commander Anderson of Houston Police Department described such a charge as nearly a murder. A further 23% have felony charges, convictions, or disqualifiers. Many of those with revoked or suspended licenses have more than one charge against them. DPS tells us that there are approximately 6,000 revoked or suspended licenses floating around in Texas right now. Members, to ensure that the people who have a revoked or suspended license don't purchase a gun without going through the required background check, we need to pass this bill.
Members, any questions? All right, let's go to witnesses. Chair now calls Lori Haas, representing herself in favor of the bill, did not testify. Chair now calls John Delaney. John Delaney, representing himself and Texas Gun Sense, in favor of the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Robert Mueller. We show you, is Robert Mueller representing yourself for the bill? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please continue.
Once again, my name's Robert Mueller, pastor of Divine Redeemer Presbyterian Church in San Antonio, Texas. It's in the West Side, where I've been serving for 29 years. It's one of the poorest and one of the most violent zip codes in our city. I'm also a volunteer with Texas Impact, which is a coalition of 36 different judicatories from many various faith traditions, all working for justice in our state, and I speak in favor of House Bill 220. I've shot guns since I was in elementary school. I've been a gun owner since my dad got my first deer rifle for me at 13. I am not interested in stripping people of their rights. I am interested in gun owners balancing their rights with their responsibilities. My father taught me you can't have one without the other. From my vantage point, respect is what has been missing from this debate about gun safety. There's a lot of talk about respect for rights the Constitution confers, but what about respect for the responsibilities that accompany those rights? We irresponsibly lack respect for the lethality of the weapons that we are buying. We irresponsibly lack respect for the lives of the fellow citizens, victims, children, and neighbors who have lost their lives to gun violence. And most troublingly, we irresponsibly lack respect for the opinion of the vast majority of Texas voters of every political stripe who currently support and would like to see this legislature pass meaningful legislation for gun owner responsibility. For example, in our judicatory Mission Presbytery, 125 congregations throughout all of South Texas, we passed a resolution 208 to 1 in favor of urging this body to enact common sense and common ground gun laws. Representatives, it takes courage to do the right thing. It takes more courage to do the right thing at personal cost. Cowardice is cheap, and cowardice is a failure to respect oneself as well as one's responsibilities to the common good. Please pass House Bill 220 and close the license and transfer loopholes. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Richard Hayes. We have you down as Richard Hayes, representing yourself against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, Honorable Chairman,
Please
members.
continue.
So based on my reading of the bill, it looks like we are creating a parallel database for LTC checking. We already have a database that FFLs can query licenses to carry, and this appears to create a completely separate database. I'm concerned with that. The next concern I have uses the term court officer because typically when a peace officer or comes into contact with somebody who they have reason to believe that their license would be suspended or revoked. For example, a person gets charged with a crime, I have probable cause, they would confiscate the license, or in a court setting, you'd have a bailiff, they would confiscate a license to carry. So I'm interested to see what a court officer means in this context, because in most circumstances, it's going to be a licensed peace officer, and those folks are already covered. Apart from that, the last thing that jumped out at me was just contingencies. If the NICS system is down, we saw that in summer of 2020. We had the most number of first-time gun buyers in response to kind of unrest, and just there is that contingency of, hey, there's kind of a fallback here that if you don't pass a background check, that you would get charged with a crime. And I just want to make sure that that contingency is taken into consideration. And then the representative had Honorable Chairman, the representative had a really good question earlier about out-of-state license holders and whether they could buy firearms here in the state of Texas. They can't. They would have to undergo a background check, and it's for long guns only. So they couldn't use their licenses, for example, to bypass the background check system. But that's what I have.
Members, any questions? Representative Goodwin.
So creating a parallel database, actually DPS already has a list of those revoked and suspended licenses, so it's not really creating a new database. It's already in existence. And actually, it's a really simple screen. I've gone to it on the computer. You simply enter the person's, the number from their LTC, and I think maybe their
The
birthday
expiration date of the license to carry.
expiration date, and then click enter, and it says either green, they're good to go, or red, they're not.
Okay.
So very simple. The court officer, I will defer to DPS to say who that is, but I would imagine it would be the bailiff, it would be law enforcement, but I will let him respond to that. And then if NICS was down, or if somebody's internet isn't working, there is a phone number they can call. We've had the excuse of, well, I sell guns at 9 or 10 p.m. You probably could get on your phone and do it.
Well, and during that pandemic, the phone number wasn't working. People were getting auto denials, and so that's the concern.
Same thing would happen if you were doing a background check. So it's really, one way or another, it's up to a gun dealer to make sure that they are following the law. And so I think that argument doesn't really work, because they have to somehow make sure that they're selling to a law-abiding citizen. How are they going to do that?
Yeah, I would just want to make sure that if the system's broken, we're not charging that person with a crime. That's what it looks like it would do.
The only way it's a crime is if they knowingly tried to use a revoked or suspended license to skip a background check. That's when it's a crime.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir. Yep. Chair now calls Rick Reinhardt. Rick Reinhardt. We have Rick Reinhardt, registered testifying for himself against the bill, but did not testify. Chair calls Michael Belsick. Michael Belsick. We have Michael Belsick registered to testify for himself and against the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Wesley Verdell. We show you as Wesley Verdell, representing Gun Owners of America against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Representative Goodwin, if you don't mind me asking, did you say that it was 3,700 revoked licenses right now? Was that the number?
Somewhere around 6,000 revoked and suspended.
Okay, 6,000 revoked and suspended. Sorry, real quick on something. Sorry about that. If I did the math right there, oh, you know what? You said 6,000, sorry. And I do apologize for taking up time for pulling this up real quick.
If you're trying to find a percentage, it
Should
only
be
takes one
0.006.
person to kill 21. I don't,
Right, no,
Don't
I
care
understand
about
what
the
you're saying there, and I understand the content of this bill. If we're going to have, so if it's 0.006 that it comes out to of LTC holders that have a revoked license, that would mean 6 out of every 1,000. If that was somebody that with a revoked license that was trying to do that, we're against this bill. And if you're an FFL dealer, you've got to run now 1,000 checks on LLCs to see if potentially 6 people in that number have been revoked. And most likely,
In most
out of those
cases,
6,
they
it's
do
going
it
to be very
already,
unlikely.
so-
I'm sorry, do what?
in most cases, they do it already.
They do what? Run their license? Okay.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. Anyways, we're against the bill. If you're asking, or if you're telling every FFL that they have to do this, and they got to run 1,000 checks on license, and it turns out that only 1 out of 1,000, I don't think that's fair to the FFLs, and we already have other processes in place.
Members, any questions?
I do, I'm sorry, I spoke.
That's all right, no problem.
Representative Goodwin.
But, you know, so your argument is like, well, there's so few that why bother? It's like, we're going to take this teeny tiny little baby step, but we're going to put it together with maybe Rep. Moody's and maybe Rep. King's and all these little baby steps forward to make our community safer and hopefully save lives. If one life is saved, it's worth it.
Okay, so would you apply that to the LTCs for teachers in schools? You would support that bill too, then if it saves 1 life?
The LTC.
So SB 354 or the Guardian program, if that allows a teacher to be armed in school and it saves 1 life, you would support that also? Would that be an agreement?
So I am
It's just 1 life.
in favor of how we handle the Marshall program now, because there's a lot of training around it.
Yep.
There's a psychological exam, there's ongoing training, and local school boards get to make that decision of whether they have a Marshall.
And unfortunately, most school boards have denied it.
But I'm in favor of local control and letting them make that decision. Again, they're making the decision of what's best for our community.
Okay, so to be clear, we do have the same goal, which is to protect lives. We just have different ideas how to get there to do that, so.
Agreed.
Members, any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank y'all for your time. Appreciate it.
Chair now calls Darren Lasort. We have you down as Darren Lasort, representing the National Shooting Sports Foundation against the bill. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this is another administrative burden. It's more liability being placed on the FFL. We already have more than our fair share, and again, with zero tolerance under the Biden administration, a simple clerical mistake can end your business. State-issued licenses are supposed to mean something on their face. It is why they're issued in the first place. It is the state's responsibility to seize these when a license is suspended or revoked. This proposal does eliminate a very serious benefit associated with license holders, and that is you can still exercise your constitutional right if there's a brownout, a blackout, if somebody's hacked computer systems and they're not working. Our exercise of a Second Amendment should not be reliant upon the automation systems working and the power being available. So that's a real benefit that would be denied license holders with this bill's passage. From a community safety, public safety standpoint, I do like to put this in perspective, and I think this does it well. There are 1.7 million permit holders in Texas right now. In 2021, there were 176 total convictions reported by Department of Public Safety. So you have a huge American city the size of Phoenix. It's actually a little bigger than the size of Phoenix. You have 176 total convictions in a city that size. It would not be the safest city in America. It would be the safest city in the world. That is how safe and responsible and law-abiding these license holders are. Finally, this is one new point where the government can collect information about gun buyers. There's only one reason this system is being checked. It's because somebody's buying a gun. It's either they're buying a gun from a person in a parking lot, which is a great tool on a private transfer, or it's a gun dealer checking to see if the permit's valid. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, members, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls Michelle Mostert. We have Michelle Mostert representing to testify for herself against the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Jason Hester, representing Texas Department of Public Safety on the bill as a resource witness. Any questions of our resource witness? Was that correct, by the way?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Any questions of the resource witness, members? Representative Goodwin.
I just want you to walk the members through the really burdensome process of running the check.
So the FFLs, they gather the ATF form, and they have a couple of options. They have to do a check, or if someone presents a Texas LTC that on its face is valid, they do not have to do the NICS background check. And so if they don't, if they present that, we have an online system that does not give any personal identifying information back about any person on there. The records of the LTC database are confidential under statute. The department receives open records requests from time to time for certain information from the database, and our response is always the same, that under statute it's confidential and we release nothing from that. And so what it is you go to our website, you type in the LTC number and the date of expiration, which you should have in front of you, and hit search, and it should give back a return of yes, it's good, or no, it's not. And there's a print screen button if you want to print a copy of that to keep it with you.
Thank you. And then there's no penalty to the FFL, correct?
No, I did not see any penalty to the FFL.
And then on the court officer, does the bill change something substantially about a court officer taking a license?
I think generally, of my understanding of court officer, that could be any person that's at responsibility of the court, right? It could be a clerk, it could be the bailiff, it could be someone that's in charge of processing the documents. So in that particular area, anyone could accept that. I believe it says voluntary surrender as a result of a proceeding, and then send that into the department.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Chair now calls Louis Tomasetti, Office of Court Administration, testifying on the bill as a resource witness. Members, any questions of the resource witness? Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, any questions of the resource witness, members? Thank you. Appreciate it. Representative Goodwin.
On the court officer taking the LTC at the disposition or when someone's charged?
I think DPS's answer was accurate. Read broadly, these hearings are typically the revocation and suspension appeals are heard by the justice of the peace courts. So it's going to be the justice of the peace themselves, or maybe their clerk. If they had a coordinator, it could be that person. In a bond hearing, it might be a magistrate.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions? All right, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who previously registered wishing to testify on for or against House Bill 220? Remind me of the last name.
I got a Griffin, the Griffin.
Not on this one, but we got two more chances. Okay. All right. All right, Chair recognizes Representative Goodwin to close. All right. Mr. Hester? Come on down. Okay, we've got you down as Jason Hester, Texas Department of Public Safety on the bill. Resource witness, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's
All right. Representative Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Hester. It should be quick. Just wondering what kinds of penalties would be incurred that would cause a suspension or revocation of a license to carry, if you could just share with us.
So it's important to understand that the benefits of having a Texas LT are a higher standard than what the next background check is. So, for example, you can lose your benefits to have an LTC. The most common one would be a DWI arrest. Once you were arrested and we received notice of that charge being accepted by the court, we would move forward with a suspension. That would not prohibit you from being able to pass the next background check. So that's a very common one that everybody can understand, that we would suspend on those. We list on our website all of the offenses. Some previous witnesses have talked about the numbers. We list all of those convictions by offense type, by percentage, on our website, publicly available website. So any Class A or B misdemeanor, obviously any felony charge, you move forward with a suspension first pending the adjudication of the charge, and then depending on what happens, it would move to a revocation, or if it was dismissed or there was no conviction, then we would return the LTC to the holder.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there, Chair recognizes Representative Goodwin Close.
Okay, members, it's just a really simple thing to make sure that people with a revoked or suspended handgun license aren't using that to skip a background check. And with that, I close.
Members, questions? If not, House Bill 220 is left pending. Chair now lays out. So we got 2 more bills, members. About 46 more witnesses registered. We're going to run through them as quickly as we can. Chair lays out House Bill 236 and recognizes Representative Goodwin to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently in Texas, you said House Bill 236?
Yes.
Okay. Currently in Texas, gun transfers between private individuals are not subject to a background check. Federal firearm license dealers must do a background check prior to selling a firearm, but an individual who doesn't sell guns as an occupation can sell them without a background check. This has led to people who are prohibited from owning guns being able to acquire them. As an example, in August 2019, a man killed 7 people and injured at least 20 in a shooting spree in Midland, Odessa. The gunman had purchased the gun through a private sale without going through a background check after failing to pass a background check through an FFL dealer. In the wake of this event, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick made the following statement. People don't understand why we allow strangers to sell guns to total strangers when they have no idea if the person they're selling the gun to could be a felon, could be someone who's getting a gun to go commit a crime, or could be a potential mass shooter. Not expanding the background check to eliminate the stranger-to-stranger sale makes no sense to me and to most folks. I agree with Lieutenant Governor and the 86% of Texans who support criminal background checks on all gun purchases, and that's why I filed this bill. There is an exception, and that is for family members within the first degree of consanguinity or affinity, husband to wife, parent to child, and sibling to sibling. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take questions.
Members, any questions? We'll have you back up in a little bit. Elizabeth Hanks. Chair calls Elizabeth Hanks. We have her down representing herself, and Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America in favor of the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Ramya Swamy. Ramya Swamy. We have Ramya Swamy.
Oh, it froze. Start over. Shannon Flores.
Okay. Okay, we're going to start over here. Let's see. Chair calls Shannon Flores. We have you down as Shannon Flores, representing yourself, gun owners for safety, in favor of the bill. Please, is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So once again, I've provided paper copies with my full testimony, but will amend my verbal testimony for time. I'm here to testify in support of Representative Goodwin's bill, House Bill 236, to require criminal background checks on firearm transfers. We have procedures in place to prohibit access to certain categories of people. For example, those convicted of felonies and domestic abuse when purchasing from an FFL. But individuals can buy a gun through a private sale from the trunk of a car in a parking lot with no questions asked. And that is the current state of our law, and it is unacceptable. We also agree with Lieutenant Governor's remarks in 2019 when he suggested that background checks for sales between strangers is reasonable and, quote, common sense, end quote. Completing the background check is not an infringement of the Second Amendment rights of Texans, but ensures that people purchasing guns are doing so lawfully. You will likely hear the testimony today that this will be a burden on law-abiding gun owners. This is false. The average processing time for a NICS check is less than 2 minutes. And the FBI's own quality control show that background check evaluations are accurate over 99% of the time. My family has personally sold 2 firearms to 2 individuals, but we did so at our local firearms dealer for a small fee, identical to the proposal outlined in Representative Goodwin's policy bill. A background check will not stop every gun crime, nor will it prevent every gun death, but it will make it harder for people prohibited from buying guns to get their hands on them. We urge this committee to pass HB 236 and send it to the House for a public vote.
Any questions, members? Thank you, ma'am. Chair now calls Nicole Golden. Nicole Golden, representing herself and Texas Gun Sense in favor of the bill, did not testify. Chair now calls Catherine Vargas. Catherine Vargas. Catherine Vargas was representing herself, Moms Demand Action, did not testify for the bill, did not testify. Chair now calls Karen Knapp. Karen Knapp. We have Karen Knapp representing herself and Moms Demand Action for the bill, did not testify. Chair now calls Lori Haas. Lori Haas. We have her down as Lori Haas representing herself for the bill, did not testify. Chair now calls Lola Estes. Lola Estes. We have her down as Lola Estes representing herself for the bill, did not testify. Chair now calls Elizabeth Stevens. Elizabeth Stevens. We have Elizabeth Stevens representing Moms Demand Action for the bill, did not testify. Chair now calls Lauren Gamble. Lauren Gamble. We have Lauren Gamble representing herself and Texas Pediatric Society for the bill, did not testify. Chair calls Robert Ledecky. Robert Ledecky. We have Robert Ledecky representing himself and Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility for the bill, did not testify. Chair now calls Megan McDonald. Megan McDonald. We have Megan McDonald representing herself for the bill, did not testify. Chair now calls Teresa Beal. Teresa Beal. We have Teresa Beal representing herself for the bill, did not testify. Chair now calls Rick Reinhardt. Rick Reinhardt. We have Rick Reinhardt representing himself against the bill, did not testify. Chair now calls John Bolgiano. John Bolgiano. We have John Bolgiano representing himself against the bill, did not testify. Chair now calls Michael Belsick. Michael Belsick. We have Michael Belsick representing himself against the bill, but did not testify. Chair now calls Deanna Greenwood. Deanna Greenwood. We have Deanna Greenwood representing the Texas State Rifle Association against the bill, did not testify. Chair now calls Stephen Williford. Stephen Williford. We have Stephen Williford registered representing himself against the bill, did not testify. Chair now calls Michelle Mostert. Michelle Mostert. We've got Michelle Mostert representing herself against the bill but did not testify. Chair now calls John Lott. John Lott. We have you down representing Crime Prevention Research Center against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Please proceed.
So I think the bill will have a lot of unintended consequences. Let's say a woman, a stalker, threatens a female friend of yours. She asks you if you can borrow your handgun. She's trained and has no criminal record. Should you lend her the gun? In this case, you're going to face criminal charges. Other states that have these universal background checks at least even have an exception for imminent danger. There's no imminent danger exception here. Even I assume the lawyers here know that that's an extremely limited one. The person actually has to be threatening right at that point. So you have your Boy Scouts going on their annual shooting trip for their merit badges. The Scoutmaster asks you if he can borrow a shotgun. If you lend him the shotgun by this bill, you would be facing criminal charges. Those are just a couple of the hidden consequences, I think, that are facing this. We heard that 86% of people support this. We've done our own survey that shows 86% support it. If, in fact, you just phrases, do you support background checks on all sales and transfers? The problem is if you just bring up one or two of these examples, you end up having more people oppose it than support these laws. There are lots of problems with these background checks that I don't think most people understand. We keep on hearing that there are 4 million dangerous, prohibited people that have been stopped from buying guns because of background checks. That's false. What you should say is there have been 4 million initial denials, and about 99% of those are mistakes. It's one thing to stop a felon from buying a gun. It's another thing to stop someone simply because they have a roughly phonetically similar name and similar birthday to a felon. And the discrimination overwhelmingly occurs against minority males, black males and Hispanic males. People tend to have names similar to others in their racial groups. Hispanics have names similar to other Hispanics. Blacks tend to have names similar to other blacks. 34% of black males in the United States have felony records. For Hispanics, it's 18%. For whites, it's 6%. For Asians, it's 3%. You can see why you'd have much more confusion and errors among black males and Hispanic males. The error rate for black males is more than 3 times their share of the population. Why should 4 million people be denied being able to buy guns through no mistakes on their part, but simply because the federal government's unable to run the background check system? If private companies had an error rate 100th the error rate that the federal government has, under federal law, they'd be sued out of existence. There's a simple fix, and that is just have the federal government have to meet the same standards for doing background checks that private companies have to meet. I could go on to the costs and other things, but there are many parts of these things that discriminate against the people who need guns the most for protection. The people who are most likely victims of violent crime, and that overwhelmingly tends to be poor blacks who live in high-crime urban areas.
Members, any questions? Yeah, Representative D'Orazio.
Can you further explain how the background check system discriminates against the poor? And if there is a simple fix,
Yes.
how would you do it?
Well, there's basically 2 types of issues here. One is just the error rate in the background check system. All you have to do is have the federal government meet the same standards for doing background checks that private companies have to meet. Second issue is the cost. You know, when you have a background check, when you're buying a new gun, you don't see the cost of the background checks. It's not like a sales tax that gets added on top of it. So if we lived in Washington, D.C., and you're going to go, I'm going to transfer you a gun, you have to pay $125 for doing that. It varies in different places. In parts of New York, it can be up to $250. In places like Oregon, you can find it for as low as $55 to $60. That's there. But here's the problem, and that is, let's say you believe background checks are good. Don't you want to encourage people to go and do the background checks? How is making them effectively have to pay this big fee to do what you want them to do? Do we tax people to encourage them to do things that we want them to do? If anything, you would subsidize them. You would pay for it out of general revenue rather than making the people who are going out of their way to obey the law having to pay these fees. The second thing is, if you believe it benefits people, you believe it benefits everybody. And as an economist, I would say whoever benefits should be the ones who pay for it. Why make the law-abiding individual who's going out of their way to obey the law have to bear the entire cost of going and doing this thing that you say is producing benefits for everybody? He's not going to get the whole benefits in terms of reduced crime that's there. And so for those things, I would say pay for it out of general revenue. If you really believe that these background checks reduce crime, and I have to confess I'm very skeptical that they do, but if you really believe it, pay for it out of general revenue. Don't make the person who you're trying to encourage to go and do this have to bear the full cost of it.
Members, any other questions? All right, thank you, sir. Chair calls Tara Micha. We have you registered as Tara Micha, representing the National Rifle Association against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Tara Micha, NRA, opposed to House Bill 236. A UC Davis Johns Hopkins study of California's universal background check law found that the statute had no impact on firearm homicide or firearm suicide. My own personal experience with universal background checks is next door in New Mexico, a state that I lobby for NRA as well. New Mexico banned private firearm transfers in 2019. Every sale in New Mexico of a firearm, or every transfer has to go through a licensed dealer. There are several strong impacts that has on rural communities. In some cases, people have to drive up to an hour or 100 miles to get to a federal firearms licensee, and once there, the rare FFL in a sparsely populated county can charge up to $100, $75 or $100 for conducting a background check on a private transfer. I mentioned New Mexico enacted this law in 2019. Last year, New Mexico had the second highest violent crime rate in the United States, and its largest city, Albuquerque, experienced record-setting numbers of homicides in both 2021 and 2022. This type of bill, was sold by gun control advocates to lawmakers as something that would make communities safer and keep guns out of criminals' hands. That has not happened in New Mexico. This is a failed policy experiment next door, and Texas should reject it here. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Chair now calls Wesley Verdell. We have you registered as Wesley Verdell, representing the Gun Owners of America against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
For the sake of time, everything has already been mostly stated. The other thing I wanted to point out is, law-abiding citizens will abide by this law, but we know that those intent on breaking the law aren't going to follow this law anyways. And I'll end on that.
Members, questions? Thank you, sir. Chair now calls Darren Lasorte. We have you registered as Darren Lasorte, representing the National Shooting Sports Foundation against the bill. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Please continue.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we do oppose the bill. I wanted to touch on one point. We heard a number earlier, 86% support here in Texas. We generally hear 90% around the country. That's based on very simple polling, and as John Lott explained, during ballot initiatives, there have been 3. During statewide ballot initiatives, people actually learn the issue. They learn that a girlfriend can't loan a gun to a friend who's in danger, who's being stalked, who thinks she might die. They learn those things and their opinions change from whatever that simple polling question was. So in Washington State, it passed with 59% support. So that's 30% short of the 90%. In Nevada, it passed with 50.5%. So there, we're 40% short of the 90%. And in Maine, it lost with only 48% support. So there, We were 41% short of that 90% claim. So there just simply is not as much popular support once the electorate is educated on these issues and all the costs that John Lott talked about and all the lost rights. There is not 90% support. And we have to realize Washington, not a state like Texas. Nevada, not a state like Texas. Maine, not close. Texas is a state that's going to be a little bit different than those. It's not going to get anywhere close to 50% support if this were on a ballot. And that's what I wanted to say, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair now calls C.J. Grisham. We have you down as C.J. Grisham, representing yourself in Open Carry, Texas, against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Please proceed.
C.J. Grisham, President, founder of Open Carry, Texas, speaking out in opposition to House Bill 236. Although, if this bill does pass, it's going to be awesome seeing the lines of gangs and drug dealers and felons lining up to get those FFLs done, because we know that's what's going to happen once this passes, if it ever passes. All those people are definitely going to get in line. So that nonsense aside, I'm going to adopt what's been already said, but I want to give just one personal story. I live on my family farm, and my sister lives up in Amarillo. My dad lives down in San Antonio. My mom lives in Memphis. So I live with my cousins, I live with my uncles, and grandparents. My grandfather can't give me a gun under this bill. My uncle can't give me a gun under this bill because neither of them are within the first degree of consanguinity. I couldn't, my dad, who is an extensive gun collector, taught me guns at an early age, cannot give guns to my children because that's 2 degrees. That's the second degree of consanguinity. So, I mean, in addition to all the other issues, this idea that only a father and son or a father, daughter, or mother, son, whatever, that those are the only people we can trust to give a gun to, when I know I live with my cousins, know them very well. I've got neighbors that have been neighbors for 30, 40 years, and I can't sell or get a gun from a neighbor under this bill. This is just a way to universal background checks, unconstitutional, and please oppose this bill.
Questions, members? Thank you. Chair now calls Richard Hayes. We have you registered as Richard Hayes, representing yourself against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. Honorable Chairman and committee members, I won't repeat testimony from other folks. I do think that there is one unintended consequence in this bill that is worth identifying. Currently, federal firearms license dealers, gun stores have discretion. Somebody comes in, they just get the wrong feeling about them. They have absolute discretion saying, hey, I'm not going to transfer this person a firearm, regardless of whether or not they pass a background check. This bill appears to make it compulsory. If somebody comes in and says, hey, we want to engage in a private sale, it says the dealer shall undergo this process. So I think it takes the discretion away from FFLs, which might also lead to maybe liability on their end if the ATF comes back and says this maybe, you should have trusted your gut and it's a willful violation. So for that reason, I would request that y'all oppose this bill.
Questions, members? Thank you, sir. Chair calls Jason Hester, Texas Department of Public Safety, on the bill, resource witness. Members, well, first of all, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Questions, members, of the resource witness? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who registered, who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 236? There being none, Chair recognizes Representative Goodwin to close.
Members, I think if we were to send a survey out to the state asking, would you like your representative to pass laws that stop gun violence and stop gun violence and mass shootings, I think we'd get 100% saying yes. And so this is one of many steps we could take to ensure that guns are not getting into the wrong hands. And with that, I close.
Questions, members? Thank you. House Bill 236 is left pending. Chair now lays out House Bill 298, recognizes Representative Goodwin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. House Bill 298 institutes a 3-day waiting period between the date of sale of a gun and the date the buyer can take possession of the gun. This 3-day period can be thought of as a cooling off period for anyone who might be about to act impulsively, such as someone who is struggling with suicidal thoughts or someone who is feeling angry and is motivated to behave violently. The bill creates a criminal offense if the seller delivers the firearm to the buyer before 3 business days have passed. The offense is charged as a Class A misdemeanor. Texas Department of State Health Services tells me that 55% of Texas firearm deaths in 2020 were suicides, and that 59% of all suicides in Texas were by firearms. Suicide attempts involving firearms have a 90% fatality rate. The rate of suicide is highest in middle-aged white men. 9 states, including Florida, have instituted a waiting period for the purchase of guns, varying in length of time from 3 days to 2 weeks. Studies have shown that waiting period laws are associated with reduced rates of gun suicide, from 7 to 11% reduction. These laws also appear to reduce the rate of gun homicides, with one study showing that delaying taking possession of a gun by a few days reduced gun homicides by 16%. Members, suicide is preventable. Contrary to the argument that suicide is inevitable if someone wants to die, research shows that suicide is often an impulsive act that ends if the particular tool or means of suicide is not available. Given the chance to intervene and get help, many people do not go on to attempt suicide again. Acts of mass violence and interpersonal violence frequently end in suicide. Asking people to wait a mere 3 days to take possession of their guns would help save lives.
Questions, members? All right, we'll call you back up. Chair calls Elizabeth Hanks. Elizabeth Hanks, representing herself and Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America for the bill, did not testify. Chair calls Ramya Swamy. Ramya Swamy, representing Brady Campaign to Prevent Gun Violence for the bill, did not testify. Chair calls Lori Haas. Lori Haas, representing herself for the bill, did not testify. Chair calls Karen Knapp. Karen Knapp. Karen Knapp, representing herself, Moms Demand Action for the bill, did not testify. Chair calls Robert Ledecky. Robert Ledecky, representing himself, Texas Doctors for Social Responsibility for the bill, did not testify. Chair calls Kelsey Simmons. Kelsey Simmons. Kelsey Simmons, representing self for the bill, did not testify. Chair calls Francis LeSueur. Francis LeSueur. Francis LeSueur for the bill did not testify. Chair calls Rick Reinhardt. Rick Reinhardt. Rick Reinhardt, representing self against the bill, did not testify. Chair calls Michael Belsick. Michael Belsick, representing self against the bill, did not testify. Chair calls Diana Greenwood. Diana Greenwood, representing Texas State Rifle Association against the bill, did not testify. Chair calls Stephen Williford. Stephen Williford. Stephen Williford, representing himself against the bill, did not testify. Chair now calls Michelle Mostert. Michelle Mostert, representing herself against the bill, did not testify. All right. Chair calls Robert Mueller.
Home stretch, gang.
Robert Mueller, representing himself, yourself, for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Once again, Rob Mueller, pastor, Divine Redeemer Presbyterian Church in Westside San Antonio, rise to speak in favor of House Bill 298. 8 years ago, I was working on our church property with another member of our congregation at 10 a.m. on a Tuesday morning. Over 120 neighbors were in line at our church to receive emergency food boxes. The first of multiple gunshots rang out directly across the street at a known drug dealing house, and I looked up to watch one young man empty the entire clip of a stainless steel 9mm handgun into the body of another young man. And then they calmly walked away with another individual, got in a car, and drove away. It was the first time I had witnessed a murder. I ended up speaking to the police, sharing the story. I later learned that the gun that was used in the murder had been purchased only hours earlier at a local gun store, legally. This bill would have prevented that murder, at least on that day. As a pastor, I've also officiated at the funerals of over half a dozen middle-aged men who, in a state of depression, chose to end their lives with a purchased handgun. Fits of anger and emotional pits of despair are hard to navigate successfully. When rage overwhelms or the darkness consumes us, we can make bad choices for our lives and for the lives of others. This bill creates a 72-hour cool-off period between a moment of rage and the ability to make the bad choice to use a firearm in that fit of anger. This bill creates a 72-hour cool-off time for the person who is in a pit of despair, perhaps just enough time for the worst of that darkness to pass and for some mental health or family resources to be engaged. One thing I know for sure, this bill will save lives. Right now, after losing so many precious lives to gun violence, I need some hope that this legislature is actually interested in saving innocent life and not standing by with their hands tied by a tiny minority of voters, while the vast majority of Texans of all political parties are pleading with you to enact common sense and common ground gun safety measures. Please vote yes on House Bill 298.
Questions, members? Thank you, sir. Chair calls Tara Mecha. Tara Mecha. Representing National Rifle Association against the bill, is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And thank you all for your patience tonight. NRA opposes House Bill 298. The 3 business day waiting period would apply to all firearm sales, including those where an immediate proceed or approval is given by FBI in response to a NICS check, a National Instant Criminal Background Check inquiry. And that's the case 90% of the time. 90% of the time when a NICS check is conducted, FBI gives an immediate proceed response. This response is based on the data in NICS at the point of submission of the check. FBI will not initiate a second check 3 days later after a waiting period has concluded before a firearm is transferred. House Bill 298 adds no enhanced, expanded, or improved background check on gun buyers. It will also not provide a cooling off period for gun buyers to prevent impulsive acts of self-harm or crime in 2/3 of gun buyers' cases, because 2/3 of gun buyers already own a firearm. House Bill 298 does not exempt valid licensed carry holders who not only likely have a firearm of their own, since they have had to complete training to obtain their original license, but they have also undergone a state and federal criminal records check. According to ATF, the average time to crime for firearms traced by the agency is nearly 9 years, providing another argument against cooling off periods preventing criminal acts. So for those reasons, we oppose House Bill 298.
Questions, members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Richard Hayes.
Richard Hayes, self, testifying against HB 298. I won't repeat the statements that were made already, but the one thing I wanted to point out that this kind of has an absurd result with regard to private sales. This would apply to everything, so I don't really know what the logistics of that would look like. If I want to purchase a firearm for my friend, I guess I give him the money and he holds onto the gun for 3 more days. Or if you're purchasing a firearm from maybe somebody you don't know as well, I just see that being as ripe for fraud, but that's the extent of my testimony.
Richard Hayes, representing yourself against the bill, was that correct?
Correct.
Members' questions? Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Chair now calls Wesley Verdell. We show you registered as Wesley Verdell, Gun Owners of America against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
So we look at this on the three-day delay. I get the point that you're trying to make in regards to suicide and delaying somebody in that situation. And it's hard to tell who is planning on doing something like that. But we look at this as a right delayed as a right denied. If you're a female, you feel that there's a threat, you need to go buy a firearm. Now you're going to be stuck waiting 3 days for the release of this firearm to protect yourself. For those 3 days, you're going to be waiting and hoping that you are not attacked and murdered or hurt severely. We know that this has happened before. I don't have those cases in front of me. I can find that information for you. And then, I'm friends with Democrats who have acknowledged that these laws won't stop what is ultimately goal today has been mostly addressed towards a mass shooting. Those friends that I've talked to have acknowledged that this isn't going to stop that, but they feel that they're compelled to do something. It's clear, Representative Goodwin, Representative Moody, that we do have the same goal, which is to protect lives. We just have different solutions to do that. In this case, on this bill, we cannot advocate for delaying somebody's right for 3 days to protect themselves. And that's it.
Questions, members? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it. Thanks for staying late.
Chair calls Darren Lesort. Darren Lesort, representing the National Shooting Sports Foundation against the bill, did not testify. Chair now calls C.J. Grisham. C.J. Grisham, representing Self, Open Carry, Texas, against the bill.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
And yes, sir. And this is a new record for Open Carry, Texas by 13 minutes that the bills I've testified for. Waiting periods were once a part of federal law mandated by the Brady Handgun Violence Prevention Act of 1993, but only until the NICS came online in 1998. The law did not in any way reduce gun violence or suicide in the 5 years it was in place. There's not sufficient history as required by the Bruin decision of 3-day gun purchase waiting periods. Instead, Congress provided for instant background checks to protect a citizen's Second Amendment right from undue delay while ensuring one is not prohibited by law from gun ownership. A recent study by a trio of authors from the Harvard Business School claims to have found that waiting periods reduce gun deaths by 17%. That might be the 16% that I heard earlier. I can't remember, but the study I read said 17%. Their model fails, however, to incorporate controls for educational attainment, crime rates, police resources, and incarceration rates. Controls used by virtually every other researcher studying firearms-related policy effects. The study did find that waiting periods reduce all homicides and suicides, as well as specifically firearms-related suicides, but also found that background checks increase homicides. So this is that same study that didn't use the proper controls. The authors also found that poverty decreased firearms-related homicides, and that poverty, urban areas, and younger aged cohorts were not associated with total homicides. The model is obviously misspecified, but the finding has been run across popular media with no mention to the effect of background checks. Waiting periods are, David Koppel, research director for the Independent Institute, recently stated, if handgun waiting periods reduced gun homicide by 17% as claimed, it would necessarily be true that in states without waiting periods, 17% of gun homicides would be perpetrated within the day of getting purchased. Indeed, there's no such data to unambiguously ground truth in these claims. The National Handgun time to crime data from the BATF is approximately 9 years. In Uvalde, the case was 7 months. These are arbitrary positions. I would, however, this was the bill I didn't get to testify on, so that was it. So we just urge you to go against the bill.
Questions, members?
I had two things there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls John Lott. We have you down as John Lott, representing Crime Prevention Research Center against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Please
right.
proceed.
So in theory, there's a cooling off period, but it also prevents people from quickly obtaining a gun for self-defense. There's peer-reviewed research that shows that waiting periods are associated with higher rape rates and no change in other crime rates, no change in suicides. With regard to mass public shootings, their attacks are planned very long in advance, at least 6 months, sometimes as long as 2.5 years. We hear that there's a 90% quote success rate with guns. The problem is there are lots of different types of ways of committing suicide which have that high or higher success rates. Hanging has a 90% success rate. Cyanide has a 97% success rate. Jumping from a height is about a 96% success rate. Walking in front of a train is about a 96% success rate. We can ask Jeffrey Epstein whether there are other ways to go and commit suicide. Note, the representative referred to firearm suicides, not total suicides. The National Research Council, in criticizing these reports, says the most important limitation is that these studies do not indicate whether handgun purchasers would have substituted other methods of suicide if a gun were not available, and do not measure other factors such as a history of substance abuse, psychiatric illness, criminal activity, or domestic violence. I could go on. But the most important thing is we should care about total suicides, not whether they're firearm suicides. And all the studies that look at total suicides find no changes in total suicides. But the public health people just look at only firearm suicides. And there's also this issue with looking at firearm homicides as opposed to total homicides. First of all, I wouldn't even look at homicides because homicides are murders plus justifiable homicides. And why you mix together murders and justifiable homicides is the same has never been really completely obvious to me. But rather than looking at firearm murders, you should look at total murders. For some reason, the types of studies that are being cited don't do it. But I'll just mention one thing. If you look at places which have banned guns, such as all handguns in Washington, D.C. and Chicago, there was no change in suicide rates. They say statistically unchanged before and after an entire ban on handguns that were there. I know I have more, but obviously the time's up. So thank you very much.
Members. Representative DeRazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two questions. The first one is, can you talk about the empirical evidence on waiting periods impacting crime and suicide rates? And then question number two is something relevant both to HB 236, universal background checks, and HB 298, the waiting period. If we combined HB 236 and HB 298, what implication does that have for self-defense?
I'll take the second question first. I think it would have a major impact. You have, in this, if you combine those two with the universal background checks, you're not able to loan somebody a gun. You know, the woman who's being stalked or threatened, she calls you up on a Saturday night, you can't loan it to her. And now she can't go and buy it for several days. So you're basically making it impossible for her to obtain any gun for protection for a period of time, either through loaning or buying it. With regard to the crime and the suicides, just like the National Research Council said in their report, you need to look at total murders. You need to look at total suicides rather than just looking at firearm. And when you do that, you don't see any changes. In fact, I would argue even for firearm murders, you don't see changes there in any beneficial way. And for rape, even short ones are associated with increased rape rates.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lott. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir. Chair calls Jason Hester for the Texas Department of Public Safety on the bill as a resource witness. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Members, questions for the resource witness? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who registered who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 298? There being none, Chair recognizes Representative Goodwin to close.
Members, no one policy will prevent all gun violence, and this is just one piece of the puzzle. And with that, I close.
House Bill 298 is left pending. If there's no further business and without objection, the House Select Committee on Community Safety stands adjourned subject to the call of the chair.